Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 101. What do you mean we faked the news that the Jade of Four Souls was on Lin Zhe to attract the Death God? Lu Xuan spit out, and a long sword came out of his mouth. He licked the long sword in his hand with his tongue and fell into deep thought. Leopard Yuan on one side suddenly stretched out his long grasp, and a piece of heart was pulled out from the corpse in front of him and swallowed it. Hearing that one's words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I know a person, but help us make it a little more perfect. You mean Knife Kai? Exactly. Hearing Leopard Yuan's words, that one's eyes narrowed, and then he thought of a well-known guy with a knife and a knife, but soon he shook his head. That guy is said to be very stubborn, and he will never shoot easily. I heard that he has an apprentice who cares a lot. Chapter 155. That's a good idea. As Lu Xuan's voice fell, three sullen laughter suddenly sounded in the dark forest. Brother Lin Zhe's big sister is here again. In the courtyard of the Tianxi mansion's backyard, Lin Zhe was lying on a chair, and beside him was a small heater that was boiling tea. Seeing the distance, the entrance of the inner courtyard laboriously climbed the tall threshold, and then wrote on the threshold, and Feng Feng, who had turned over from the threshold, hurriedly ran over from a distance. Lin Zhe warmed the clay pot on the stove, lifted up, poured a bowl of water, and put it next to the short table. With one hand, Feng lifted Feng from the ground to the chair beside the desk. Lin Zhe's tone was flat. Next time, run slower, it's almost 4 years old. Feng is almost 5 years old, not 4 years old. Sitting on the tall chair, Feng's feet couldn't reach the ground at all. She looked at Lin Zhe, who was teasing her a little unhappily, and pointed to the gate in the distance. Tilda, she said in a milky voice. It's that big sister. Here we go again. Lin Zhe mixed some warm water into the hot water he had just poured, and then handed it to Feng, who was swaying with his feet outside. He turned his head slightly, and Lin Zhe saw Chen coming in from the outside. Lin Zhe was not too surprised by Chen's arrival. It could even be said that he was accustomed to it. Therefore, Lin Zhe didn't pay any attention to Chen. Instead, he picked up the clay pot, filled his own teacup with water, and then drank tea and tasted the refreshments. Come on, my sister will hold you down. Chen didn't look at Lin Zhe, who was drinking tea. She smiled and hugged Feng, who couldn't get off the chair. By Lin Zhe. I took an unused tea bowl from several cases and poured myself a cup of hot water. I've been living with you these days. Blowing on the hot water in her hand slightly, Chen took a sip from Lin Zhe, but because the water was too hot, she was scalded to her mouth at once, and the brows on her fair little face wrinkled. Seeing that Lin Zhe was still ignoring him, Chen took out a few silver nuggets from his bag, put them on the case, and then said, This is the room fee I paid. Choose one of the guest rooms over there. Lin Zhe was not polite, put away the silver taels that Chen had put down, raised his head slightly, and pouted towards the guest room on the west side of the inner courtyard. The money can be used for 3 days. 3 days, for 3 days. Chen stood up from the chair, picked up the hot water just now, drank it in one gulp, turned around and made a face at Lin Zhe, then walked towards the guest room. Sister, I'll take you there. Watching Tsubaki go towards the guest room, Tsubaki, sitting on his own special small bench, stood up from the small bench and ran to the end of Tsubaki with a warm and hospitable appearance. Little money fan. Looking at Feng's appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help sighing in his heart. The Tianxi mansion has also had many guests, one after another, but every time the guests who came did not leave any room charges, Feng always ignored those guests. But if the guests leave gifts or money, Tsubaki will become a very enthusiastic chatterbox. Will warmly take the guests back to the guest room, and will also greet the cold. Night. The moon in the sky is as thin as a machete. The moonlight shone softly on the ground from the sky. The flowers that have just opened on the ground in spring, the new buds that have just bloomed, give the package a hazy feeling. These carvings. Coming out of the guest room, Tsubaki entered a room full of the smell of wood. Looking at the carvings on a shelf in the room, Tsubaki involuntarily stopped. The moonlight penetrated through the window and entered from the outside, and the wood carvings that were so expressive seemed to come to life. Tsubaki could even feel it. There seemed to be spiritual energy in the eyes of several wood carvings. That guy actually has such superb carving skills. Looking at one wood carving after another, Shun couldn't help but sigh slightly. Her eyes were quickly attracted by one wood carving, and a trace of anger appeared on her little face when she saw the wood carving. You actually gave me a snake. Carve, and don't carve one for me. I worry about this bastard in vain. Stay. Holding the sculpture of the flying snake, Shun frowned and left the room. Her happy mood just after seeing the vivid sculptures in the house was completely destroyed. 0. Flower 0. Get angry with yourself. Why don't you come out in the middle of the night without sleeping? Lin Zhe came out of his room, and as soon as he left the yard, he saw Shun, who was walking in the yard holding a wooden sculpture of Tang Snake with a tough bun face. Seeing Lin Zhe come out, Shun stuffed the wood carving in her hand into Lin Zhe's hand, and then she walked towards the guest room angrily. Walking to the door, she opened the door of the guest room, revealing a small head from inside, and stuck out her tongue towards Lin Zhe. Lying in the crack of the door, Shun said loudly in Lin Zhe's direction, "The things you carve are ugly. Especially the flying snake." Lin Zhe shook his head and didn't talk to Shun. He held the Tang Snake in his hand, walked slowly into the carving room, and put the carved Tang Snake away. Looking at the moon outside the window, Lin Zhe couldn't help but frown slightly. Chityo has been out all day and hasn't come back yet, so Lin Zhe is going to go out and have a look. Finally completed this commission. I can't lift my hand. The arrows on her back had been used up. Chityo looked at the moon in the sky, and she couldn't help but sigh. Although the monsters this time were not very powerful, there were a lot of them. If her Lin Zhe hadn't come out and prepared a lot of spells for her, she might have been in danger this time. The monsters in the Peach Village are a group of butterfly monsters. They release a large number of butterflies. These butterflies can release a large amount of poisonous substances as long as they flap their wings. Go grab your own body and finally be caught and killed by yourself. And the number of these butterflies can be completely described as covering the sky and the sun. The reward this time will be used to buy hooks for Brother Lin Zhe. Carrying the package in her hand, Chityo then went back to the direction of the village. The figure of Chityo in the moonlight walked very slowly. She had exhausted all her physical strength, and every step was difficult. But when Chityo saw the village right in front of her, she straightened up at once, and her whole person became much more energetic. 7. Chapter 156. But no matter how plain she was, the tiredness in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Brother Lin Zhe seems to be asleep. Gently pushing open the door of Tianxi Mansion, Chityo saw that Lin Zhe's room was no longer bright. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then secretly walked towards her room. With a squeak, Chityo pushed her door open. She looked at the food on the table in her room, and Maple, who was already asleep, and Chityo couldn't help feeling warm. "Why did you come back so late?" Lin Zhe's voice came from the aisle, and the hand of the bowl that Chityo had just picked up couldn't help but stop. She put down the bowl in her hand and ran towards the door with her package. The village brought good peach trees to Brother Lin Zhe. Last time, Brother Lin Zhe said that he couldn't find any good wood. Standing in the doorway, Lin Zhe took the peach tree from Chityo's hand. Looking at Chikyo's slightly pale face, Lin Zhe could naturally see that Chikyo's task this time was not easy. Are you asleep? Shadow. Assassin VII Chapter 102. Gently holding the bellflower that was about to fall to one side, Lin Zhe picked up the bellflower, walked slowly into the room, and put the bellflower on the bed. Chikyo's efforts are naturally seen in Lin Zhe's eyes. Since becoming a disciple of Taiyan Shifu, Chikyo will go out almost as long as there is a request to eliminate demons. This is also the reason why Chikyo's strength can increase so quickly. Suddenly Lin Zhe sensed that he was built on the periphery of Tianxi Mansion, and the talismans used for warning were touched. These talismans for warning were all exchanged by Lin Zhe from the system store with reputation points. These talismans have been improved by Lin Zhe, so any monsters that appear near the talismans will be discovered by the talismans. Therefore, when these talismans were touched, it meant one thing, that a monster appeared at the location where Lin Zhe arranged the talismans. And this was not the first time that Lin Zhe had triggered the warning talisman on the periphery. Is there really the Jade of the Four Souls that you mentioned? Exactly. In the sky, that pill fluttered his huge wings and hovered in the huge body of Death God. He looked at Death God's huge eyes like lanterns, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously. Although the seal of the God of Death has not been lifted, the God of Death is not weak at all. Therefore, standing in front of the God of Death, that pill has a coolness that is penetrating, and that pill can't even say the pre-prepared remarks. Taking a deep breath, he said with great certainty, "How dare I use such a thing to make a joke with your lord? I don't dare to forgive you." Turning his head slightly, the God of Death looked at the bat pill to the side. Two white breaths spewed out from his huge nostrils, and the sound in his mouth was like thunder. The leaves in the surrounding woods were also shaken down by the sound. The bat pill standing in front of the God of Death was even more shocked by the breath of the God of Death, and it didn't stop until it was far away. What a terrifying power! The leopard Yeoan and green snake Wan, who were standing on the side, watched as the bat ball was shaken and flew out, and slammed into a big tree embarrassedly, with a mouthful of blood spurting out of their mouths. Because of being sealed, the current Death God can only use part of the power. The two were worried that the Death God in this state was too weak, but now it seems that even the Death God in this state is not something they can infer. Lead the way! He didn't care at all about the bat pill that was knocked out by his own breath. There was only one thing in the eyes of the God of Death, and that was the Jade of the Four Souls. To completely open the seal on his body, he had to use the power of the Jade of the Four Souls. Regardless of whether the monsters in front of him are telling the truth or not, the Grim Reaper wants to give it a try. But if these monsters dared to deceive him, he wouldn't mind letting the three of them taste the taste of turning into meat pie. Lord Death, the guy we are going to deal with this time, is very powerful. His spells are very strange. Ordinary little demons will be burned almost instantly when they touch him. Leading the way in front of the God of Death, Batwan frequently turned his head to talk to the God of Death. His face was full of flattering smiles. This time, the reason why they can convince the God of Death that the Jade of the Four Souls is in Lin Zhe's hands is mainly because they searched for swords and knives and refined a magic weapon that can simulate Breath Zero. This magic weapon not only looks exactly the same as the Four Soul Jade, but also perfectly simulates the breath of the Four Soul Jade. When the three of them appeared in front of the God of Death, with items contaminated with the Jade of the Four Souls, they naturally made the God of Death interested in their words. In order to complete the plan more perfectly, Batwan began to tell the God of Death some information about Lin Zhe that he knew, and that guy also said that he is the God of Death, a God of Death that makes all monsters tremble with fear. You can shut up. Listening to the words of the bat pill in front of him, the God of Death didn't care about the bat pill in front of him like a bird. No matter how strong Lin Zhe was, he would grab the Jade of Four Souls. Silent all night. The sun in the east completely emerged when Feng knocked on the door of Chikyo's room for the third time. Finally, it hangs slowly on the high hills. My sister got up. The spring festival is about to begin. After moving a chair, Feng first climbed onto the chair and then used the chair to climb to the bed where Chityo was sleeping. Originally, Chityo and Maple slept in the same bed together, but because Chityo often went out to remove demons in the past few months, it was the middle of the night when they came back, so as not to wake up the sleeping Maple. Chityo had to move to the room next to Maple. Seeing Feng climb up from the small stool in front of him, Chityo couldn't help showing a wry smile. Understood, you go to pack up first, and we will also set off with brother Lin Zhe. Sister must get up early, don't lie to Feng. Hearing Chityo's affirmative reply, Kate got off her small bench again, and then turned her head to talk to Chityo while she ran out. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. Is it the spring festival again? After getting up from the bed, Chityo, who was still feeling a little sore because of the battle with Butterfly Meru, looked out the window. The Kazuga festival Chityo has experienced many times, but in previous years, because the village was too poor, it was held together with a wealthy village. Often it takes a long way to get involved. Chapter 157. But after Lin Zhe came to Maple Village, great changes have taken place here. Since the establishment of Tianshifu in Fengji Village, there are no monsters here. The strong laborers in the entire village can devote their main energy to daily farming, hunting, and the construction of the village. This made Maple Village completely enter a state of recuperation. And with Lin Zhe's demon removal, the fame of Tianshi Mansion gradually spread in some surrounding villages, and many people began to find ways to move to Feng Village, among them a large number of businessmen. The arrival of the merchants brought the entire village into a stage of rapid development. A large number of buildings and commercial streets were quickly constructed. Maple Village has become a large construction site within 3 months, and it can be seen that there is a trend of developing into a small town. In these chaotic times, everything is in the service of the presence of force. People are attached to the strong. Where there are strong men stationed, a very prosperous place can be formed. Because if there is no strong protection, then all prosperity will turn into a pile of rubble in front of monsters and disasters. 06. At dawn, the Spring Festival officially begins. As the leader of this Spring Festival, Lin Zhe actually didn't have much to do. After completing the things to be done according to the process, Lin Zhe completely relaxed. This Spring Festival also determined a very important thing, that is, the name of Fengji Village was changed to Tianfu City. In any case, the name change this time has many benefits for Lin Zhe. As long as Tianfu City can develop, it will definitely provide a great boost to the increase of Lin Zhe's reputation. Brother Lin Zhe, let's go. Just returned to Tianshi Mansion and changed into his regular clothes. Lin Zhe was sitting in the courtyard. Bellflower also changed into a suit in the distance. It was no longer the white skirt and red skirt, but a Japanese kimono. Wearing clogs and a kimono, her jet black hair is slightly curled up, and she has some light makeup on it, which has always given people a holy feeling, and it has a different feeling. Today is a little different. Lin Zhe slowed down his pace so that Bellflower could easily keep up with him. Seeing that there was always a slight smile on Bellflower's face, Lin Zhe looked at Bellflower with some surprise. What's the joy of Bellflower? Today, I can participate in the Spring Festival with brother Lin Zhe. Because it was too far away in previous years, my sister and I could only stay at home. Chityo felt Lin Zhe's slowing footsteps, and she felt a warmth in her heart. Then she took Lin Zhe's hand with her right hand and her sister Feng with her left, and walked towards the temple fair of the Spring Festival. As she spoke, the joy of Chityo could be heard in her tone. As long as brother Lin Zhe is here, Chityo will be very happy. And Feng, my sister, doesn't like me anymore. When Feng heard the words of Chityo on the side, Zaizu pouted and said with a pouted mouth, Feng is so pitiful, my sister was taken away by brother Lin Zhe. A bunch of candied haws. Lin Zhe looked at Feng who was talking while he was drinking a lot of candied fruit on the street. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and Feng Feng, who was being pulled by the bellflower, suddenly lit up when he heard Lin Zhe's words, and there was a trace in his eyes. Cunningly, he said slowly, "Feng wants 3 strings of candied haws." What a greedy cat. Chikyo looked at Feng helplessly. She shook her head, took out a bunch of money, and bought 3 strings of candied haws for Feng, with a doting smile on her face. "Next time, don't bargain with brother Lin Zhe like this. This is elder sister's, this is elder brother Lin Zhe's." Feng stuck out his tongue towards Bellflower and distributed the raw candied haws in his hand to Campanilacia and Lin Zhe, and the 3 strings of candied haws were distributed by her shadow assassin. Chapter 103. She looked at Chikyo a little unconvinced, and said with a smile, "Feng is not a greedy cat. My sister obviously wants to eat it. Is my sister afraid of messing up her lip blush? Let's go over there and see." Hearing Feng's words, Chikyo couldn't help blushing a little. She raised her head to avoid Feng's eyes, and looked into the distance. "There are people juggling there. Let's go and see." The bickering of the 2 sisters made Lin Zhe laugh a little dumbly. This was the first time Lin Zhe saw Chikyo and blushed. Lin Zhe, who was out shopping with the 2 of them, didn't care about where he was going. Being pulled by Chikyo, Lin Zhe just thought he was here to see the customs. "You guy, don't call me when you come out." Suddenly Lin Zhe felt his hand tighten, and a pair of slightly cold hands grabbed him, turned slightly, and Lin Zhe realized that it was Chen. Because today was the Spring Festival, Lin Zhe woke up a little early, so he forgot about Chen, who was staying in the guest room. Seeing Chen's puffed up look, Lin Zhe couldn't help but want to tease her. "Your face is a little dirty. Is it accidentally dusty? Where is it?" Lin Zhe's words made Chen panic all of a sudden. She, who has always cared about her beauty, began to look for her bronze mirror while asking. After a while, to find a very smooth, polished bronze mirror, Tsubaki began to take a closer look. After looking for a while without finding any flaws on her face, Chen realized that she had been deceived by Lin Zhe. She put away her mirror, raised her head to look at Lin Zhe, and said angrily, "Bastard, you actually lied to me. As the Tianchi of Tianchi, you actually lied." Chen stood in the crowd, deliberately amplifying her voice. She wanted to revenge Lin Zhe and see how Lin Zhe responded. But Tsubaki soon got an answer she didn't expect. As soon as Chen's words came out, the originally lively street suddenly smelled of falling needles, and angry gazes swept over from the eyes of the residents of Tianfu City on the street. Immediately, thousands of people stared at Chen in unison, and some even took up weapons. Tsubaki realized that her joke seemed to be getting too big. Lin Zhe had such a great prestige here that she could not have imagined. "It's all gone, it's just a kid's joke." Just when Chen was a little overwhelmed, Lin Zhe's voice rang, and as Lin Zhe got the words, he fell, and the thousands of people who were staring at Chen suddenly returned to the temple fair just now. Those who took up their weapons also began to lay down their weapons one after another. Chapter 158. In the past 3 months, although Lin Zhe accepted 5 apprentices, they were all apprentices. The only real apprentice was Chikyo. In addition, Lin Zhe also accepted a lot of non-staff apprentices. These non-staff disciples, Lin Zhe, who will gather them at the beginning of each month to teach some simple boxing techniques. The Longview Mountain Tianchi Mansion has a long history, over 1,000 years. Naturally, it has accumulated a large number of boxing techniques. In addition, Lin Zhe can use the system mall to buy anything that has a template world, so naturally he can easily buy exercises suitable for people in this world to practice. There is a library built by Lin Zhe in the Tianchi Mansion, but the books in the library are all written in Chinese characters. Only those who are disciples of Lin Zhe can learn it, and others can understand it even if they see it. This is also the secret method of Lin Zhe's line of Tianchi. Important books always use this secret method. As for some simple boxing skills, Lin Zhe is not so harsh. Tianfu City was Lin Zhe's base in this world, so Lin Zhe naturally put a lot of thought into it. Therefore, all the middle-aged men here, or children of a certain age, have to participate in the teaching conference held by Lin Zhe at the beginning of each month. This is also one of the ways for Lin Zhe to gain reputation. The reason why Chen was hated by so many people was because in Tianfu City, all the residents already regarded Lin Zhe as their master, and when they met Lin Zhe, the villagers liked to call themselves their disciples. This is conceivable. When Chen said that his master, Lin Zhe, was a liar, these villagers who called themselves Lin Zhe's disciples on the street naturally would not give Chen any good looks. The reason why those businessmen and wealthy people who have sharpened their heads and want to settle in the surrounding area of Tianxi Mansion is that they come to Lin Zhe to explain the cultivation method for free at the beginning of each month. A large number of people come here every month, which makes them profitable. Secondly, they can be neighbors with Lin Zhe. Naturally, they can get a lot of benefits. Those ordinary monsters simply do not dare to approach this place. An area. These guys seem to have a lot of respect for this guy. Could it be because of his monthly missionary meetings? Feeling the hostile gazes slowly disappearing, Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she is not weak now, she still feels a lot of pressure from being targeted by so many people. When Lin Zhe was still called Feng Village in Tianfu City, Chen knew about the preaching at the beginning of each month, but because Lin Zhe would talk about martial arts and swordsmanship, Chen was not very interested. Therefore, Chen didn't go to see it at all. Every time before Lin Zhe's sermon, a sign with the content of the sermon was placed in front of the sermon. Chen just glanced at it and left. However, seeing the angry eyes of the villagers looking at him and their respectful attitude towards Lin Zhe made Chen immediately interested in Lin Zhe's sermon meeting. You must know that it is very difficult to learn things in this world. Ordinary people will not give their secret techniques to others for free. Only true disciples can get this opportunity. Therefore, many exorcists exist in the form of families. For a free professor like Lin Zhe to give what he has learned to ordinary people in Tsubaki's view, it is simply unbelievable. Tsubaki has also returned to his division several times. Regarding Lin Zhe's approach, Tsubaki has also heard the comments of those exorcists in the division about Lin Zhe's practice. They generally believed that Lin Zhe was trying to become famous and then deliberately told some common people to fool ordinary people. That's why Chen didn't go to Lin Zhe's sermon. In the early days, Chen's impression of Lin Zhe was not good. In addition, he was influenced by people from his division, so Chen thought that Lin Zhe was really talking about useless things as they said. But from the eyes of these villagers, Chen can see that what Lin Zhe is telling is definitely not something fake. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Master. Holding Lin Zhe's hand and walking around the street with Chityo and the others, Chen watched the villagers bowing and nodding respectfully towards Lin Zhe, and she couldn't help but feel a little respect in her heart. As a witch, Tsubaki is naturally respected by people, but Tsubaki can feel that the respect those villagers have for them is only because they are afraid of their own power. It was fear, not recognition and respect. However, the eyes of these villagers looking at Lin Zhe were a kind of respect from the heart. Chen could feel it. There seemed to be a vague pride in the eyes of those villagers, as well as in the tone of voice. It was the kind of pride that Lin Zhe felt, because he could say hello to Lin Zhe. Is this the Tianxi Mansion? A lot of the buildings are new, obviously new. Monk Mengsun untied the wine gourd on his waist and took a sip of wine. He looked at the plaque of the Tianxi on the mansion in front of him and looked around. Seeing that the Master Mavio next to him didn't answer his words for a long time, Monk Mingsun turned his head and saw Master Mavio staring at a girl on the street with a pair of eyes. He patted Master Mavio on the shoulder. You didn't this guy see that next to the girl, her Fiang had already pulled out the knife? What girl? Why didn't I see it? Let's go and see elsewhere. After being reminded by Monk Mingsun, Miles Vio's eyes that were looking at the girl in the distance were taken back instantly. He wrapped the hand of the Buddha beads and made a solemn Buddha ceremony with one hand. Instantly became clear. Seeing the man beside the girl put away the knife, Miles Dio suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, pointed to the word Q hanging on the Tianchi mansion, and said with a smile, "It seems that Lin Zhe is not Nuoliheo in the Tianchi house. Can you change this guy? Our grand cause of building our own temple was ruined by you guy." Monk Mingsun rolled his eyes at Miles Dio. The reason why the two of them traveled around the world and hunted down demons was to make a name for themselves, and then they followed the wishes of their two masters and built a temple. Looking at Master Miles Dio with disgust, Meng Zin said lightly, "When will we be able to have our own dojo like Lin Zhe?" "There will be soon. As long as you are this guy, don't take the money we finally earned, just use it to drink and eat meat." Grabbing the wine gourd held by Monk Mingsun, Master Mavio wiped the bottle mouth of the wine gourd. He hesitated and took a sip, but this small sip also made his brows wrinkle. "Hey, wouldn't it be bad for us to visit Lin Zhe empty-handed?" Chapter 159. It's really not very good. Why don't we take the opportunity that he hasn't come back yet and go prepare some presents for him? Seeing Miles Dio's face turning red from taking a sip of wine, Monk Mingsun almost laughed out loud. It thought for a moment and nodded. "I just don't know what gift is suitable." Cough cough. "It's so lively, let's go to the street and take a look." Throwing the wine gourd back into Monk Mingsun's hand, Master Mavio coughed a few times, his face flushed. He regretted that he had just drank Monk Mingsun's wine just now, and Mavio was a little thirsty. Seeing Mingsun drinking happily, he tried it. "I don't know if that guy Lin Zhe will agree to our request." Miles Dio and Monk Mingsun left the Tianchi mansion and walked towards the street. Looking at the lively scene of people coming and going, Master Mavio frowned slightly, and there was a hint of worry on his face. After all, this is the Tianchi mansion. Taoism, if we want to build a temple here, it is actually a very offensive thing. I won't know until I see him. Looking at the villagers, with smiles on their faces in the streets, decorated with lights, Monk Mingsun couldn't help but admire Lin Zhe. Although Tianchi Mansion is now only a little famous in the entire Musashi Kingdom, not many people know it. However, Mingsun, who has been traveling around, can see that this small city that has just been established has a very different feeling from those he has seen before. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 104, not only well organized, but also very clean. As the exorcism circle, they naturally knew about the Lin Zhe preaching meeting. Some people have sorted out the content of the Lin Zhe sermon. Monk Mingsun once saw the content of the Lin Zhe sermon. The amount of things involved in the Lin Zhe sermon was astounding. Not only martial arts, swordsmanship, but also life, cultivation, all aspects of things. This is one of the reasons why the two of them came here. Therefore, seeing some unusual places on the street, and the descriptions he saw in Lin Zhe's sermons turned into real objects and appeared in front of him, which made Monk Mingsun feel off to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was not talking rhetorically, but really talking about something very useful. After hearing about Lin Zhe's sermon by chance, the two did not sneer at Lin Zhe's behavior like many exorcists did, but after finishing some things, the two began to rush to the Tianchi mansion. They had seen Lin Zhe make a move before, and they still vividly remember the technique that Lin Zhe used at the beginning. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. So boring. Could it be that the Jade of Four Souls is really in Lin Zhe's hands? On the mountain, Inuyasha held a small wooden stick in his mouth, and his whole figure was hanging on a branch like a piece of clothing. In the past few days, he has heard a lot of rumors saying that the Jade of the Four Souls may be in Lin Zhe's hands, and many monsters have begun to gather at the Tianchi. However, because of the reputation of Tianchi Mansion, many little demons chose to wait and see after they came, looking for opportunities around them. They are waiting for some big monsters to do it. Inuyasha has been hesitating all the time. In order to completely get rid of the identity of the half-demon, he has been looking for the whereabouts of the Four-Soul Jade, but there has been no news. In the past few days, the news that the Jade of the Four Souls suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's hands was rumored to have noses and eyes, which made Inuyasha's heart move. Originally, he had already left the area where Maple Village was located. But after hearing the news, he rushed over in a hurry. Anyway, I must get the Jade of the Four Souls. Standing up from the branch, Inuyasha squatted on the tree. He scratched his head, and his eyes fixed on Tianfu-cheng. Inuyasha, who has been discriminated against for being a half-Yake since childhood, has the greatest wish to become a complete Yake. And now, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, Inuyasha wants to give it a try. As for whether there will be a conflict with Lin Zhe, he no longer cares. No one could stop him, his determination to obtain the Jade of the Four Souls. However, that guy seems to be quite strong. Jumping down from the tree, Inuyasha couldn't help but hesitate. Although Inuyasha had never fought against Lin Zhe had killed more than a dozen powerful monsters in 3 months. He had heard of some of them. But soon he completely put this worry behind him. Watching the sun in the sky slowly set to the west, Inuyasha no longer hesitated and rushed towards Tianfu City. So full. Shun put down the noodle bowl in her hand, and she felt very satisfied after eating a large bowl of noodles. After visiting the Spring Festival Temple Fair with Lin Zhe and Chikyo for an afternoon, the 4 of them came to eat noodles at this small shop, called Nippon Ramen Restaurant. Kneeling on the cool bamboo mat, Shun looked at Lin Zhe, who was drinking hot tea across from him. She smiled and said, "Let's see the water lanterns at night." Feng is going to see the water lanterns. Hearing Tsubaki's suggestion, Maple, who was sitting beside Chikyo, put the cup she was holding on the low table and shook her arms holding Chikyo. Maple hasn't seen the water lantern yet. "Brother Lin Zhe, let's go tonight." "If you want to go, let's go together. We will start hard training tomorrow." Chikyo took the cup that Lin Zhe put down and filled the cup with water for Lin Zhe with a hesitant tone. Before Chikyo could finish speaking, Lin Zhe tugged at Feng's face and agreed. Although the current Chikyo is much more mature than people of the same age, it can't get rid of the fact that she is actually a girl, even if her face does not show the obvious idea of wanting to see the water lantern like Maple. But Lin Zhe could also feel that, in fact, Chikyo was eager to participate in such a grand event. So sensible that it is distressing. This is probably the feeling that Campanulacia gave Lin Zhe. "Thank you, Brother Lin Zhe." Seeing that Lin Zhe agreed, Feng happily stood up from the ground and jumped up and down on the bamboo mat. "Feng, sit down quickly. Otherwise I won't take you there for a while." Seeing Maple running around on the bamboo mat, Chikyo showed a faint smile, and she couldn't help but think of previous years. At that time, she and her sister were still worrying about eating every day. Even she was very rarely will be able to see his sister's happy smile. But since Lin Zhe came, more and more such smiles appeared on Feng's face. Chikyo, who originally felt that the world was cold and cruel, gradually felt a different side of the world. Chapter 160. Feel the warmth of this world. Holding Feng's hand and forcing Feng to sit down in front of him, Chikyo shook his head and looked out the window. The sky was completely dark. The stars in the sky took shape, the faint starlight swayed on the earth, and the outlines of the distant mountains against the backdrop of the night sky were revealed and formed into various shapes. That is. Suddenly, a huge figure as tall as a mountain appeared from the dark night. Huge curved corners, blood-red eyes like huge lanterns, and a thick white breath spurted out from his huge nostrils, and the mist that lingered on the half-waist of the hill was blown away. Boom! When everyone looked at the distant hill, the huge figure on the side of the mountain was suddenly raised with 1 foot, and the hill in front of it was like a small dirt bag. Kicked off in an instant. A large number of huge stones like meteorites shot towards Tianfu City. The Chikyo who reacted couldn't help but change his face. Brother Lin Zhe. Turning his head subconsciously to look for Lin Zhe's figure, Chikyo realized that there was only a blue icon of a gossip map left at the location of Lin Zhe just now, but the person had disappeared. That guy is deaf. Isn't he sealed? Why did he suddenly appear here? Master Miles Dio and Monk Mengson were holding a chicken leg and ate it with relish on the street. Just halfway through the meal, the chicken leg in Master Miles' hand fell to the ground with a click. He looked at the huge figure in the distance in disbelief. His eyes showed horror, and the relaxed expression on his face became serious. The god of death, a god who once caused countless exorcists a headache. Because he controls the mystery of life and death, he cannot be killed at all, and even if he is killed, he will quickly recover as before. So it can only be sealed. But even the sealed god of death once brought huge disasters to human beings. Its huge body and unparalleled power, even if it can't mobilize divine power, it can burst into amazing destructive power. Looking at the hill that was kicked out by the god of death, Monk Mengson stopped eating chicken legs immediately. He grew up listening to the story of the god of death, who does not know how many years the god of death has existed in this world. After hesitating for a moment, he casually wrapped the chicken's drumstick in his hand, then put it into his sleeve, and looked at Master Medeo, who was already holding the Buddha beads in his hand. Let's go together, that guy is not good. Deal with. Damn, why it's in this place. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was only a blink of an eye from the moment they reacted to their official departure. Riding on a huge dog-cat demon, the two charged towards the place where the god of death appeared. Looking at the huge boulders blasted from Cheoxianfu City and the many residents in the city who were stunned, the two of them couldn't help frowning. That chart is. Just as the two of them were troubled about how to intercept the hundreds of boulders flying over from the sky, thousands of Blu-ray fragments shot into the air from somewhere on the ground. Thousands of fragments, almost without any pause, emerged from the stone, and these fragments rushed towards the stone. The huge boulder shot from mid-air, collided with the blue fragments. Boom, boom, boom. The huge boulders in the sky exploded one after another, and the blue shards chopped the boulders into small pieces in mid-air before the huge boulders fell to the ground. Under the moonlight, the dust and smoke emanating from these rubble, coupled with a loud explosion, gave the impression that one by one fireworks exploded in the sky. Shadow Assassin Chapter 105, Blocked. The rain of dust fell from the sky, turning the two of them into gray-white people. Master Medeo shook the dust on his body slightly, watching the stone turn into crumbs, and his eyes could not help showing a hint of surprise. It all happened so suddenly. From the point of view of the two of them, the attack of the god of death was completely cracked without releasing the power it should have. Lin Zhe appeared. It's really him. A slender figure appeared in midair, and thousands of fragments flew towards Lin Zhe in unison, and finally converged into a long knife, with light blue cracks in Lin Zhe's hand. In the sky above Tianfu City, Lin Zhe came out of the dimensional grid, and there was no expression on the face of Lin Zhe, the god of death, who appeared in the distance. 0. Flower 0. Of course, Lin Zhe, the god of death, knew who it was. In the world of Inuyasha, there are not only demons, but also gods, fairies, and ghosts. Among these things, in terms of strength, the strongest is actually the demon. In the original book, the god of death was originally sealed in the Gate of Darkness, and was later released by the Black Witch Tsubaki. In the end, he was sealed again before he could show enough strength. It can be said that it is a god who started high and ended scribbly at the end. However, since it can be called a god in an ordinary existence, it will not be too ordinary. Those who master special abilities in the world of Inuyasha are generally called gods. Such as water gods, fire gods, etc. The god of death is the god who has mastered life and death. It can freely enter and exit the underworld, so it cannot be killed at all. Therefore, even though the strength of the god of death in the original work was very general, Lin Zhe did not dare to rashly despise it. It's him, he's Lin Zhe. In front of the god of death, Patwan watched Lin Zhe cut hundreds of boulders into pieces, and he couldn't help but fly behind the god of death while flying in the air. Before Patwan and his brother captured many children in a village, Tian Shifu accepted the village's commission. The entire group where Patwan was in was wiped out by Lin Zhe, but Patwan was lucky enough to escape. That's why he had to trouble Lin Zhe. From Patwan's point of view, his clan was just sucking the blood of some despicable human beings, but Lin Zhe tried to kill all his clan. How could he bear such behavior? That's why he deliberately wanted to get rid of Lin Zhe. But at this moment, looking at Lin Zhe who was looking at him and others from a distance, Patwan couldn't help but feel a bone chill and coolness coming out of his back. He had a feeling of being enveloped in death. Just a human. What's there to be afraid of? The god of death, who was as tall as a mountain, looked at Lin Zhe in the distance, in the air, with silver hair all over his head, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his scarlet face. 7. Chapter 161. He had lived for so long, and it was the first time he had heard of the existence of Tian Shifu. No matter whether Lin Zhe is strong or weak, in order to get the Jade of the Four Souls, Lin Zhe will kill him. Boom! Pulling out the long knife from his waist, the god of death rushed in the direction of Lin Zhe. The ground cracked open the moment Death God stepped on it, and he stepped on a huge footprint on the ground. The soil splashed in all directions, and the trees along the way were suddenly broken under his impact, and the original dense forest was suddenly pushed out by him forcibly. Pieces of boulders were kicked out by him and shot out in midair, whimpering. The long knife in his hand was dragged and charged by him. At a distance of more than 10 meters from Lin Zhe, a storm of power began to gather on the long knife in his hand, and black magic lingered on his big knife. Where the devilish energy permeated the flowers, plants and trees withered and soon turned into a pile of decaying debris. As the broadsword was swung out, the violent death aura filled the body of his blade and rolled in all directions. Boom! The god of death jumped up from the ground with a knife in both hands and slashed towards Lin Zhe. The space where Lin Zhe was located seemed to be completely split by his blow. The huge power made the knife in Death's hand terrifyingly fast, and it completely turned into a black light that flashed past. It finally hit the ground hard. The unparalleled force bombarded down. The jungle was split in half in an instant, and a crack hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared on the ground. A hill on the path exploded with a bang. A lot of dust filled the air, forming a long dust dragon hundreds of meters in the moonlight. Cough, cough, cough. Such a powerful force. At the edge of the forest, Leopard Yaoan and Lushawan were choked by the dust and coughed again and again. Looking at the dense forest in front of them, they couldn't help but swallow. Although the god of death still has a seal on his body, it is indeed not to be underestimated. Cleaved. Patwan fluttered his wings and stared blankly. He recalled the blow from the god of death just now, but he couldn't remember that Lin Zhe had been slashed. The dust cleared away and he couldn't see the slightest trace of Lin Zhe. He knew that the god of death was cut off. It's really boring. Just when everyone was looking for Lin Zhe's figure, Lin Zhe reappeared in the field, but this time he appeared in a special place, the back of the god of death's neck. Not waiting for death to have a chance to react. The magic knife, wrapped in the golden light spell in Lin Zhe's hand, waved out, and suddenly a golden light flashed, and the head of the god of death was chopped off by Lin Zhe, and it fell to the ground with a dong sound. Superior. How can that be? Patwan looked at the head of the god of death that was cut off by Lin Zhe with a knife. He panicked immediately, and he summoned the demon cloud and was about to run away. Lin Zhe's ability is really too weird. It's impossible to capture Lin Zhe's attack trajectory, and it appears from one place to another in an instant, which is annoying. You are very good. It's been a long time since no one could hurt me. Death's head floated up from the ground. His head, as big as a house, was in midair. Black magic lingered out, and his mouth full of stench opened and closed. It looked eerie. The god of death looked at Lin Zhe, who was standing on the ground. His blood-covered face became grim. That guy is really tough. Without a specific magic weapon, there is no way to solve him at all. Master Mavio and Monk Mengsun were looking at the god of death, who was beheaded by Lin Zhe in the arena. Difficult properties. The two looked at each other and both saw helplessness in the other's eyes. Neither of them had a good way to deal with a god of death. Disappeared. Just when the two of them focused their eyes on Lin Zhe's direction again, the two of them froze in place. He was still floating in the air just now, looking at Lin Zhe's death god's head with a mocking tone, and disappeared. Only the huge body of the death god remained in place, as if he had no conscious control, and walked chaotically. Just now, the two of them thought that it would be difficult for Lin Zhe to deal with a god of death, but in a blink of an eye, Lin Zhe completely eliminated the god of death. Even the two of them had no chance to see how it was resolved. It happened so fast that both of them can't turn their heads now. Is it too late to run now? Lin Zhe stood beside the headless corpse of the god of death, looking at the bat pills, green snake pills, and leopard demon pills that were wildly far away from this area. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth were slightly raised. When the god of death was mocking Lin Zhe just now, Lin Zhe just activated the power of the dimensional grid and pulled the god of death into a space where Lin Zhe did not know where it was. Therefore, the god of death, who was said to be unkillable, just disappeared from this world. Looking at the three monsters who had already run away, Lin Zhe suddenly disappeared in place again. Puff, puff, puff. The light blue light of the sword sounded in three different places one after another. The bat pill, green snake pill, and leopard yayo pill, who had just escaped halfway, were completely beheaded by Lin Zhe. As Lin Zhe's base camp, Tianfu City, had long been marked with dense markings by Lin Zhe. After Dimension Square came to this world with Lin Zhe, it seemed that it lost the restrictions of the original world, and the number of Lin Zhe's marks lost the limit. As long as Lin Zhe is willing, in theory, Lin Zhe can use it in the entire Inuyasha world. Mark to fill. Therefore, in the past few months, Lin Zhe likes to use the dimension grid to mark various places in and outside Tianfu City. Although the three of them chose to escape to three different places wisely, they were densely packed in Lin Zhe. In front of the Mark Shadow Assassin Chapter 106, it was as if they were caught in a big net, and there was no way they could escape. Therefore, before the three of them even had time to counterattack, they were completely killed by Lin Zhe in midair. Without exception, the three powerful monsters all became two halves and fell. Since Lin Zhe discovered that the Golden Light spell has restraint on monsters, when Lin Zhe dealt with monsters, he would use the Golden Light spell to coat the surface of the 1,000 blades of the magic knife with the Golden Light spell. This greatly increased the power of the magic sword. Because Leo Tianxi's template progress has not been unlocked enough, Lin Zhe can only use a Golden Light spell now. As for the more powerful Yang Wulei, Tom Thunder, and the spiritual purification mantra, Lin Zhe couldn't use it now. However, although the Golden Light mantra is basic, if you master it all, its power is not inferior to other secret skills. Chapter 162. The Golden Light spell of complete body protection can no longer be called light, and the thick crystallized golden wrap around the body makes any attack invisible. In the face of an opponent who is good at speed, he just randomly spreads the golden light on the ground, smooth as a mirror, no matter how fast his feet have no place to stand. Compressing the Golden Light spell can also make two long whips. It looks unremarkable, but it can be really powerful. Therefore, compared to several other stunts, although the Golden Light mantra is basic, it is very comprehensive and can be attacked and defended. Master Lin Zhe, please stay. Master Mavio and Master Mengsun got off the backs of the dog raccoon demon, and Master Mavio made a Buddhist salute to Lin Zhe with a smile on his face. His tone was extremely respectful. We are monks who have traveled around the world. No. Mavio, he is Mengsun. What's the matter with the two of you? After hearing the introduction of the two, Lin Zhe, who had no impression of the two, suddenly remembered the identities of the two. Maitreya's grandfather, Miles Dio, the author of One Spirit and Four Souls, defined the theory of the four souls. The so-called four souls are the wild souls, the harmonious souls, the strange souls, and the lucky souls. In the world of Inuyasha, this is one of the most basic settings. The composition of the human spiritual world is divided into one mind and four souls. 061 mind refers to the mind. There are two types of minds, Xiling and Qling. Xiling corresponds to good people and Qling corresponds to bad people. This theory can be created. In fact, it can be seen that Mabeo can definitely be regarded as a very learned person in the world of Inuyasha. However, looking at Lin Zhe's youthful faces, you can tell that the two of them are still in a stage of accumulation. We want to bow at your door. Learn with you. Stopping in front of Lin Zhe, Master Miles Dio bowed to Lin Zhe very seriously, his whole body bent 90 degrees, and his tone was very respectful. Master Lin Zhe, please accept us. Mabeo you. Seeing Miles Dio's action, Mingsun on the side was stunned. When they came, they had already discussed it. They came over to discuss with Lin Zhe about building a temple in Tianfu City. But what Monk Mingsun didn't expect was that Miles Dio had temporarily changed his mind and wanted to take Lin Zhe as his teacher. Monk Mingsun's eyes looked back and forth between Lin Zhe and Master Miles Dio. He was in a tangle for a while, and after thinking for a while, he learned Miles Dio's appearance and bowed to Lin Zhe. In Monk Mingsun's memory, Master Mabeo liked to see those women on the street, but he never had any problems in serious matters. He was a very thoughtful person. Since the two have known each other for so long, Mingsun has witnessed Miles Dio's decision-making ability many times. Since Mabeo worshipped Lin Zhe as his teacher, as Mabeo's apprentice brother, he could only follow Mabeo and make the same choice as Mabeo. Are you serious? Lin Zhe looked at Master Mabeo and Monk Mingsun with some surprise. The two actually wanted to be his own disciples, but speaking of it, it was not bad to have them in the Tianshi mansion. Earn more reputation. We are serious, and ask Tianshi Lin Zhe to accept us. Hearing Lin Zhe's question, Master Miles Dio and Monk Mingsun bowed again in Lin Zhe's direction. Seeing the sincere expressions on their faces, Lin Zhe thought for a moment, then looked at the two of them. From tomorrow onwards, you should start with the doorman of the Tianshi mansion. Of course, if you feel that you have lost your identity, you may not use it. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he didn't wait any longer, activated the power of the dimensional grid, and instantly disappeared in place. Although the strength and talent of the two of them can be regarded as the best choice for Lin Zhe's disciples, but Lin Zhe's apprenticeship is based on his mood and his temperament. If the two of them make Lin Zhe look uncomfortable, no matter how talented they are, Lin Zhe will not accept them. Otherwise, among the nearly 1,000 non-staff disciples in Tianshi Mansion, it would not be only Chikyo that can be called a real disciple. So it's not that Lin Zhe is deliberately making things difficult for the two to watch the door, but Lin Zhe wants to see how the two's hearts are. Are we really going to be Lin Zhe's janitor? Watching Lin Zhe disappear in place, Monk Mingsun looked at Mage Miles Dio, who was still bowing. His eyes were full of puzzlement, and his tone was reluctant. With our strength, wherever we go, we will be seated. Guest. But now I can only be two gatekeepers, it's two. I have decided that no matter how difficult it is, I will become a disciple of Tianshi Lin Zhe. Before Monk Mingsun could finish speaking, Master Miles Dio interrupted his continued complaining posture. In fact, when he first came, Mabeo came with the idea of building a temple for himself and Monk Mingsun in Tianfu City, but today, when he was participating in the celebration of the Spring Festival, Master Mabeo heard a lot about Lin Zhe thing. He also fully understood how high Lin Zhe's prestige in Tianfu City was. This made Mabeo realize one thing, that is, even if Lin Zhe finally agreed to let them build the temple, what could he compare with Lin Zhe's Tianshi mansion? He just opened the temple, what's the use? Who would want to enter his temple? And after an afternoon of observation and inquiries, Miles Dio knew about Lin Zhe's biography concept. Preach Dakian and seek life for the entire human race. There is no reason for him not to follow such a person. Compared with Lin Zhe's practice of selflessly imparting what he knew to these villagers for the development of the entire human race, Miles Dio felt that he had always been for fame and fortune, which made him feel ashamed. Especially after seeing Lin Zhe kill the god of death and a few monsters with ease, Miles Dio knew that Lin Zhe was not only a person worthy of following in terms of righteousness, but also strong enough to crush him. Exist. In the face of Lin Zhe that is far beyond his own in thinking and strength, Miles Dio chooses to study with Lin Zhe. Now that you've made up your mind, then I'll stay with you too. Seeing the determination in Master Miles Dio's eyes, after thinking about it for a while, Monk Minkson took a sip of wine and chose to stay. Although he wasn't as fanatical as Miles Dio, he didn't reject being Lin Zhe's disciple at all. Chapter 163. The monster was wiped out. In Tianfu City, since the appearance of the god of death, the residents in the city were attracted by the huge body of the god of death. Seeing the boulder kicked by the god of death, the city suddenly became chaotic, but this chaos did not last long and ended. The appearance of Lin Zhe stopped the residents, who were running around randomly in the city, and they began to stop to watch the battle between Lin Zhe and the god of death. This time, because of the Spring Festival, not only the residents of Tianfu City, but also many people from other villages, came to watch. Unlike the residents of Tianfu City, they had only heard of Lin Zhe, but had never seen Lin Zhe take action in person. Many people's strengths of Lin Zhe are just rumors and rumors. However, this battle gave these outsiders a complete and intuitive feeling of Lin Zhe's strength, which also gave birth to the idea of many people settling in Tianfu City. Originally, in the eyes of the residents watching the battle, the god of death was so powerful it was really difficult to say who would win and who would lose between Lin Zhe and the god of death. Even if Lin Zhe could defeat the god of death, it would take a long time to fight. But what everyone did not expect was that the battle ended in less than a cup of tea. So much so that no one could react. This time the monster team was completely solved by Lin Zhe. From now on, Tianfu City will have its first demon sculpture. I don't know if it's good or bad. Lin Zhe Tianchi is so strong, of course it's a good thing. Everyone stared blankly at the direction of the dense forest outside the city in the distance. After struggling for a while, the headless body of the death god completely lost its movement and turned into a hill. After today, there will be one more relic in Tianfu City, the relic of the god of death. In a sense, the body of the god of death standing outside the city can also be used to deter those monsters. Therefore, the body of the god of death is actually an alternative amulet for the residents of Tianfu City. In some large human cities, there are often huge corpses of monsters, which are used as sculptures around the city to protect the monsters, to show the monsters the strength of the exorcists in the city. However, there are not many cities that dare to do this, because in today's era, when monsters are much stronger than humans, doing this is undoubtedly a kind of provocation to monsters. Without a certain strength, few people dare to do it. However, after seeing that Lin Zhe killed 4 monsters lightly, everyone had no scruples in this regard. Lin Zhe had the strength to leave the waste of the god of death outside the city. After returning to their senses, the many residents, who were stunned in the same place, started the celebration of the Spring Festival again, and the festive atmosphere was much stronger than before. Being able to slay a large monster at the Kazuga Festival is something to celebrate in itself. Shadow Assassin Chapter 107. Things seem to get complicated now. How did he remove the head of the god of death? What a headache. In a big tree, Inuyasha held his dog's head in both hands, looked at the place where Lin Zhe had just left, scratched his head. The strange ability that Lin Zhe showed made him completely lose the idea of hands-on. Although Inuyasha is usually a very impulsive half-demon, it does not mean that he is stupid. Inuyasha was startled by the scene where Lin Zhe disappeared the head of the god of death in one fell swoop. Although it is rumored that the Jade of the Four Souls is in Lin Zhe's hands, but until now Inuyasha has not been able to see the real thing. He almost didn't pull off the silver hair on his head, and then he made the decision to observe and inquire. Maybe I can sneak inches. But what if you find out? Rubbing his chin, Inuyasha fell into thinking again. He was thinking about how to enter the resident area of Tian Shifu. As a monster, his physical features are too obvious. Master, those monsters are so despicable. You actually used me to threaten you. In a small valley, a short, wrinkled, triangular face, pointed ears, riding a three-eyed bull, holding a scepter in his hand, an old demon walked with a little demon. The little demon is called Hu Renfeng, and the old demon is Deo Deo Zhe, also known as Deo Deo Kai. Hu Renfeng held the three-eyed ox fiercely, turned his head to look at Deo Deo Zhe, who was riding on the cow with his eyes closed and thinking. Regardless of whether Deo Deo Zhe ignored him or not, he continued, "We really want to go to heaven this time." The teacher's house? It's just a fake four-soul jade. There's no need to make this trip. Even if it's the fake four-soul jade, we will take it back. Hearing Hu Daifeng's muttering, Deo Deizhe frowned and opened his eyes. Since General Dog died, he left the Western Kingdom and began to search for materials in various places and traveled in all directions. But he didn't expect his whereabouts to be leaked. Last time, if it wasn't to save the life of his somewhat gifted disciple, he would never have created the imitation four-soul jade for those monsters. However, since he has done everything, he has nothing to regret. This time, he came out with a Grey Saber workshop, and the purpose was to destroy the imitation four-soul jade that he had created. Although the four-soul jade did not appear for a long time, every time it appeared, it would cause a huge catastrophe. Countless monsters died because of the jade of the four souls. Although Deo Deo Zhe didn't think he was a good demon, the fake four-soul jade was always created by him. If something happened, even he would feel uneasy. After speaking, Deo Deizhe closed his eyes again. What kind of Nuolizeo person is that Lin Zhe? It is said that he has a knife, called the Thousand Blades of the Magic Knife, and I don't know how it is different from the knife I made. Riding on the back of the three-eyed cow, Deo Deizhe's thoughts were pulled to Lin Zhe. This time, Bat Pill, Green Snake Pill, and Leopard Yeo Pill wanted to use the fake four-soul jade to take Lin Zhe. To remove. Deo Deizhe naturally knew about this. Lin Zhe's name is actually not well known, at least he has never heard of it in Zigua Deo Deo Zhe. However, after coming to the human race, Deo Deizhe slowly gained some understanding of Lin Zhe, and also learned that Lin Zhe had a good knife in his hand. Deo Deizhe has always been looking for a breakthrough in its forging technology. Originally, he was not so keen to find the fake four-soul jade this time, but because when he was inquiring about Lin Zhe's news, when he heard that Lin Zhe had a very magical knife, Deo Deo Zhe completely sat down. No longer. Chapter 164. In fact, this time he retrieved the fake four-soul jade just as a piggyback, and his main purpose is to see a magic knife and 1,000 blades. Since he created Iron Broken Tooth and Natural Tooth, he hasn't made a forging for a long time. As a weapon master, his love for forging weapons transcends everything. As soon as he thought that he might have experienced a new forging technique this time, a happy smile appeared on his originally expressionless triangular mosquito face, and even more wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Let's go, we can go to see the water lanterns. Lin Zhe emerged from the side of Chikyo and the others. Looking at Chikyo and Tsubaki, who were still looking at the direction of the dense forest, Lin Zhe waved his hand in front of the two of them. Ah. Okay, brother Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe's sudden appearance, Chikyo's gaze was withdrawn from a distance, and her mind was still immersed in the scene of Lin Zhe fighting just now. Although Chikyo and Lin Zhe had also eliminated many monsters, it was the first time Chikyo had seen such a powerful monster today. But the same is that Lin Zhe, as usual, still dismissed the monster lightly. No slack at all. Pulling his sister's hand, Chikyo followed Lin Zhe's pace. Bastard, wait for me. Tsubaki didn't react until the figures of Lin Zhe and Chikyo were already far away. She was equally shocked by the battle just now. Lin Zhe's speed was so fast that she couldn't even turn her head around. Looking at Lin Zhe's tall back, Shun couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. It seemed very good to be a disciple of the Tianqi mansion. As someone who studied at the same exorcist gate as Chikyo, Tsuhaki knew Chikyo from a very early age. At that time, whenever Tsuhaki went out, Chikyo would salute her whenever she met her. At that time, Chikyo was also an apprentice witch, who was not very strong at all. At that time, she already had a certain status in the division. But in just 3 months after Chikyo joined Hyanshifu, Chikyo's strength has improved a lot. Even the fame has grown in the past few months, and it has completely surpassed herself, which makes Tsuhaki feel a very uncomfortable feeling. She can predict that if the current situation is maintained, she will in the end, it will definitely be surpassed by Chikyo. On the edge of the river. This is a very calm river, called Sakura River. The reason why it is called this name is that the two sides of the river are full of cherry trees. Every time before and after the spring festival, the cherry trees on both sides of the river will all bloom. On both sides of the Sakura River, people in costumes have come here one after another with their family members or their loved ones. Although there are many people by the river, they are not noisy at all. Instead, there is a different kind of silence. When everyone communicates, they will speak in a low voice or whisper. The warm spring breeze drifted gently through the cherry blossom forests on both sides of the river bank, and a large number of cherry blossom petals fell from the cherry blossom trees. The spring breeze swept the petals and turned into a storm of cherry blossoms in midair. It's raining cherry blossoms. What a nice view. Bellflower stretched out her hand, and pieces of pale pink cherry blossom petals fell from the air, slowly lying in the white palm of Bellflower. The faint scent of cherry blossoms in the air made Bellflower feel that the air seemed a little sweet. Holding Lin Zhe's hand, Chikyo raised her head, and a calm smile crossed the corners of her mouth. Always leave me behind. Shun quickly walked over from a distance. She grabbed Lin Zhe's hand angrily and tilted her head to look at Lin Zhe. Is this how you treat your tenant? I thought you weren't coming. Lin Zhe looked at the river surface of the Sakura River. Under the moonlight, the river surface of the Sakura River was plated with a layer of silver light. The cherry blossom petals on both sides of the Sakura River were scattered in the river, and the petals almost covered the river surface. The water lanterns on the river are slowly placed in the river by people. When the water lanterns are put out, people will make a wish first, and only after making a wish will the water lanterns be placed in the river. Looking at the devout people on both sides of the river making wishes, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a faint smile. Hearing Shun's words, Lin Zhe turned his head. You only have 2 days left. If you want to stay in 2 days later, you will have to pay the room fee. You pay what you pay, isn't it just the room fee? Lin Zhe's slightly teasing words made Shun disappear without a trace just because he was in a good mood to watch the water lantern with Lin Zhe. She looked at Lin Zhe savagely, picked up Lin Zhe's hand and bit it down, and then she made a painful voice. Hey, my teeth hurt, bastard. Would you like to give it another bite? Lin Zhe waved his hand, covered with a golden light spell, and looking at Shun, covering his mouth, the corners of his mouth could not help tilting slightly, propping up an arc. After being blessed by the golden light curse, Lin Zhe's hand was naturally not something that Shun could bite. It was just that Lin Zhe didn't have the rebounding power of the golden light mantra, otherwise, Tsuhaki's teeth might not be protected. Chikyo, let's go there, to play and ignore him. Seeing Lin Zhe holding back a smile, Shun took the bellflower and walked towards the place where the water lanterns were sold in the distance. After walking a few steps, he didn't forget to turn his head and make a face at Lin Zhe. Shadow Assassin Chapter 108. Lin Zhe shook his head and didn't pay attention to the two of them. It was rare to come out once. He stood by the river and looked at the scenery. This is the Chikyo for you. After making a wish, light the lamp and put it in the river. After buying a bunch of water lanterns, Shun handed one to Chikyo. Seeing Chikyo's hesitant look, she took Chikyo's hand and asked curiously, what do you wish for, Chikyo? I haven't thought about it yet. Suddenly being asked this question by Shun, Chikyo was a little flustered. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Zhe's direction, a little hesitant. Sister Chen, I want one too. Sister must want to hope that brother Lin Zhe can be happy, right? Feng held Tsuhaki's sleeve with one hand. She raised her head and looked at Chikyo, who was a little overwhelmed, with a sly smile on her face. After taking the water lantern handed over by Tsuhaki, she closed her eyes and began to make a wish. I hope Feng and sister and brother Lin Zhe can be happy forever. And what about me? And Sister Chen, you can always be happy. Feng had just finished making her wish. After listening to Chen's threatening voice, Feng stuck out her tongue towards Chen, and she added another wish. Soon Tsuhaki and Chikyo also fulfilled their wishes. However, unlike Feng who said it out loud, both of them silently fulfilled their wishes in their hearts. Chapter 165. After the clock strikes midnight, the annual spring festival comes to an end. After the celebration, came the busy spring plowing. Just before dawn, two figures appeared at the door of Tianshifu. One left and one right. Monk Mingsun and Master Miles Dio stood at the entrance of Tianshi Mansion. When are we going to stand? Do not know. Monk Mingsun glanced at Master Mavio, who stood down and closed his eyes and stopped talking. He subconsciously wanted to go where the wine poured, but remembered that his wine gourd had been temporarily kept by Master Mavio. Standing for a while, Monk Mingsun couldn't help but ask Master Mavio who was on the side. Master Mavio still closed his eyes. After giving his answer, he didn't speak anymore. Stand up. Seeing Master Mavio's movements, Monk Mingsun stopped asking questions. He sang a Buddha's horn slightly and immediately began to stand and enter into meditation just like Master Mavio, tilde. Since Master Mavio doesn't say it, then there is a reason why Mavio doesn't want to say it. Slowly the sky began to light up completely. The street in front of the Tianshi Mansion also began to become lively, with merchants on foot, farmers passing by, and Ronin and military generals who came from far away. Some children, brought by their parents, knelt down in front of the Tianshi Mansion. It didn't take long before the gate of Tianshi Mansion was full of children, Ronin, and some generals. It turns out we're not the most special. When Monk Mingsun heard the movement, he opened his eyes slightly and looked at the crowd of people kneeling at the entrance of the Tianshi Mansion. The reluctance in his heart completely disappeared. Compared to those kneeling on the ground, he and Miles Dio became doormen, and I don't know how much better. I shouldn't be recognized like this, right? By a river in the woods, Inuyasha wrapped himself in a black robe, with only one pair of eyes exposed. Looking at himself in the river, he nodded with satisfaction. I can't even see myself. Find out who you are. After carefully examining his appearance several times, Inuyasha made sure that there was nothing wrong. Then he left the river and walked towards Tianfu City. Excuse me, is the Tianshifu over there? As soon as he walked to the main road, Inuyasha was stopped by someone, and the voice gave him a very familiar feeling. He turned his head slowly, only to find that the other party was also wrapped in a black robe like him. Smelling the smell in the air, Inuyasha immediately recognized who was under the robe, Deo Deije, the best blacksmith in the western country. Recognizing the other party as Tadase, Inuyasha couldn't help frowning. Tadase was the man's subordinate. For that man, Inuyasha has never been very fond of him, so Inuyasha did not make a sound, just nodded no longer. Go to Deo Deoze. However, he also had questions. What are you doing in the Musashi country when Deo Deije is not staying in the western country? Master, is there something wrong with that guy? Seeing Deo Deije stop and look at Inuyasha who left in the distance, Hu Deifeng looked at Deo Deije suspiciously. He also seems to be hiding his true identity. Let's go, it's probably my illusion. Looking at the black-robed boy who was walking far away, a trace of doubt flashed in the tightly wrapped eyes of Deo Deije. Although the black-robed man didn't speak just now, Deo Deije had a very familiar feeling. But soon he shook his head and stopped paying attention to this matter. The most important thing now is to rush to the Tianshi Mansion first and get in touch with Lin Zhe. The other is to find the imitation of the Four Soul Jade that was taken away by that one. Although it didn't take too long after that one spread the news that Lin Zhe possessed the Jade of Four Souls, a large number of monsters had already come here from various demon countries. They knew that even if he personally stood up to clarify that the Jade of Four Souls was fake, no one would believe him. Treasures are touching. No matter whether Lin Zhe really has the Jade of Four Souls in his hand, for many monsters, even if there is only one possibility, they will not give up. So Zhe hardly needs to think about it. He can know that in the next period of time, Tianfu City is bound to become a chaotic center. The reason why it is still so quiet now is entirely because many monsters from a long distance are still on the way. It's finally quiet. Is there still no news about that guy in Ayesha? The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Looking around, there were monster corpses everywhere. A man with long silver hair, draped over his shoulders, and a pale blue moon-shaped mark on his forehead. There are 2 red demon lines on the left and right cheeks, on the white face. The white clothes he was wearing were patterned with delicate hexagonal plum blossoms, with bright golden eyes and a dignified noble boy. He stepped on the corpse of a monster under his feet, and looked indifferently at a small tree in front of him, standing on the top of the tree, holding thumb up. Inuyasha-sama seems to have gone to the human kingdom. If Sesshomaru-sama wants to find him, his subordinates can do it for him. Some villain is the wrong view, and your son is Sesshomaru. After the death of General Inu, the entire Western Kingdom became chaotic, and many monsters came out to make trouble, intending to occupy the Western Kingdom. Zero. As the son of General Inu, the former ruler of the Western Kingdom, Sesshomaru naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. So he began to fight everywhere to maintain his father's former rule. He doesn't know how many battles he has participated in the past few years. Although Sesshomaru despised his half-demon brother, Inuyasha didn't stay to fight with him, which still made him a little uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Sesshomaru looked at the evil view to the side, and his tone was a little cold. You go and tell that trash I will kill him personally when I finish dealing with Ziguo's affairs. Subordinates obey. Upon receiving Sesshomaru's order, Zhe left the battlefield with a ghost-headed cane. On the side of Sesshomaru, he was trembling every day, even though he knew that it was more dangerous in the human kingdom, but Zhe wanted to keep a distance. Sesshomaru is farther away. So for such a task, he is desperate. Brother Lin Zhe, there are many people kneeling outside. Are you going to call them away? Chitya walked in from outside and glanced at the beads in Lin Zhe's hand. She continued, several of them have already passed out on their knees. Go and observe and record the performance of those people. Lin Zhe held the bead in his hand and looked at it carefully. This was what he found on that pill's body. 7. Chapter 166. At first, Lin Zhe thought that he had found the Jade of the Four Souls, but later Lin Zhe discovered that although this bead also exudes some pure demon power, the demon power contained is not much, and it is still weakening. To be precise, this thing needs to be supplemented with demon power, and it is not a real Jade of Four Souls at all, but an imitation. Except that this thing can simulate an extremely powerful demon power, it has no effect at all. Seeing Chityo come in to report, Lin Zhe put away his eyes to look at the beads, looked at Chityo on the side, and thought for a moment. Then Lin Zhe said, if you show enough sincerity, pay more attention. I'll do it right now. Brother Lin Zhe, this thing is. After receiving Lin Zhe's answer, Chityo nodded slightly and turned to go out, but just halfway through, she couldn't help turning around and looking at the imitation Four Soul Jade on the table. That thing gave her a very evil feeling. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 109. Lin Zhe smiled slightly, picked up the Jade of Four Souls from the table, and handed it to Chityo. You can see, this is an imitation Jade of Four Souls, and it is more realistic. Is it an imitation of the Four Soul Jade? It's good that this thing won't have any bad influence on Brother Lin Zhe. Feeling the four-soul jade in his hand, Chikyo quickly felt the abnormality of the four-soul jade in his hand. The jade of the four souls. A long time ago, Chikyo had heard from many exorcists that the jade of the four souls had many magical properties, but it was also called an ominous thing by the exorcists, so seeing the harmony on Lin Zhe's table after the legendary four-soul jade is very similar. Out of concern for Lin Zhe, Chikyo stopped to ask another question. After knowing that it was a fake four-soul jade, Chikyo felt relieved. It seems that pill is not without a brain. Looking at the back of Chikyo leaving, a faint smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face. Chikyo's caring tone warmed Lin Zhe's heart. Looking at this fake jade of four souls, Lin Zhe probably knew something about that pills before. Idea. I also understand why that guy of death will follow that pill to deal with himself. I have to say that one strategy was quite successful. If Lin Zhe's strength was any worse, he might have been wiped out by the god of death. In the world setting of Inuyasha, the larger the body size, the corresponding IQ will decrease. Although many monsters will become stronger when they return to their original body, their corresponding intelligence and agility will also decrease. It is obvious that after the death of the god of death, the IQ is not enough, which leads to him being fooled by the bat pill to deal with himself. It looks like the days ahead will be very busy. Looking at the imitation of the four-soul jade in him, Lin Zhe's eyes flashed a stern light. After killing the bat pill, Lin Zhe inquired a little and found out the rumors about him owning the four-soul jade. So Lin Zhe didn't have to think about it to know what those monsters would do if they learned of this news. And even if Lin Zhe threw out the fake four-soul jade in his hand, it would have no effect at all. No one would believe that what he had in his hand would be a fake four-soul jade. However, Lin Zhe didn't care about the arrival of those monsters. The more monsters you kill, the more reputation Lin Zhe can get, which is beneficial and harmless to Lin Zhe. After killing the god of death yesterday, Lin Zhe gained more than 4,000 reputation points, and as the matter fermented and spread, Lin Zhe's reputation points continued to increase. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe opened the system panel. System, Character Template System. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, Inuyasha. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%, the strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, 5.05%, reputation value, 5008. Owned world, Crimson Eyes. System all omitted. Looking at the more than 5,000 reputation points accumulated by the system, Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. The most famous ones in the world where Leo Tianchi lives are the 8 magical skills, the origin of Kailabi, the dispatch of the spirit, the Tong Xianlu, the Kaiman of the Queen of the Wind, the divine machine 100 lion, the 6 library immortal thief, the Luo cave temple, and the devil hands. Each of these 8 secret skills is very powerful. If Lin Zhe, who has the template of the old master, is placed in the world under one person, it is not an exaggeration to be called the most talented person. Therefore, if Lin Zhe wants to practice the 8 wonder skills, which are much simpler than the average person, in the world under one person, although the old celestial master does not know any of the 8 strange skills, he still becomes the ceiling of the combat power in the world under one person, which is enough to prove the abnormality of the old celestial master. There are many explanations for why the old celestial master didn't practice the 8 strange skills. Some said it was because of the prohibition of the celestial master, and some said it was because the old celestial master was disdainful. However, for Lin Zhe, who has inherited the old Tianchi template, there is absolutely no restriction on the degree of Tianchi. What he inherited is only the strength of the old Tianchi at its peak, not the restriction of the degree of Tianchi. Therefore, Lin Zhe actually had more choices than the Heavenly Master. Of course, in addition to the world of the Heavenly Master, the world where Assassin Wu Liuqi lives also has many good things. The world where Assassin Wu Liuqi lives is a world where cultivation and technology coexist. The Zuanwu Kingdom focuses on the cultivation of warriors, and the Stan Kingdom focuses on technology. There are many things in it that Lin Zhe can buy to improve his life and the surrounding environment. Things like food can also be purchased from the system mall, but buying food with reputation points is too extravagant, and Lin Zhe will not do that for the time being. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe focused his attention on the system store and began to choose what to buy. After looking around, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. The more than 5,000 reputation points looked a lot, but he was still a little stretched if he wanted to buy good things. At present, it is also possible to buy some relatively simple talismans or something. As for the 8 magical skills, the cheapest one is the Tong Xianlu, P.S. the ultimate ability of the talisman. The general talisman takes at least several hours to complete, but the Tong Xianlu can draw talismans with bare hands, ignoring all restrictions. The old Tianxi commented, the talismans that are regarded as treasures by various sects are scattered by you like beans. It also requires 50,000 reputation points and can be purchased. However, Lin Zhe can think about it completely. Any one of the 8 wonders is a very powerful technique, and it is reasonable to require so much prestige. And compared to a few months ago, Lin Zhe's reputation has been obtained much faster, so there is no need to worry about the slow increase of reputation. Chapter 167. This is your room rate. Just as Lin Zhe was thinking, Chen came in from outside and threw a skin bag in her hand onto Lin Zhe's table. But just as she was about to leave, the beads on the table caught Tsubaki's eyes. The Jade of 4 Souls, Chen wanted to have it since she knew the existence of this thing. There is no other reason, because she loves beauty very much and knows that the Jade of 4 Souls can keep her youth forever. To Tsubaki, this is something that attracts her more than any treasure. The moment she saw the Jade of 4 Souls, she was stunned, and a strong desire to take the Jade of 4 Souls emerged in her heart. Have you sold all your rosary beads? With a casual glance, Lin Zhe found that the string of rosary beads Chen usually wore around his neck had disappeared, and Lin Zhe knew where the rosary beads had gone after a little thought. Feeling Chen's fiery eyes looking at the Jade of the 4 Souls, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth, took the Jade of the 4 Souls into his arms and said lightly, "This thing is a scourge, find a day to take it away. Burn it." "Are you really going to burn the Jade of the 4 Souls?" Seeing Lin Zhe hit the Jade of 4 Souls in her arms, Chen's face couldn't help showing a hint of loss. When she heard that Lin Zhe was about to burn the Jade of 4 Souls, her voice became even more anxious. With her white hands, she pinched the corners of her skirt and frowned slightly. "This thing is said to improve strength and maintain youthfulness. It's a shame to burn." Lin Zhe shook his head undeniably. His tone was extremely flat. "It's just a bead. Burn it tomorrow. It's a scourge to keep it. It's yours anyway. It's your right to deal with it." Listening to Lin Zhe's words, Chen's head seemed to have 2 villains fighting. One villain asked her to snatch the Jade of the 4 Souls in Lin Zhe's hand, and the other asked her to calm down. Confused, Chen chose to leave after talking to Lin Zhe. She is very afraid that under the trend of desire, she will do something bad. Instead of staying in place and suffering, leave without stopping. Interesting. Seeing Tsubaki's resolutely leaving back, Lin Zhe couldn't help nodding slightly. For Lin Zhe, who had read the original book, he naturally knew Tsubaki's obsession with the Jade of 4 Souls. In the original book, Tsubaki left the division in anger because his teacher gave the Jade of the 4 Souls to Chikyo for purification instead of himself, and from then on, he was completely opposed to Chikyo. In the end, Tsubaki became a black witch, who made a living by cursing others. From this, you can see how tangled Tsubaki's mood is just now. "Master, what should we do next?" "Find a place to settle down first." On the streets of Tianfu City, Dao Beijing and his disciple Hu Daifeng stood in the distance and looked in the direction of Tianxi Mansion. Looking at Master Mabio and Monk Mingsun standing at the entrance of Tianxi Mansion, Hu Daifeng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He could feel that the two were not simple. Moreover, Hu Daifeng could feel that the 2 people standing at the door were looking at him from time to time, which made him feel a little overwhelmed and looked at his master subconsciously. Lin Zhe didn't pay too much attention to the eyes that Master Mavio and Monk Mingson looked at, intentionally or unintentionally, but he was more surprised that they were obviously not weak. Why would they be willing to become the doorman of Lin Zhe Tianxi's mansion? Based on his knowledge of human exorcists, the more capable exorcists are, the more proud they are. The fact that the two of them are willing to become Lin Zhe's disciples is enough to show that Lin Zhe's strength is not simple. And not long after arriving in Tianfu City, Dao Zhe saw the body of the god of death standing outside the city. After some inquiries, Dao Zhe also learned that Lin Zhe killed the god of death. Being able to kill a god made Dao Zhe jealous of Lin Zhe's strength. Before he came, he wanted to use the weapon in his hand and Lin Zhe to mediate, and he completely dispelled this idea. He didn't want to do anything about courting death. After thinking for a while, Dao Zhe decided to stay. Since there is no way to contact Lin Zhe for the time being, he had to wait for the opportunity slowly in Tianfu City. Moreover, many things in Tianfu City were not seen in Dao Zhe before, and many things gave him a bright feeling. He couldn't help but become interested in Tianfu City. The Gate of Tianfu City Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 110. It was already evening, and the sun in the west was no longer as hot as it was during the day. The golden rays of light hit the door of the Tianxi mansion diagonally. Master Mavio and Monk Mingson, who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right, were under the golden rays of light. Gives a sense of solemnity. Did you feel it too? There are more and more monsters spying. Turning the boot of beads in his hand, Monk Mingson looked directly at the bustling crowd and talked with Master Mavio on the side. The two of them sat in front of the Tianxi mansion all day, not completely on. As the leading exorcists of a younger generation of human beings, their sense of the breath of monsters is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Tianxi mansion, the two of them had nothing to do, so they had to let go of everything and settle down. They were awakened several times by the spiritual consciousness swept over by the monster. The two also slowly realized that the Tianxi mansion, which seemed to be peaceful after Lin Zhe killed the god of death, was actually at the cusp of the storm again. Is the Jade of Four Souls really in Lin Zhe's hands? Monk Mingson watched the two black-robed men who had just spied on this side leave in the distance. He turned his head to look at Mage Mavio, who had heard rumors that the Jade of the Four Souls was in Lin Zhe's hands. Heard. Master Mavio's eyes were still cruising the streets, and he responded to Monk Mingson's question indifferently. That thing is of no use to us, and it will even destroy your practice. The three precepts of Buddhism: greed, hatred, and stupidity. Senior Mavio, you've been staring at those girls from morning to night. Aren't you breaking the precepts? Seeing Master Mavio's serious appearance, Monk Mingson ruthlessly dismantled him. Senior brother, you asked me to accompany you to the Tianxi mansion as a doorman. Isn't it just to look at those girls in an open and honest way? Senior brother, be careful. I'm here to follow Lin Zhe Tianxi's big wish to preach Dakian. After making a Buddhist ritual, Miles Dio blushed and took back his gaze that was still on the girl. The whole person became extremely solemn. Chapter 168. As the sun slowly set in the sky slowly darkened. In a dark stalactite cave near the exorcist village, a large number of pale bones slowly radiated a faint green light after the sun went down. Looking around the entire cave, it seems to have become a sea of corpses and green light. Click, click, click. A giant worm monster dozens of meters long gnawed at the white bones, with some bloodshoots in the middle of the valley. Hundreds of worms on her body trembled slightly on the ground full of white bones. His body was crushed to pieces. The long, jet-black hair fell from her head, covering her unclothed upper body, half human body, half monster body, looking extraordinarily weird. She is the centipede witch. Still hiding in this dark place. You still haven't improved much for so many years. just as the 100-footed witch was eating the human bones in her hands. At the entrance of the stalactite cave, a girl with bright eyes and bright teeth and lips like bright rose petals walked in slowly from the entrance of the stalactite cave. Reverse Ergiluo, you don't stay in your territory. What are you doing here? Still gnawing at the bones in her hands, the 100-footed enchantress didn't even bother to comb her hair. She and Nifajiluo once had a relationship, and the two were not friends. If you continue to practice in your current state, I am afraid that there will not be a few 100 years that you cannot completely transform. Reverse Erdnatrama tugged at her hair and slowly walked over the corpses on the ground. The rotten smell in the cave made her frown slightly, and she shook her head to look at the 100-footed witch. I heard that the Four Souls Jade appeared. Many monsters have already gone to compete, and I happened to pass by you to see you. Will you be so kind? Hearing the news of the appearance of the Jade of the Four Souls, the 100-footed enchantress's movement of gnawing at the human bones suddenly stopped. The originally pitch-black pupil suddenly turned scarlet. Because the cultivation time of the 100-footed enchantress is not very long, she has always been in such a form between a humanoid and a monster. She has always been troubled by her slow cultivation. Hearing the appearance of the Jade of the Four Souls, although the 100-footed enchantress still had a suspicious expression on her face, her trembling feet revealed her inner excitement at the moment. Tian, if you believe it or not, Reverse Ergiluo didn't stay long. After she left the sentence, she turned around and left the 100-footed witch's lair. Seeing the Reverse Ergiluo leave without explanation, the 100-footed witch's brows furrowed and a tangled look appeared on her face, but soon this tangled color was filled with desire in her eyes. I'm crazy to replace it, is it I am you? In the valley, the Reverse Ergiluo was running fast. She jumped up a big tree and looked at the distant mountains. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she said with a small smile, I will have a chance when it gets lively. No matter how powerful that guy is, he can't stop hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of monsters. For the Jade of the Four Souls, the Reverse Ergiluo wants to get it the same. As a beauty-loving comb demon who likes to collect all kinds of hair, the Jade of the Four Souls can keep her youth forever, which makes her fascinated. When I get the Jade of Four Souls, I'll be able to grow the most beautiful hair in the world. Thinking of this, Reverse Ergiluo jumped off the big tree and disappeared into the night. She knew that Lin Zhe's current strength was not something she could provoke, so she thought of a way to completely muddy the water this time, so that she has a chance to win the Jade of the Four Souls. She still vividly remembered the body of the God of Death standing outside Tianfu City. As a monster who had practiced for hundreds of years, she naturally knew the name of God of Death. Originally, she was also one of the monsters who rushed to the periphery of Tianfu City after hearing that Lin Zhe had obtained the Jade of Four Souls, but after seeing Lin Zhe's strength, she turned her head and left without hesitation. Knowing that her strength is not as good as Lin Zhe, she thought of this method of spreading the news. In fact, not only her, but many monsters also chose to do the same as her. Although the IQ setting of monsters in this world is not high, hundreds of years of experience are enough to accumulate the IQ of a monster. I'm here to deliver meals to the two masters. Master Miles Dio and Monk Mingsun sat cross-legged at the gate. Even though night fell, the two of them did not slack at all. Suddenly, a clear girl's voice sounded, and they both looked into the door together. A girl in yellow clothes carried a food box and laboriously climbed up the high threshold. After people turned over, the food box could not be taken out. Her little face wrinkled involuntarily. The girl is Fang. She didn't need her to do such a thing at first, but she was running wildly in the yard when she learned that Lin Zhe had people bring meals to Miles Dio and Monk Mingsun. She rushed over. You can do things like this when you're older. Just when Fang frowned because he couldn't take out the food box, a pair of big hands lifted the food box and took it out. Fang raised her head only to find that Lin Zhe followed, and when she heard Lin Zhe's words, she made a dissatisfied face at Lin Zhe and said stubbornly, Fang can do it, but only a little bit. Miles Vio Mengsun thanked Tianchi Lin Zhe. Miles Vio on the side reacted. He hurriedly stood up, and when he saw the food box that Lin Zhe handed over, he made a Buddha salute to Lin Zhe, but because of sitting cross-legged for too long, he stood up in a hurry, his legs soft, kneeling in front of Lin Zhe. Looking at Miles Vio kneeling in front of him, Lin Zhe held back his smile and nodded in satisfaction as he watched the two of them. Immediately, Lin Zhe walked to the square of Tian's, Qing Nuo's, teacher's mansion. The crowd that had been kneeling in the morning was now less than half. Slightly glanced at the people who were still kneeling on the ground, Lin Zhe didn't stay any longer, turned around and returned to the Tianchi mansion. Lin Zhe could see that although there were some people in the crowd who really wanted to be his own disciples, there were also those who fished in troubled waters to show their lives. And time is the best sieve, and naturally those who Lin Zhe wants to accept as disciples will be screened out. Brother Lin Zhe, shouldn't we care about them? Feng followed Lin Zhe, and as she walked, she looked back at the people kneeling outside the door. Seeing those people kneeling on the ground with pain on their faces, there was a trace of unbearableness on her childish face. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Seeing that Feng had turned on the chattering mode again, Lin Zhe shook his head and asked Feng a question that could make her think for a long time. Chapter 169. Soon it was late at night. During the day, the bustling Tianfu city returned to silence. Except for some apprentice disciples who were patrolling, the Tianfu had already fallen asleep. However, Tsubaki is not included. It's already late at night. Shun stood in front of the window, looking at the moon that had already climbed to the middle of the sky outside the window, her brow slightly wrinkled on her fair face. She has always looked carefree, but now she looks worried. That guy must have fallen asleep. Looking at the direction of Lin Zhe's room, Shun rubbed the soaring snake that Lin Zhe once carved in her hand, and she muttered to herself, Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 111. Ever since he saw the Jade of Four Souls in Lin Zhe during the day, Tsubaki has been in the tangle of whether to snatch the Jade of Four Souls. Ever since he heard about the Jade of Four Souls, Tsubaki has been longing for one day to be able to own it. Now that what she has always wanted to get is in front of her, she naturally does not want to give up this opportunity to get the Jade of Four Souls. After thinking for a while, Tsubaki's eyes flashed a hint of determination, then he blew out the lights in his house and went out from his door. Sister, do you think the chicken or the egg came first? In an extremely tidy room, there was a faint scent of fragrance. Shun was lying on the side of the bellflower. She used to be in a deep sleep at this time, but she was very energetic at this moment. A pair of eyes almost burst into light. This is another question raised by Brother Lin Zhe, right? Chityo slept very lightly, and when she heard Feng's words, she woke up immediately, stood up slightly and covered Feng with a quilt. A faint smile appeared on her face. Chityo didn't need to think about it. She knew that this question must be mentioned by Lin Zhe again from. Usually because Feng likes to ask questions, Lin Zhe would ask her some strange questions in order to calm Feng down. This trick works very well for Feng. As long as he is thinking about Feng, he will become quiet. Thinking of Lin Zhe, Chityo blushed a little, and she remembered the wish she made at the spring festival. Woohoo! The sound of the wind rang out, and the shadows of the trees outside the window were somewhat shadowy, and the leaves and branches rubbed together, making a rustling sound. Feeling the cold wind blowing in from the window, Chityo got up from the bed and walked to the place next to the window. There are more and more monsters. Looking out from the window, Chityo saw several figures in the distance that did not look like humanoids at a glance, and quickly hid in the dense forest outside the city. In fact, Chityo has maintained a high degree of vigilance after learning that Lin Zhe has the fake Jade of Four Souls in his hands. As a shrine maiden, she is fully aware of the Yakuza's desire for the Jade of the Four Souls. Sister, are you going out? Maple, who was still thinking about the question, watched Chityo begin to put on clothes. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Chityo in confusion. When she got up from the bed, Feng found the fire hook and turned on the lights in the house. She had experienced a lot of things about Chikyo going out in the middle of the night, so although she was puzzled, she didn't ask any more questions. Sleep well, I'll go out. Taking the quiver that Feng held, Chikyo softly explained to Feng with a faint smile on her face. Gently patted Feng's head, Chikyo said in a low voice, "Don't worry, my sister will be back soon. Feng will sleep well." Seeing Chikyo disappearing at the door, Feng originally wanted to speak loudly, but suddenly realized that her voice might disturb the sleeping Lin Zhe. She felt, covering her mouth, and whispered to herself, "Sisters, is your wish to protect brother Lin Zhe? When I grow up, I will protect my sister and brother Lin Zhe. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" Back on his bed, Feng was once again lost in thought. In the dark, Lin Zhe's closed eyes opened slightly. Although the sound at the door was extremely slight, Lin Zhe still sensed it. Several little paper figurines squeezed in one by one from the crack of the door, and finally more than a dozen little paper figurines lined up neatly at the door. After all the paper figurines came in, they leaned against the door without the slightest movement. Looking at the location of Lin Zhe's bed, after a long time, these little people saw nothing unusual, so they slowly put one on top of the other, and finally made a slightly larger paper figure. The big paper man quickly removed the door on Lin Zhe's gate. The whole process was so slow that there was hardly any sound. Then a small head came in through the crack of the door. It was just a slight release of air, and Lin Zhe realized that it was Chen at the door, and Lin Zhe could also fully guess that Chen was probably here for the Jade of Four Souls. However, Lin Zhe did not move at all and was still lying on the bed quietly. "Are you asleep?" Chen slowly walked to Lin Zhe's bedside. She put her hand in front of Lin Zhe and waved. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't react at all, she made a face at Lin Zhe and started in the room. I looked up. "It's actually here." Soon Chen saw the Jade of Four Souls that she saw during the day on Lin Zhe's table, but just when she wanted to reach for the Jade of Four Souls on the table, she was suddenly stunned. Looking at a half-carved portrait on the table, Tsubaki didn't look away for a long time. After standing there for an unknown amount of time, Tsubaki finally lowered his hand weakly. Glancing at the place where Lin Zhe fell asleep, Chen walked out of the room in despair, even forgetting to close the door that he had opened. "Didn't take it." Feeling Tsubaki's kai disappearing into his room, Lin Zhe opened his eyes and looked at the table by the window where the Jade of Four Souls exuded a faint purple light. Lin Zhe was a little surprised by Chen's last act of holding back his actions. In the original work, Tsubaki even betrayed his master for the Jade of the Four Souls, and it was also because the Jade of the Four Souls sold his soul and became a black witch. For Chen to give up the Jade of the Four Souls, Lin Zhe can completely imagine how much she struggled in her heart. This guy isn't bad. Lin Zhe looked at the Jade of Four Souls in his hand and nodded slightly, and he recognized Tsubaki a little more in his heart. If Chen took the Jade of Four Souls just now, he would definitely not recognize Tsubaki's half-friend Lin Zhe again. But since Chen can choose to give up what he wants most for some things, Lin Zhe truly regards her as his friend. It's really hard to get a good night's sleep. Just as Lin Zhe wanted to go back to his bed and go to sleep, he noticed that something fell on the roof he was on. Chapter 170. Is it here? On the roof, a figure wrapped in a black robe gently stepped on the tile. He was Inuyasha, who had just entered the Taiyan Shifu. Dormant outside the Taiyanshi mansion for a whole day, until Inuyasha saw the two monks at the door and a girl with a bow and arrow heading out of the city. He slowly sneaked into the Taiyanshi mansion. Lin Zhe's breath Inuyasha had been remembered by him the first time he saw Lin Zhe, so not long after he entered the Taiyanshi mansion, Inuyasha followed Lin Zhe's smell and found this position. How can I get the Jade of the Four Souls? Crouching on the roof, Inuyasha began to think. He knew how strong Lin Zhe was. Although he usually acts impulsive, Lin Zhe's strength makes him very jealous. Although Inuyasha had always had confidence in his own strength, compared to Lin Zhe, he was less certain in his heart. Or I'll steal it. Wrapping the demon power around his feet, Inuyasha walked up and down the roof, caught in a tangle. Are you going to steal this? Just when Inuyasha was tangled, a steady voice came from behind him, and he was startled, almost stepped on it, and fell from the roof. Lin Zhe held the Jade of Four Souls, and looked at Inuyasha, whose head was exposed from his black robe because of panic, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Lin Zhe had long known about Inuyasha spying around the Tianchi mansion. However, because Inuyasha had never done anything out of the ordinary, Lin Zhe was too lazy to care. It was no surprise that Inuyasha came to Lin Zhe in Tianchi mansion. Inuyasha's dedication to the Jade of the Four Souls is more than that of Tsubaki. I am very strong as a human being, hand over the Jade of the Four Souls to me. Seeing the Jade of Four Souls in Lin Zhe's hands, Inuyasha's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the Jade of Four Souls in Lin Zhe's hands without thinking. Lin Zhe was still standing in the same place, and the golden light curse spread out around him, forming a golden light-filled area around Lin Zhe. Bang! The moment Inuyasha stepped on the golden light, he suddenly felt his foot slip, and then his whole body fell onto the golden light. Inuyasha struggled with both hands and feet, but there was no way to stand up. Moreover, the ground, turned by the golden light under his feet, seemed to be able to dissipate the demonic power. He tried to wrap the demonic power under his feet, but in just a moment, the demonic power disappeared. Seeing that Inuyasha was like a caged hamster on the ground, transformed by his golden light spell, running around in a spinning circle, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly. Although the area that Lin Zhe's golden light spell can cover is only less than 10 square meters, it is only a thin layer, but it is enough to prevent Inuyasha from approaching him. This is a usage derived from the golden light mantra by the old master. Spreading golden light on the ground, smooth like a mirror, without friction on the ground, no matter how fast the speed is, it will have no effect. Originally, Inuyasha could have approached Lin Zhe if he jumped over, but in order to avoid revealing his flaws in the air, he chose to run towards Lin Zhe. The result was naturally very miserable. He had no friction, and he was trapped in place by the golden light that dissipated the demon power. Can't even stand up. Damn, what kind of spell is this? Shadow Assassin Chapter 112. After struggling for a while, Inuyasha was still unable to stand up. He was already sweating profusely. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was so close but couldn't touch, his face was full of bitterness. Since you're here, just stay well. Lin Zhe waved his hand, and a golden light shot out from his hand, and then entered Inuyasha's body. This is a seal talisman that Lin Zhe bought from the system store. A month later. A month passed quickly. During this month, a large number of monsters began to gather in Tianfu City. From time to time, some monsters attacked Tianfu City, but without exception, they were all killed by Chityo, Chen, and Tianshifu. The Dorminus Mavio and Mengsun is dealt with. Lin Zhe didn't even make a single shot. In the past month, Lin Zhe held another preaching meeting. Compared with the previous ones, nearly 10,000 people came to this preaching meeting, and the whole venue was packed. However, the harvest is also huge. This time, Lin Zhe directly gained more than 14,000 reputation points. And the reputation value has been increasing at a considerable rate as those who attended the mission returned to where they came from. 0. Flower 0. After the time entered May, the weather slowly became warmer. The whole earth turned green. It's not bad to guard the gate with a half-demon every day. I'm going to kill you, bastard! At the entrance of the Tianshifu, Miles Vio held a sweet potato in both hands, squatting in front of Inuyasha, who was trapped by the magic weapon at the door of Tianshifu after being sealed, and his tone was full of ridicule. Since Inuyasha was sealed by Lin Zhe a month ago, he has become the third gatekeeper after Mavio and Monk Mengsun. However, unlike Mavio and Monk Mengsun, Inuyasha was trapped at the door and couldn't get too far from the entrance of Tianshifu. Moreover, his whole body's demonic power was completely sealed by Lin Zhe's talisman, and he couldn't exert his strength at all. Apart from being stronger than ordinary people's vitality, he was now an ordinary person. 0. Looking at Mavio's appearance, Inuyasha couldn't hold back, and immediately rushed towards Mavio. However, due to the fact that his whole body's demon power was sealed, his speed simply couldn't catch up with Mavio, who was holding the sweet potato, and he could only watch Mavio run away, and he had nothing to do. Don't bother with the seal of Tianchi, Lin Zhe, you won't be able to catch me at all. Looking at Inuyasha squatting on the ground panting, Mavio took out a sweet potato for him from his cloth bag. Eat one, anyway, we can be considered neighbors who can't look up and look down. When I break the seal, I'm going to crush you. Gollum. Looking at the sweet potato that Mavio handed over, Inuyasha took it. After taking a bite of the sweet potato, the anger on Inuyasha's face dissipated. Thinking of his life in the past month, he couldn't help but feel a little heavy. In the early days of being sealed, he refused to eat the food provided by Lin Zhe because of his resistance. Later, because he did not eat it, the Tianchi did not send it to him. Later, Inuyasha regretted it, but because of the love of face, he was so hungry to show the struggle between himself and Lin Zhe. Do I have wine here? Beside the two, Monk Mingsun was eating a chicken leg with gusto. He couldn't help laughing at the devoured Inuyasha. He emptied his wine gourd and touted towards Inuyasha. 7. Chapter 171. It would be even better if there was another chicken leg. Inuyasha, who was choked by sweet potatoes, rolled his eyes and took a sip of the wine that Monk Mingsun handed over. He smelled the smell of chicken thighs in Monk Mingsun's hand. He couldn't help swallowing and stared straight in front of Monk Mingsun. Food box, I almost vomit from eating sweet potatoes every day. I didn't tell you, just tell Tianchi Lin Zhe if you want to eat. You don't want food yourself. Seeing that Inuyasha's saliva was about to flow from the corner of his mouth, Monk Mingsun shook his head, pulled a chicken leg from the steamed chicken in the food box and handed it to Inuyasha. At the beginning, in fact, Monk Mingsun and Master Miles Dio were somewhat repulsive to guarding the gate with such a half-demon every day. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe not intending to kill Inuyasha, the two of them would have already shot at Inuyasha. However, as they got along slowly, their hostility towards Inuyasha gradually became much smaller. The two gradually discovered that although Inuyasha was usually irritable, he was not like those monsters who did all evil. He had kindness in his heart. Slowly, the two half-demons became familiar with each other. When I was guarding the door, I often chatted and made noises. Now it can be regarded as half a friend or something. I won't give in, that guy is invincible. Come on, it's a miracle that you survived. Hearing Inuyasha's words, Master Mavio turned his gaze to the huge square in front of the Tianchi mansion. On the edge of the square stood neatly a row of sealed monsters. He, who has always been good at sealing, has a longing on his face. Those monsters were all sealed by Lin Zhe, but Miles Dio had no way to open those seals. Lin Zhe's sealing technique was different from any seal he had ever encountered. This month, it is not that he has no income at all. Lin Zhe's preaching will benefit him a lot, and his Inksing cultivation base has reached a higher level than before. This is also the reason why neither he nor Monk Mingsun left. Those who practice Buddhism have higher requirements for the cultivation of Inksing. Both of them learned a lot from Lin Zhe. Tsubaki. You really decided to leave the exorcism village? Inside a shrine, the old witch was sitting on her knees in front of the statue. After she placed the sacrificial items in front of the statue, she closed her eyes and said lightly, you should know that once you leave the exorcism village and want to come back, you can. It's not that easy anymore. Master, I have already decided it. Shun knelt down towards the old witch, and after a few devout kowtows to the old witch, she turned and left without hesitation. Originally, Shun had no intention of leaving the exorcism village, but something happened in the past month that made her make this choice. With the increasing popularity of Tian Shifu, many merchants, who originally lived in the exorcism village and relied on the exorcism village, slowly moved out of the exorcism village and began to go to Tian Shifu, which led to the exorcism of exorcists. The village is in decline, which makes many exorcists in the exorcism village dissatisfied. So a denunciation against Tianxi Mansion, initiated by exorcism village, began. The exorcism village began to spread the news that Lin Zhe was a crooked way, saying that Lin Zhe was affected by the Four-Soul Jade and became a puppet of the Four-Soul Jade. He was actually a monster. After hearing the news from the exorcism village, Shen and Tian Shifu immediately returned to the exorcism village to talk to those exorcists, but not only did no one want to pay attention to her, but many people saw her as Lin Zhe speaking. They called her a traitor. This made Tsuhaki completely disappointed in the exorcism village. Another reason why Tsuhaki decided to leave the exorcism village was actually related to Chikyo. After losing to Chikyo in a competition with Chikyo, she began to doubt herself. Originally in the exorcism village, when she was already a disciple, Chikyo was just an apprentice, but after only 4 months, Chikyo, who had to salute when she saw her, became stronger than her. Which, after thinking about it, Tsuhaki finally found the reason, that is, Chikyo worshipped Lin Zhe as his teacher, so there was such a big progress. For her who has always been strong, such a thing is unbearable. So after some thought, Shen decided to leave the exorcism village and take Lin Zhe as his teacher. Preaching Dakian, let everyone in the world learn magic. Seeing Shen's retreating back, the old witch, who stood up from the ground, couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Tao should not be passed on lightly. This is a rule, passed down from generation to generation." There was no expression on the old witch's face. She sighed, shook her head and returned to the dimly lit shrine again. "Brother Lin Zhe. I'm back." Lin Zhe was lying in a chair, holding a book in his hand while reading. As soon as he looked up, he saw Chikyo walking in from outside. During this month, Chikyo would go out every day to remove demons, and sometimes he even went out for several times. Heaven does not come back. Looking at Chikyo's slightly pale face, Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head slightly, pointing to the dim sum on the side. "Let's have something to eat." "Thank you, Brother Lin Zhe." Chikyo took down the quiver that he was carrying, hung it on the weapon rack on one side, and sat down beside Lin Zhe. Compared with the restraint in front of Lin Zhe a few months ago, the Chikyo now has a lot to do with Lin Zhe. After becoming intimate a lot, she poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Zhe and looked at Lin Zhe. There have been more and more monsters in the periphery recently, and many monsters are very powerful. But the strange thing is that those powerful monsters never fight me head-on. Just a bunch of guys who think they're smart. After taking the hot tea handed over by Chikyo, Lin Zhe took a sip and said in a flat tone, "They probably want to fish in troubled waters." As for the fact that there were many monsters coming from the outside, Lin Zhe was naturally clear. However, as the monsters that Chikyo can deal with are getting less and less 0.7, there is no need for the remaining monsters watching. In the past month, Lin Zhe's template proficiency has improved a lot, and his strength has improved again. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe opened the system panel. System, Character Template System. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, Inaya Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 113 Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%, the strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, %. Reputation value, 57008. Owned world, Crimson Eyes. System all omitted. Seeing that there were more than 50,000 reputation points, Lin Zhe chose to buy Tong Xianlu without hesitation. The system buys the Tong Xianlu. As soon as Lin Zhe's voice fell, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 172. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained one of the 8 strange skills, Tong Xianlu. In the eyes of many people, Tong Xianlu is a relatively mediocre existence among the 8 wonders, but Lin Zhe would not think so. In fact, Tong Xianlu is not weak, on the contrary it is strong. Talismans are a medium used to communicate the power of heaven and earth. However, due to the influence of materials, techniques, and many other factors, the talisman technique, although powerful, is very limited. But Tong Xianlu perfectly solved this problem. Not only does it consume very little Kai, but it can also make unrestricted talismans in large quantities, and it can also be used in stacks. This means that several talismans can be stacked together, and as long as the user has enough talismans, the power can be continuously improved. In fact, in a sense, Tong Xianlu is a bit like throwing beans into an army. Its power depends entirely on how much the user has mastered the talisman. In the one-person world, Liu Jin has less talisman skills. Compilation did not exert much power. One of the reasons why Lin Zhe chose to buy Tong Xianlu is that Tong Xianlu is very strong. With a system, Lin Zhe can completely learn all the talismans in one person to 06. On the other hand, Lin Zhe's current reputation value is only enough to buy a Tong Xianlu. With the sound of the system falling, a talisman with mysterious lines appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. A large number of training methods related to Tong Shenling were still used and suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's memory. Compared with the unlocking of templates, the skills purchased from the system store need to be practiced slowly, which is much more complicated than unlocking templates. However, from the point of view of the system directly generating a primary Tong Xianlu, although the exercises purchased from the system require practice, they are not starting from scratch. Instead, you can directly obtain a basic practice skill. As for the latter, you need to gradually improve it, which means that the practice, secret skills, and Lin Zhe purchased from the system will not be limited by talent at all. Wind. After purchasing a simple win, a tribute talisman from the system, Lin Zhe stood up from the chair he was lying on. Under the puzzled eyes of Chityo, Lin Zhe's fingers slipped in the air, but in just a moment, a light blue talisman appeared in the air. Flew over the open space in the yard. Then, with a light blue talisman as the center, the wind began to appear in the courtyard, where there was no wind at first. At first, it was just a breeze, but it soon turned into a tornado-like hurricane. A lot of vegetation was swept up by the hurricane, and trees were blown off by the wind. A verdant pine tree in the yard was pulled up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was originally a neat yard, with neat vegetation, as if it had been turned over, a mess. The vegetation is destroyed. What power is this? Chityo stared blankly at the disappearing talismans in the courtyard and the messy courtyard. Her eyes were full of horror. Lin Zhe was able to create such a powerful talisman with a simple drawing, which made Chityo unbelievable. As a witch, Chityo has also been exposed to the production of charms, which can be described as time-consuming and laborious. She didn't even dare to think about drawing a talisman out of thin air like Lin Zhe. The power seems to be okay. Holding the wind-urging talisman that disappeared completely, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. The Tong Xianlu, which cost 50,000 RP to buy, is indeed worth the money in terms of performance. I'm exhausted, old man. The dwarf old demon has a wrong view, holding a ghost-headed cane in his hand, standing on a huge stone and looking into the distance. Originally, the distance from the Western Kingdom to the Musang Kingdom's Tianshifu was not too far, but because of the evil view, he was attracted by some interesting things on the way, and he took the wrong road several times. The original 10-day journey was full of evil views. It's been a month. Looking at the prosperous human city in the distant basin, Zi Jian's round eyes showed a hint of surprise. Is that the Tianfu city where Tianshifu is located? The demon here is so strong. Could it be that the Jade of Four Souls is really in Lin Zhe's hands? Sitting on the stone and taking a sip of wine, Zi Jian felt the demonic aura in the air. He rubbed his wrinkled chin, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Originally, he was here to find Inuyasha this time. But when Zi Jian thought about it, taking the Jade of the Four Souls along with him was not a failure to complete the mission, and he never saw any trace of Inuyasha along the way, so there was no way to find it like this. Anyway, now he is acting alone, and it is up to him to decide how long to find it. Now that several demon nations are attacking the Western Kingdom because of the death of General Dog, it is a very safe thing for him to stay in the human kingdom at this time. So the evil View does not want to go back. Master, what is that thing? The power of the wind, but it's a little different. Near Tianshifu, in a tea house. Deo Zhe, who was wrapped in black robes, and his disciple Hu Deifeng watched the violent air fluctuations above Tianshifu, and Hu Deifeng's eyes were full of doubts. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Deo Zhe, who was drinking tea. Taking back his gaze, Deo Zhe sighed slightly. As a weapon maker, his understanding of natural forces is naturally far more than that of ordinary people. The weapons he made were so powerful that they could no longer communicate the power of heaven and earth. And he was very familiar with the fluctuation just now. That is the power of wind. Master, do we have to wait so hard? Seeing that there was no one around the tea house, Hu Deifeng raised his head and said impatiently, "We've been here for a month. The person at the door has been arrested. Just wait." Feeling the impatience of his apprentice, Deo Zhe frowned. After he came to the Tianchi mansion, he realized that the Bat Pills, who used his apprentice as a bargaining chip to make a fake four-soul jade, had already died at the hands of Lin Zhe. Inside. And the fake jade of four souls fell into Lin Zhe's hands. Deo Zhe also thought about contacting Lin Zhe directly, but as soon as he walked near the Tianchi mansion, he saw Inuyasha, who was sealed by Lin Zhe from a distance. In addition, in the next month, there were more and more monster sculptures made of monster corpses on the huge square in front of the Tianchi mansion, and he completely gave up his plan to go directly to see Lin Zhe. He didn't want to be sealed and eventually become a doorman, and he didn't want to be made into a sculpture by Lin Zhe. Deo Zhe wants to wait a little longer. The war between the various demon kingdoms is coming to an end. If those powerful monsters know the news of the Four Souls Jade, they will definitely come over. Even if he can't touch the magic sword, he can observe from a distance. Chapter 173. Although his accomplishments in weapons are extremely high when it comes to combat effectiveness, he can only say that he is average. In order to better lurk in Tianfu City, Deo Zhe deliberately opened a blacksmith shop with his disciples outside Tianshifu to hide people's eyes and ears. Because his monster features are too obvious, he usually hides in a black robe, and although his disciple Hu Deifeng has a monster energy on his body, ordinary people can't tell it apart, and when he wears the hidden monster knife he made, he is like ordinary people. People are no longer different. Because they just arrived at the Tianchi mansion, they are not well known, so the two of them are now able to receive business for making farm tools. Therefore, Deo Zhe, the top forging master in the Western Kingdom, was reduced to a village blacksmith. When is a day like this going to end? Hearing Deo Zhe's words, Hu Deifeng sighed. The reason why he followed Deo Zhe to learn the art of forging was to be famous in the world one day in the future. But recently, apart from making farming tools, he has not learned anything, and the farming tools used by farmers in Tianshifu are completely different from those in other regions. Hearing that the villagers said it was proposed by Tianchi Lin Zhe, Hu Deifeng couldn't help scoffing. But Tianchi gave advice to a group of farmers. And it's also about farming, it's just a layman commanding a layman. But what surprised him was that recently they had received more and more orders for building such new farm tools. Hu Deifeng couldn't help but wonder whether the farm tools proposed by Lin Zhe were really as good as the farmers said. Master, there are more and more monsters. It seems that the various monster tribes have begun to come one after another. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 114. As soon as Hu Deifeng ate a piece of cake, he inadvertently glanced at a woman's tail showing from the skirt of a woman on the street. Although it disappeared in a flash, he was seen by him. Deo Zhe looked in the direction of Hu Deifeng's gaze, and he immediately recognized that he was a member of the Demon Wolf clan after living for hundreds of years. In addition to some demon kingdoms, there must be some demon tribes in this world, but generally except for very big events. These monster tribes rarely take the initiative to participate in some big disputes. However, it is clear that the Jade of the Four Souls incident this time has obviously moved those demon tribes who rarely participate in disputes. These hairs are so pretty. On the street, a girl with shoulder-length black hair, eyes like stars, teeth like the moon, and red lips like rose petals appeared on the street. This is her second time in Tianfu City. Looking at the long flowing hair of the young and beautiful girls on the street, she couldn't help but sigh. Her white fingers stroked the ends of her short hair, and there was no light in her eyes. However, when her eyes passed through the pedestrians and saw the Tianxi mansion in the distance, her pupils shrank suddenly and the whole person restrained a lot. On the square in front of the Tianxi mansion, the 100-footed witch who was attracted by her words and came to the Tianxi mansion to snatch the Jade of the Four Souls, has now turned into a demon statue. And not only the 100-footed witch, but also the corpses of many monsters have been made into sculptures and displayed on the 10,000 monster square in Tianfu. Many of them came in a hurry after hearing her news. Later, they were not strong enough to be sealed by the special seal of Tianfu. Reverse-haired Caro can even feel the regret and despair conveyed by the sealed monsters. That guy's strength is really strong. She took her eyes away from the demon of the 100-footed witch and turned her head back. The closer she got to the Tianxi mansion, the more uneasiness she felt in her heart. Lin Zhe's strength far exceeded her previous expectations. She had a feeling of being busy for nothing. It was as if he was sending a demon sculpture to Lin Zhe. I am back. Chen came in through the door, and after stepping over the threshold, she put down the black skirt she was carrying. Seeing the chaos in the yard, the puzzled look on her face flashed away, and then she looked at Lin Zhe, who was lying in a chair, reading a book, her tone full of frustration. After not hearing Lin Zhe's response for a while, Chen couldn't help raising his voice an octave. Bastard, did you hear that? Heard it. Every time I come back, I have the aura that I will break the sky. Putting the book aside, Lin Zhe looked at Chen and saw that Chen was no longer dressed as a witch. Lin Zhe was slightly taken aback. You don't want to be a witch anymore? My qualification as a witch was taken back by the exorcism village. Feeling the faint concern in Lin Zhe's tone, Chen's originally angry expression softened. She walked to Lin Zhe's side and sat down, lying on the wicker chair on which Lin Zhe was lying, very close to Lin Zhe. Ordinary people can't wear witches' clothes casually. Clothes are not only clothes, but also a status symbol. Her identity as a witch was granted by the exorcism village, so since she chose to withdraw from the witch village, naturally her identity as a witch and the clothes representing her identity as a witch were taken back together. You quit the exorcism village? Chen's sudden exit from the exorcism village made Lin Zhe a little surprised. Seeing the girl's somewhat lonely expression, Lin Zhe said seriously, seeing that you are doing well and you are homeless, the guest room will not charge you for the time being. Those guys are talking ill of Lin Zhe behind her back. I'm just a little pissed off. Hearing Lin Zhe mentioning the room fee, Chen Bei's hand immediately pinched towards Lin Zhe's arm. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, she let it go. The last time she bit Lin Zhe and was bitten by Lin Zhe's golden light, she still remembered it vividly. Thinking of this, she puffed up a steamed bun. Seeing the smile on Lin Zhe's face, Chen said angrily, I know laughing, I don't care, I won't believe in the future. For you, Nuo Wangheo, people can sacrifice a lot. Just say it if you want to stay. Lin Zhe looked at Chen's hand that was about to pinch himself and retracted it and couldn't help but smile lightly. He thought for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but before that, you should ask Master to come and listen. Master. Father. K. After being dismantled by Lin Zhe, she pretended to be a poor Chen and blushed immediately. She pouted and called out in a low voice. Cannot hear. Seeing Chen's blushing face, he hesitated for a while before calling out, Master. This was the first time that Lin Zhe had seen Chen so twitchy. With a straight face, Lin Zhe said in a serious tone, "Call again." "Master, master, master." After calling Lin Zhe a series of masters loudly, Shen stood up and walked towards his room, booming. Halfway through, she still didn't forget to turn her head and look fierce towards Lin Zhe. Chapter 174. Looking at Shen's appearance, Lin Zhe smiled lightly and didn't pay too much attention. Lin Zhe stood up from the chair, stretched his waist, and then picked up a blank talisman from the table in front of him. Light flashed on the blank talisman as he moved his hand. Then Lin Zhe put this talisman aside and started making the next talisman. After learning Tong Xianlu, Lin Zhe's talisman production speed was quite fast, but after a while he drew a bunch of talismans, and the bamboo basket on which the talismans were placed quickly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Full. Compared with ordinary talisman masters, Lin Zhe can make talismans using any carrier. However, relatively speaking, it is more suitable to use talisman paper as a carrier than general materials. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Why don't we go outside and take a look? It's really stuffy in the house. Brown hair, tied behind his head, emerald green pupils like green gems, fair little face, delicate facial features like works of art, a young girl standing in a room with wooden floors, looking out the window, her clear voice was a little low. "Young master, it's dangerous outside, we'd better stay inside." Hearing the girl's words, an old woman who was cleaning the house in the room couldn't help frowning and shaking her head slightly. This time, she managed to find the girl who sneaked out. If it wasn't getting dark soon, she really wanted to take the girl back to the tribe now. But the Calamus just came to the Tianshifu, and I haven't been out for a while. The girl is Calamus, the young master of the Northern Demon Wolf clan. This time, after she heard that many demon clans came to the Tianshi mansion to snatch the Jade of the Four Souls in the north, she, who always liked the fun, ran out secretly. However, she had just arrived in Tianfu City when she was found by the demon servants of her own clan. She, who wanted to go out and have a good experience, was confined to this guest room by the old servants of the clan, which made Shangpu listless. When she was in the northern tribes, she heard that a very powerful exorcist emerged among the human beings, the celestial master Lin Zhe. This time, she just wanted to see how Lin Zhe, who was feared by many monsters, was an exorcist. What is it like? And this time, many monster tribes in the north have come to participate in the competition for the Four Soul Jade. Although she is considered young among monsters as the young master of the Northern Monster Wolf clan, Shangpu really wants to share some things for her clan. Calamus knew that if the Jade of Four Souls was obtained by the enemies of her own clan, it would have a great impact on her clan, so even if she was not interested in the Jade of Four Souls, she still wanted to stop her own clan. Those enemies get the Jade of the Four Souls. And she has already thought of a good way. Since she didn't want to get the Jade of Four Souls, she made it impossible for her opponent to obtain the Jade of Four Souls. After thinking of this method, she was still proud of it for a long time, but in order to realize her idea, her biggest dilemma is to get rid of her old servant so that she can act freely. Thinking of this, a hint of slyness flashed in her eyes, and she yawned and said, "I'm a little hungry. Granny Zuolan, please order me something to eat." "Young master, don't think about running away. There is the secret technique of the Demon Wolf clan. No matter where the young master runs, I can find you, the young master." Seeing the Calamus clutching her stomach and screaming for hunger, Granny Zuolan shook her head and immediately exited the room. She knew her young master best, and usually ran away with the excuse of wanting something to eat. But because of the secret technique, she was not worried that the Calamus would get lost. "Idiot, where is Tianshifu?" "It's clearly marked on the map that it's in this direction." Above an unknown valley, above a black monster cloud, two monsters, one fat and one thin, were watching with a sheepskin map. Shadow Assassin Chapter 115. Some thin monsters have protruding foreheads, long hair and ponytails, and thin stature. He holds a lightning-shaped long-handled weapon, lightning strike blade, in his hand. He is Feishan, the elder brother of the Thunder Beast brothers. And next to Feishan, the bald head, with long mouth, only 3 hairs, and the monsters that look like toads are full of sky. The 2 brothers are the Thunder Beast brothers of the Thunder Beast clan. After learning the news of the Jade of the 4 Souls, the 2 rushed from the residence of the Thunder Beasts to the location of the Tianjin mansion. However, they had not been able to find it because they had taken the wrong road several times. Right direction. Originally, the 2 of them captured a human girl as a guide, but the Thunder Beast brother Gang Mansion was a man who never had a reason to kill. When the girl pointed in the right direction, he was happy. Kill the girl. This caused them, who had already arrived in Musashi country, to lose their way again. Seeing his younger brother Mansion pointing to and fro on the map, Feishan on one side suddenly became irritable. He picked up the map and tore the map to shreds in a few seconds. This map is useless at all. Full of you go and catch a few humans to ask. But where is this place? Seeing his brother Feishan tearing the map to shreds, Mansion looked at his brother timidly. His voice was low and inaudible. We have long been far away from the area of human activity. Look at the map, idiot. Hearing his brother Mansion's words, Feishan on one side suddenly became angry, and he kicked Mansion's body with one kick, looking like he was furious. But the map was torn to shreds by your brother. Being kicked by Tian. Man Tian covered his head with both hands and retorted in a low voice. While arguing, he also secretly looked at his brother Feishan's expression, which was full of fear for his brother. Ah! Looking at the few map fragments left in his hand, Feishan roared angrily. The lightning in his hand, lightning blade, was instantly stimulated by him, and a purple lightning lashed out, knocking the valley away. A hill inside was instantly pierced in half. A large amount of dust and gravel shot out and flew out in all directions, venting Feishan's anger. Mansion on the side looked at his irritable brother. He didn't dare to move at all, even his breathing was slowed down by him. Like a big man making a girlish voice, the contrast between his image and character is huge. Chapter 175. The Entrance of Tianjin Mansion. After Lin Zhe announced a set of standards for accepting apprentices from the Tianjin Mansion, those who came to the entrance of the Tianjin Mansion every day and knelt disappeared. When the Tianjin Mansion was originally constructed, there were no dwellings within 5 miles around the Tianjin Mansion. This was Lin Zhe's plan for the future development of the Tianjin Mansion. Those who once knelt in front of Lin Zhe's door and apprenticed to teachers were arranged by Lin Zhe to go to the camp where Tianjin Mansion was built. Instead of letting these people kneel and do nothing every day, Lin Zhe decided to play their role and use labor to conduct the assessment. It's really not used to those guys after they left. That's because you're too boring. Inuyasha squatted on the roof of Master Mugeo's hut in front of the Tianjin Mansion. At the beginning, Inuyasha could still observe those who were kneeling in front of the Tianjin Mansion and worshipping teachers every day, and bet with Mugeo and Mingsun who could persevere to the end while looking for some fun. But after the expansion of the Tianjin Mansion began, and after those people were mobilized and left, he, lost this fun. I said you half-demon are all as boring as you are? Monk Mingsun was sitting in the wooden house opposite Mugeo. He took a sip of wine and threw it to Inuyasha, who was squatting on the wooden roof of Mugeo. The 3 have become friends after a period of time together. Seeing that Inuyasha was either sleeping or in a daze every day, he looked at Inuyasha with some doubts, and now Inuyasha didn't care that he said the word half-demon at all. I won't die as easily as you do. Inuyasha took a sip of wine. Since he met the 2 of them, he slowly learned to drink. He replied to Monk Mingsun and just wanted to throw the wine gourd back. His movements stopped. That guy is in climb the wall? It's really over the wall. Seeing Inuyasha's movement in midair, Monk Mingsun looked in the direction Inuyasha was looking at. On the side, Master Miles Dio also stood up curiously. After all, they had not seen anyone who dared to overturn the walls of the Tianjin Mansion. Don't we have to worry about it? Looking at the brown-haired girl who had climbed to the wall under the moonlight in the distance, Inuyasha looked at Mubio and Mingsun suspiciously, and he had slowly accepted his identity as a doorman before he knew it. Therefore, when he saw that someone was overturning the walls of the Tianchi mansion, he subconsciously wanted to leave it alone. Master Taiyan told me today. He's testing a batch of talismans recently. If the monster comes, don't worry about it. Monk Mingsun looked at the girl who had climbed to the wall, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Inside the Tianchi mansion, the few of them didn't dare to break in without Lin Zhe's guidance. That monster girl went in rashly. Whether it is to die or live in Mingsun seems to depend entirely on luck. You mean the batch of talismans? Hearing Monk Mingsun's words, Inuyasha on the side couldn't help shivering. Although he was sealed by Lin Zhe, his range of activities was not too small, and he could move within the old age teacher's residence. But as soon as he leaves the Tianchi mansion, the seal in his body completely seals all his mobility, so he can't get out of the Tianchi mansion at all. Today, because he was too bored, Inuyasha went to the Tianchi mansion to pass the time, but he went with silver hair and came back with black hair. The whole person was almost scorched by the talisman. Therefore, seeing that demon girl jumping over the wall, Inuyasha couldn't help but imitate Mubio and Mingsun to call Abu the name. Brother Lin Zhe, I have my own Shikigami. Lin Zhe was sitting by the window when Chikyo's cheerful voice came in from outside the door. In her white palms, two thumb-sized Shikigami girls stood beside Chikyo's palms. The appearance is somewhat similar to that of the bellflower. It's butterflies and birds. Chikyo leaned on Lin Zhe's side and happily introduced it to Lin Zhe. Her movements were very gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting two Shikigami. Lin Zhe looked at the Shikigami in Chikyo's hand, nodded slightly, and said, "It looks pretty good. When you get up for training tomorrow, let's call Tsubaki together." Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with Chun's apprentice. Although he was a little too active many times, his temperament was not bad. At least Lin Zhe recognized Chun as an apprentice after such a long investigation. Then I'll go back first, and I'll be called Tsubaki tomorrow. Chikyo stayed in Lin Zhe's room for a while. After hearing Lin Zhe's instructions, the smile on her originally happy face faded. After answering what Lin Zhe had given her, she slowly exited the room. 0. Flower 0. But soon, Chikyo stuck a head out of the door again and said with a blushing face, "Brother Lin Zhe, can you also help Chikyo carve a wood carving? If Brother Lin Zhe is busy, you can do it anytime. Just find any wood you like and give it to me." Seeing Chikyo's shy look, Lin Zhe smiled and nodded. "Don't go out in the middle of the night to get rid of demons at night. There will be a big battle waiting for us next." "Thank you, Brother Lin Zhe." After getting Lin Zhe's exact answer, Bellflower had just seen the wood carving on Lin Zhe's table, and the loss that appeared unconsciously disappeared completely. She squatted politely in the direction of Lin Zhe, and then her face was full of expression. Taiyan smiled and left. It seems that Chikyo has become a little different. Thinking of the appearance of Chikyo just now, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. He could feel that Chikyo, who has always been arrogant about anything, actually asked for something just now. Just when Lin Zhe was about to rest, he felt that the talisman he had arranged was touched. Zitzi. Where the hell is this? It's scary. A girl with brown hair and a pair of emerald eyes was sitting slumped on the edge of the courtyard wall of the Tianchi mansion. From time to time, light blue arcs flashed across her body. The girl's originally fair little face has now turned dark, and she exudes a burnt smell. She is the young master of the Northern Demon Wolf clan, Shankyu. In the evening, Shankyu used the pretext of wanting to eat and pushed her servant Granny Feng Lan away. After Granny Feng Lan left, she climbed out of the window. After that, the calamus came all the way towards Tianshifu and finally climbed in from the outer wall of Tianshifu. Originally, Shangyu still felt that he entered the Tianchi mansion so easily from the outside, and some felt that the guards of the Tianchi mansion were lax. But as soon as she stepped on the ground, her idea was completely denied by her. In just a split second, more than a dozen talismans surrounded her, and those talismans seemed to emerge out of thin air, extremely strange. She didn't have any chance to react at all, so she was energized by the lightning-type talisman. 7 Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 116 Chapter 176. Woo woo woo, I want to go out, let me out. Looking at the densely packed talismans, with pale blue light that appeared in the air around him, Calamus hugged her knees and sat on the ground, fearing not to make too many movements. She was very afraid that she would be surrounded by the talisman again, because she touched the talisman, the pain in her body, and the despairing situation. The calamus sat on the ground and cried. The more I cry, the more sad I feel, as if I have suffered a huge grievance. You want to go out? A gossip picture appeared in an open space in the distance of the calamus, and then the talismans that were originally dangerously suspended in midair were swiped by the tall young man who appeared from the gossip picture, and those talismans were pushed aside by the young man. In the eyes of the calamus, the extremely dangerous talisman was in the hands of the tall young man as if it had become an ordinary leaf, and it did not attack the young man at all. The young man is Lin Zhe. After he noticed that someone had entered the talisman formation he arranged, he urged the dimension square to shuttle to this place. As soon as Lin Zhe appeared, he heard the cry of the calamus. Looking closely, Lin Zhe always felt that the girl was very familiar, but because the girl's face was full of black and gray, Lin Zhe couldn't recognize the girl for a while. Who are you? Can you save me out? Seeing the young man who suddenly appeared in front of her, Calamus stopped crying. She looked at Lin Zhe curiously, and her delicate and weak appearance disappeared. Instead, he turned into a little adult. Completely changed from a crying child to a head of the family. Who I am? Lin Zhe squatted not far from the calamus, and brushed aside the talisman standing between the two of them. There was no expression on Lin Zhe's face. I am the master here. Are you the celestial master Lin Zhe? You're not the white-bearded grandpa. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Zhang Yu got up from the ground. She carefully avoided the light blue talisman floating around her, and looked at Lin Zhe in an extremely twisted posture. You won't be like to me. In the eyes of Shangyu, he killed so many monsters and established a force like Tianshifu. Such human beings are usually white-bearded old people. Therefore, Shangyu always thought that Lin Zhe was a white-bearded grandpa. But now seeing the real person, it is actually a young man, which makes Shangyu a little unbelievable. I've seen a lot of monsters, but this is the first time I've seen a crying monster. Lin Zhe looked at the girl who was twisting her body like a snake, because she wanted to avoid the talisman suspended in the air, and couldn't help showing a faint smile. From the girl's embarrassed appearance, Lin Zhe could guess that in the girl's what happened. Because of the reason of experimenting with his own talismans, Lin Zhe will take time to draw talismans whenever he has time these days. After accumulating a large number of talismans, these talismans were placed in different places by Lin Zhe. Slowly, the surrounding walls of the Tianchi mansion were completely covered with Lin Zhe's talismans. These talismans are combined with some magic talismans, so they can't be seen at all. This is why the girl will be recruited as soon as she sees the Tianchi mansion. Looking at the charred girl, Lin Zhe knew that the lightning-type talismans he painted the most were touched by the girl, but the girl in front of her could not be said to be lucky or cowardly. After triggering the talisman, he chose to stay in place, which saved the girl's life. You must know that there are thousands of talismans arranged by Lin Zhe in this area alone. If the girl just tried to struggle or escape, thousands of talismans would have been blasted to ashes at this moment. I didn't cry. You let me go, I have important news to tell you. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, she lay on the ground, revealing her fair neck, and the calamus immediately pouted. She wanted to reach out and teach Lin Zhe before her, but she couldn't be too big when she was surrounded by Fulu. Action. Calm down his anger. Shangyu looked at Lin Zhe seriously. I have no malice. Get up. I want to know who you are and what you are doing in Tianxi Mansion. Lin Zhe waved his hand, and then the talismans that originally surrounded the calamus scattered one after another, forming a light blue mask of talismans around the two of them. My name is Calamus. Come and tell you about the demon clan's siege of Tianxi. Seeing that the talismans that had surrounded her were scattered, a chorus breathed a long sigh of relief, because she had been lying on the ground in a twisted posture for a long time, and now she felt sore all over. At the moment of liberation, Shangyu wanted to escape directly, but looking at the talisman mask emitting light blue light around herself and Lin Zhe, Shangyu immediately gave up the idea. Being wrapped in a talisman and smoking all over her body, she doesn't want to experience the second time the feeling of being almost turned into a barbecue. She doesn't want to experience it again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but regret, why didn't she listen to Granny Fenglan, the demon servant? A chorus, Calamus, the young master of the Northern Demon Wolf clan. Hearing the words of the Calamus, Lin Zhe looked at the Calamus carefully. Lin Zhe, who was somewhat familiar with the Calamus, completely recognized the identity of the Calamus. The number of times the name appears in the original work is not too many, but because of his bold personality, it is impressive. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe looked at the Calamus with interest, and said lightly, the demon clan is besieging the Tianxi Mansion. As a demon clan, why did you come to report? I'm for. Whatever I say is true. Looking at Lin Zhe's questioning eyes, Shangyu was so flustered for a while that she even forgot what she had thought of before. She couldn't find any good reason for a while, so she couldn't help but hesitate. And what Lin Zhe said was right. She came to report a message to a monster enemy as a monster, and even she felt a little incredible. Let's talk about it when you figure out why you're here. Seeing that the girl couldn't explain anything clearly, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly, and then a gossip picture appeared under his feet. Seeing that it was already late at night, Lin Zhe didn't have time to accompany the girl to slowly recall the details. Moreover, Lin Zhe had long known about what the demon clan was going to do against him, and he had already had a way to deal with it, so Lin Zhe no longer cared about the news brought by the Calamus. You and I. Seeing Lin Zhe disappear in front of her, Shangyu wanted to stop Lin Zhe, but before she could say anything, Lin Zhe disappeared in front of her. Calamus opened her mouth and stomped her feet angrily. You bastard, when I go out, I will bite you to death. Chapter 177. In a room in Tianxi Mansion. The lights in the house flickered. A moth flew in from outside the window and flew towards the position of the fire. Why does my sister want to move towards the firelight? Maple and Chikyo were sitting on the bed, Chikyo facing the light, holding a black half-finished garment in their hands. She was stabbed in the hand several times by needles for reasons she was not very familiar with. Looking at Feng, who was on her side, staring at the moths hovering above the oil lamp, Chikyo raised her head slightly. She thought for a while, but she didn't think of the answer, so she shook her head. Tomorrow you go and ask Brother Lin Zhe. My sister doesn't know about this. Sister, why do you want to make your own clothes? Without getting an answer from Chikyo, Feng was disappointed to withdraw her gaze that was still on Moth. She decided to come to Lin Zhe tomorrow to ask this question clearly. Seeing that her sister was stabbed by needle several times, Feng couldn't help frowning with Chikyo, as if it was not Chikyo but her. The painful expression on her face was even more exaggerated than Chikyo. As a witch, Chikyo's status is in Tianfu City, second only to Lin Zhe. There are many things that you don't need to do by yourself, such as Vaughn. Therefore, when she sees her sister making clothes, Feng is a little puzzled. I heard from the women in the village. To be a good wife, you must be able to make clothes. Chikyo is still seriously sewing the clothes in her hands. Although her movements are very jerky, she is very serious and focused. Seeing Feng moving the oil lamp to his side, Chikyo showed a smile on his face and said yearningly, "When I learn to make clothes, can I make one for Feng?" "Thank you, sister. Feng wants a dress with flowers and butterflies." Hearing that she could wear new clothes, Feng almost jumped up with joy. She snapped her fingers and began to imagine the clothes she wanted. There was always a sweet smile on her face, and it took a while for Feng to come back to her senses. Looking at Chikyo, she asked quietly, "Sister, do you want to marry brother Lin Zhe?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have it." Big sister obviously learned to make clothes for brother Lin Zhe. Big sister likes you. Originally, when Feng came over and got close to him, Chikyo thought that Maple was going to say something about her own little secret, but what Feng said next made Chikyo panic. The needle in her hand almost stabbed her hand again. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 117. Putting down his clothes, Chikyo rushed towards his sister Feng, and the two sisters chased on the bed. Chikyo seized an opportunity to hug Tsubaki and covered Maple's mouth. Sister, don't scratch me, Feng won't say anything." Inside the room, the two sisters started fighting, and the silver bell-like laughter didn't stop for a long time. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 7 days, some monsters could no longer hold back and attack Tianfu City. Although the first batch of monsters to attack was considerable in number, Lin Zhe didn't take any action at all and was wiped out by Chikyo, Chen, Miles Dio, and Monk Mingsun. After more than 10 days of clear weather, it finally rained in the sky. It is already the weather in early summer, and the rain in the sky is much heavier than in spring. It was no longer a drizzle, but a heavy downpour all over the sky. Drink. In the Tianfu garden, a tall figure quickly waved his fists in the rain. Although the sky was pouring down, the rain could not touch the figure in the rain at all. This figure is Lin Zhe, who is currently doing the daily unlocking task. The speed of Lin Zhe's punches became faster and faster, and finally, with a loud shout, his fist suddenly stopped. In front of Lin Zhe's fist, the raindrops that fell from the sky were instantly annihilated under the bombardment of air waves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, 1000 punches with full force, reward 0.06% practice. Your character template, the strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, is unlocked to 10%. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Lin Zhe immediately opened the system panel. System, character template system. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, in Ayasha. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%. The strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, 10%. Reputation value, 33000. Owned world, Crimson Eyes. System mall, omitted. Looking at the system panel, the unlocking progress reached 10%. Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction, and the proficiency reward for the system's daily tasks increased a bit, reaching the level of 0.06%. Much faster than before. In the past 7 days, Lin Zhe's reputation value was completely shattered by a small-scale attack by the Demon Clan, and Lin Zhe gained another nearly 30,000 reputation points. I have to say that the reason why so many prestige points can be increased is due to those dead monsters. For Lin Zhe, the monsters gathered outside the city were the tool monsters that Lin Zhe used to gain reputation. Reputation points are not only provided by humans for Lin Zhe. Demons are also possible. Boom! A dazzling lightning flashed in the sky, and then a huge thunder sounded, and a few dark clouds floated in the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds. The whole sky turned completely dark. Finally, there are a few decent characters. Feeling the demonic aura coming from the pavement in the air, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched slightly. After a long time, he suddenly had the idea of moving his muscles and bones. Master, do we want to participate together? On the outskirts of Tianfu City, in a blacksmith shop, Hu Daifang looked at the dense dark clouds in the sky, and the farm implement in his hand fell to the ground. There was a gleam in his tired eyes. After 2 months of farming tools, he felt that he was about to become a real blacksmith instead of a respectable weapons master. It seemed that this time it should be a general attack. Lin Zhe took off the black robe he had been wearing, slowly folded it, and took out his staff from a wooden box. For the past month, he has been incognito, hiding under his black robe every day, giving Lin Zhe a feeling of trembling next to General Canine in the past. Lin Zhe was the second existence who could put so much pressure on him. During this month, Lin Zhe had also seen Lin Zhe from a distance, and the special aura on Lin Zhe made Lin Zhe's memory fresh. Although I can't participate in it, I can finally see that guy take action. Chapter 178. Although Lin Zhe has always been a very patient monster, he hides in black robes every day and makes some easy farming tools. For him who is obsessed with refining more powerful weapons, it is simply a matter of time. Wasting time. Looking at the dense figures emerging from the mountains outside Tianfu City, Lin Zhe couldn't help narrowing his eyes. There are more monsters than he imagined. I didn't expect to see so many monsters in the human kingdom. The scale is comparable to that of a large monster war. The dwarf monster Crotangu had a wicked view, leaning on a ghost-headed scepter in his hand, and watching the densely packed little monsters charge towards Tianfu City. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a loyal subordinate of Sesshomaru of the Western Kingdom, although he is afraid of death, he has also participated in many battles with Sesshomaru. He has also experienced a lot of battles between the Western Kingdom and other demon kingdoms. However, it was the first time that such a large-scale demon army could be seen in the human kingdom. Although the human kingdom is much weaker than the various demon kingdoms, since a large number of talented exorcists have emerged in the human kingdom over the years, the power of human beings cannot be underestimated. Therefore, ordinary little demons actually dare not set foot in the human kingdom easily. The strength of the one who dares to enter the human kingdom will never be much worse, so the evil view can fully know that the army of monsters this time is very strong. The world is really cruel. Seeing that this small human city that had just been established in front of him was about to be wiped out in the army of monsters, Zhe Jian couldn't help sighing. But apart from sighing, there is nothing wrong with wrong views. This world is a world where the weak eat the weak die and the strong live. He did not know how many tribes and how many monsters he killed with Sesshomaru over the years. For wrong views, Sesshomaru thinks that it is right, and that is right. That's just when Zhe Jian gave no hope to the humans of Tianfu, blue talismans rose up around the entire Tianfu city. A huge network of talismans, composed of blue talismans, covered the entire Tianfu city. Outside the city, the dense forest surrounding Tianfu city is now falling down one by one. As far as the eye can see, there are demon soldiers, including wolf demons, snake demons, and bat demons. A large number of poisonous insects and beasts, summoned by monsters, charged towards Tianfu city. These beasts and poisonous insects are monsters with greedy eyes flashing in their eyes. They are all monsters that came from various places because they heard the news of the Four-Soul Jade. Originally, these monsters did not dare to attack Tianfu. In the past period of time, many monsters have seen the power of Tianfu. Although all monsters yearn to obtain the Four-Soul Jade, they are not stupid. As a monster, they can still tell the difference between their lives and the Four-Soul Jade. Therefore, although many monsters are eyeing the Tianxi mansion because they are afraid of Lin Zhe's strength, many monsters only send a few small monsters to try it out, and even a larger scale battle has never happened once. The Tianxi mansion and the monsters seem to have reached a delicate balance. Although everyone is fighting with each other, they are all petty. There was a stalemate for a while. However, after the arrival of the two monsters, the deadlock was broken. They are the Thunder Beast brothers who came from the Thunder Beast family. Different from the cautiousness of most monsters, the Thunder Beast brothers launched an attack on Tianfu City as soon as they arrived. Originally, many monsters were watching, but because they were afraid that the Thunder Beast brothers would take the lead when the Thunder Beast brothers rushed to the Tianchi mansion, the hesitant monsters followed as soon as they gritted their teeth. As more and more monsters followed, the original monsters who were afraid of Lin Zhe's strength rushed up after seeing so many monsters, thinking that the time was ripe, and they also kept up with a large army. So a war was about to break out. Boom, 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 boom. Outside the Tianfu city, the densely packed monsters charged towards the Tianfu, but when they rushed outside the city, the monster at the front felt a headache and was knocked down by an invisible force. On the ground, Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 118. Many Yake felt as if they had hit a wall. One by one, the bounced ones flew out, and the worst ones were those who ran fast, because they were in a hurry to grab the Four-Soul Jade. When they stood up from the ground, they saw the huge semicircular net, constructed by the light blue talismans in the sky, wrapping the entire Tianfu. In just a moment, the original talisman net was covered by blue lightning, and some powerful monsters also sensed more attribute power from this huge semicircular barrier. Some of the monsters that were ejected used their weapons or fists to attack the barrier, but this was the beginning of their nightmare. Many monsters just touched the light blue enchantment, composed of talismans, and they were scorched black by the power of thunder and lightning above, and they were injured one after another. Some of the little monsters, with low strength, were even directly electrocuted. Some of the incorporeal monsters turned into black smoke and dissipated in midair. Are you Lin Zhe? Hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, otherwise you can die. In midair, the Thunder Beast brothers who finally came to Tianchi Mansion after arriving outside Tianfu City, and after inquiring about the location of Tianchi Mansion with some little demons, the two drove the demon cloud directly to the Tianchi Mansion. However, just after the two talents arrived outside the Tianfu City, they were blocked by the talisman barrier. The irritable Feishan just wanted to attack the barrier, and he saw that Lin Zhe appeared immediately after a gossip picture appeared. Qingnuo Zheo is above the barrier. Lin Zhe just stood on the barrier. The talisman barrier that could have electrocuted those little demons into ashes, and their bullets would pierce blood, could not cause any damage to Lin Zhe. Before Feishan came, he had seen the portrait of Lin Zhe from the hands of some little demons, so as soon as Lin Zhe appeared, Feishan and Mansion recognized Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe staring at him blankly, Feishan's always irritable tone was not good. Before he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Lin Zhe, and the lightning strike blade in his hand came down towards Lin Zhe. With a flying of the sky, purple lightning was pulled down by him in the dark clouds in the sky, and the lightning strike blade in his hand seemed to be one with the lightning in the sky. The bucket-thick lightning instantly flew towards Lin Zhe's location across a distance of hundreds of meters, and the continuous rain curtain in the sky was suddenly cut open in this extremely thick and dazzling lightning beam. Chapter 179. A large number of water droplets were completely vaporized before they could turn into steam. Under the flow of vaporized water vapor, the space seemed to be distorted. Zitsi. The dust in the air instantly became scorched, and the lightning beam was like a ferocious dragon roaring towards the location of Lin Zhe. Receive. Lin Zhe still stood calmly in the same place. As he commanded, a lightning-gathering talisman suddenly appeared, and the giant dragon of thunder and lightning, pulled down by Feishan's lightning strike blade, was immediately swallowed by the light blue talisman that appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Clean. Feishan's anticipation low, even Lin Zhe's hair could not be damaged at all, and disappeared completely. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that his brother Feishan's attack failed, Mansion, who was standing on the side, was stunned for a moment, then opened his big mouth, and the red divine thunder in his mouth spit out towards Lin Zhe. The red lightning bolts turned into red beasts in midair, attacking in the direction of Lin Zhe. Every red lightning beast seemed to have come to life, roaring like thunder. The roaring sound instantly dissipated several clouds in the sky, and a huge sound wave spread out dozens of miles away. In just a short period of time, hundreds of thunder beasts emerged one after another in the sky, and some of the beasts that were directly pressed were breathless due to the enormous coercion emanating from the thunder beasts. You stay here well. Don't leave the Tianjin mansion. From the moment the talisman barrier appeared in the sky, Master Mavio and Monk Mingsun, who were meditating in the log cabin at the entrance of Tianjin Mansion, opened their eyes in unison. The two finished meditating and walked out of the wooden house. Miles Vio was holding the jet-black Buddha beads in his hands, but his normally frivolous face became serious at this moment, and his smooth forehead was tightly wrinkled. Feeling the monstrous aura coming from all over the sky, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Looking at Mage Mingsun, who was doing the same thing on the side, they both looked at Inuyasha on the side, and Mingsun seriously explained, "Wait for us to come back and drink together. Don't die outside, you two bald donkeys. When I lift the seal, I'll invite you all to eat and drink." Watching Monk Mingsun and Master Mavio rush towards the outside of the talisman barrier, Inuyasha jumped off the branch where he was squatting and shouted at the two who had walked away, "Let's go to the east of the city to peek at those women." Bath. Mage Mavio had just jumped onto a high platform. He had just used his demon power and was about to charge into the distance again when he heard Inuyasha's words. "How about killing more monsters than whoever is?" In the distance, Monk Mingsun saw that Master Mavio almost fell because of Inuyasha's words, and he almost left. Monk Mingsun watched the sky while fighting with the Thunder Beast brothers while controlling a talisman to knock out those who came from the impact. The monsters sent pieces of Lin Zhe flying. Monk Mingsun's heart suddenly rose with pride. This is the first time he can fight with Lin Zhe. He turned his head and Monk Mingsun looked at Miles Vio provocatively. "Do you dare?" "Why don't you dare?" Standing firm on the high platform, Miles Vio arrogantly agreed to Monk Mingsun's bet. His eyes looked at Lin Zhe, who was strolling leisurely in the sky and slaughtering the quartet. Up. As a genius exorcist in Buddhism, although Miles Vio is humble, he has his own pride in his bones. Although he was determined to practice under Lin Zhe's sect and to follow Lin Zhe to preach the Dakian, he also wanted to show Lin Zhe that he was not just a door boy, but a real exorcist. "Sister, are you going out?" Feng stood beside the bellflower, looking at the dark clouds all over the sky, the red thunder beasts galloping in the dark clouds. She had always liked to jump, but at the moment she was surprisingly quiet. She took the quiver and handed it to Chikyo's hands. Her eyes were full of light as she looked at Lin Zhe in the sky. Originally, Chikyo was learning how to make clothes in the house, but suddenly there was a violent vibration outside the city. The demonic aura in the sky made Chikyo's complexion change. He put away the half-finished clothes and saw the monster fighting against Lin Zhe in the sky. Chikyo's eyes filled with murderous intent. "Wait at home for my sister to come back." Putting the quiver on his back, Chikyo stepped out and charged towards Lin Zhe's direction. In the past, the most important person in this world for Chikyo was his younger sister Kade. But after Lin Zhe appeared, the most important person in her heart was one more person. Looking at Lin Zhe's tall figure with star-like eyes, Chikyo grabbed an arrow full of talisman patterns from the quiver behind him. Looking at the arrows, covered with talisman patterns, in his hand, Chikyo felt a warm current in his heart. These arrows were arrows that Lin Zhe had drawn talismans in his spare time. After Lin Zhe tried paper, he began to try to draw talismans in various places. And the arrow of Chikyo is one of Lin Zhe's choices for drawing talismans. However, because Lin Zhe personally drew the arrows of the talisman, although she had already accumulated hundreds of Chikyo in her exclusive arsenal, she had been reluctant to use them. If it weren't for the large number of monsters coming this time, and their strengths are very strong, how Chikyo would not be willing to use these arrows that Lin Zhe personally drew a spell. "It's been a long time since I fought side by side with brother Lin Zhe. holding the bow and arrow in his hand tightly, looking at Lin Zhe, who was standing high in the sky with a talisman formation flying around the barrier. A peaceful smile appeared on Chikyo's face. "Changyo, wait for me." Just as Chikyo rushed towards Lin Zhe, she heard Tsubaki's voice. "I don't know when." Tsubaki, who was controlling the Shikigami soaring serpent, had already rushed over from behind. She tightly squeezed the halberd in her hand and quickly approached Chikyo, watching Chikyo stop and walked to Chikyo. Tsubaki next to him looked at Chikyo provocatively. "Whoever kills more monsters is senior sister, how about that?" After becoming Lin Zhe's disciple, Shun has a new goal, which is to become Lin Zhe's eldest disciple. Because of the late entry, she is now only Lin Zhe's second disciple. She also became the second senior sister of Taiyan Shifu. This made Tsubaki, who has always been very strong, move to compete with Chikyo. "As you wish." Chikyo did not hesitate and directly agreed to Tsubaki's challenge request. Although she has always had no desires, being a big sister is one of the few things Chikyo cares about abnormally. Chapter 180. Seeing Chikyo agreeing to her request so readily, Tsubaki couldn't help but be taken aback. After getting along with Chikyo so well, she knew the character of Chikyo very well. He is usually peaceful and calm, with no competition in the world, and never takes the initiative to challenge things. Originally, Shun was still a little worried about whether Chikyo would agree to fight with him, but Chikyo agreed unexpectedly and simply. Moreover, Tsubaki also saw a strong fighting spirit in Chikyo's eyes, which made Tsubaki a little surprised. This is the first time Tsubaki has seen fighting intent on Chikyo, even though the two have fought more than once, but Tsubaki has never seen Chikyo ever exhibit it. Is it useless? In the dense forest, reverse-aired Jiluo led a group of little monsters to charge towards the talisman barrier laid out by Lin Zhe, looking at the people in front of him who were constantly being wiped out by the lightning or wind blades on the talisman barrier. Little Monster Shadow Assassin Chapter 119 Reverse-aired Jiluo's mood is unusually complicated. Originally, Jiluo was thinking that while Lin Zhe was fighting with Olivi's brothers, she could sneak into the Tianchi mansion while Lin Zhe was fighting, but her face was full of bitterness at this moment. The talisman barrier arranged by Lin Zhe was so strong that even she had no way to open it. What kind of talisman is it? Reverse-aired Jiluo looked at the aching fingers that were injured by lightning just because she tried to enter the enchantment, and her eyes were full of doubts. It's not that she hasn't seen the talismans of the Thunder system, but there seems to be something in these talismans that can suppress the magic power. When she just patted the talisman barrier, it was obvious that the magic power had already wrapped her hand, but the demon power in the back-haired Jiluo's hand was sucked out the moment he touched the barrier. This is the first time she has seen a barrier that devours demon power. While avoiding the light blue talismans that came from Lin Zhe in midair, Jiluo turned his gaze on Lin Zhe's body. Can't help but sigh, what a powerful guy. In the sky. Because of standing on the barrier of Tianfu City, the residents of the entire Tianfu City could see Lin Zhe's figure, and tens of thousands of residents in the city raised their heads to watch the battle between Lin Zhe and the Thunder Beast brothers in the air. Lin Zhe was still standing in the same place, looking at the worried eyes projected from the city one after another. Lin Zhe smiled slightly and nodded slightly towards the many residents in the city. He didn't care at all about the thunder and lightning beasts that were rushing towards him with red electric lights. With a slight glance, Lin Zhe's mouth was slightly raised as he watched the army of monsters rushing towards Tianfu City outside the city. Can Master Tianchi resist so many monsters? In Tianfu City, residents seem to have walked out of their homes, holding assorted weapons, bows and arrows, large knives, farm implements, and stones in their hands. Separated from the monster by the talisman barrier, the residents watched the army of monsters constantly charging towards them and others from the rain curtain in the distance. Can't help but worry. Outside the enchantment, the heavy rain in the sky was still falling, and the heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. A monster with a huge size rushed towards the barrier one after another. The death of the first wave of monsters did not stop the subsequent monsters. Under the trampling of countless monsters, the ground shook violently, making a rumbling sound. So many monsters should be able to break the barrier. Calamus stood in a spherical talisman barrier, and she weakly looked at the army of monsters charging towards the Tianchi mansion in the ring curtain on the horizon. In her emerald-like eyes, which were somewhat dim due to hunger, there was a hint of light. Since entering the Tianchi mansion, Shangqiu has been trapped in this blue ball of light. What annoyed Shangqiu the most was that Lin Zhe seemed to have forgotten her existence. After trapping her in the yard, he never came to this place again. At first, the Calamus would yell, but slowly she realized that the barrier seemed to have the effect of sound insulation, and her voice could not be transmitted at all. She, who had never eaten, slowly became quiet. It's not that she wants to be quiet, but that she was slowly defeated by hunger, and she was quiet just to save some energy. Because she is a monster, she can't starve to death if she doesn't eat for a short time, and it's still terrible to have nothing to eat, Calamus. But because of the sound insulation of the barrier, she couldn't hear any sound outside. 0. Flower 0. No one can speak so silently that there is no sound at all. I can't go out, and I don't have anything to eat. For the Calamus, who has always liked liveliness, it was more uncomfortable than killing her. So after seeing the demon army finally attack the Tianchi mansion, the eyes of Shangqiu, which had been lost due to loneliness and hunger, regained its brilliance. A smile appeared on her pale face. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded outside the enchantment of the entire Tianfu city, and the entire river valley outside the Tianfu city suddenly turned into a sea of flames. The almost white flames, the monster corpses flying into the sky, and the deafening sound of explosions made the entire small town tremble. Also, the happy smile that Iris had originally shown, because of the arrival of the monster army, froze on his face. Looking at the army of monsters that had been menacing in the last second, this second was completely swallowed up by the crimson flames, and the corpses of monsters rained down all over the sky, and her eyes could not help but quickly be occupied by fear and horror. The army of hundreds of thousands of monsters turned into a pile of minced meat in an instant, which made the open mouth of the Calamus unable to close for a long time. Have you killed so many monsters with just a wave of your hand? Looking up subconsciously, Shangqiu looked at Lin Zhe, who was waving his hand in the sky. Wherever Lin Zhe's hand pointed, there would be a huge and strong explosion. In the eyes of Calamus, Lin Zhe, in the sky, is like a peerless killing god, and the dense monsters are just like ants in the eyes of Lin Zhe, and there is no way to escape. Lin Zhe is in the palm of his hand. Seeing that Lin Zhe was so powerful, Shangqiu couldn't help but turn bitter. Originally, she was thinking of waiting for the army of monsters to break the Tianchi mansion, so that she could have a chance to escape. But after seeing Lin Zhe's strength, she couldn't help but despair. On the mountain outside the city. Fortunately, I didn't rush in rashly with those idiots. Standing on top of a huge rock, Zhe Jian rubbed his chin with only a few years, watching the battlefield where Lin Zhe was devoured by explosions and flames. Zhe Jian couldn't help but be thankful that he was wise enough to not run out. 7. Chapter 181. Lin Zhe resisted the army of 100,000 monsters by himself. In Zhe Jian's opinion, among all the human beings he has come into contact with, Lin Zhe can definitely be called the strongest one. It's not too embarrassing that Inuyasha fell into Lin Zhe's hands. Observing the battlefield, filled with gunpowder smoke and screaming monsters everywhere, Zhe Jian couldn't help but think of Inuyasha. Not long after arriving in Tianfu City, Zhe Jian, as a ravenous dog, smelled Inuyasha's breath. He followed his breath and finally saw Inuyasha, who was sealed by Lin Zhe and turned into a guard dog at the door of Taiyanshifu. Seeing Inuyasha's tragic state, Zhe Jian almost didn't sneer. For this reason, even if he had never seen Inuyasha again these days, when he thought of Inuyasha's embarrassed appearance, he couldn't help but snicker. But at this moment, Zhe Jian couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Zhe's power was beyond his imagination. Not only the power of strength, but also the strategy and calculation all make Zhe Jian admire him. Because of his relationship with the periphery, he can completely overlook the situation in the entire battlefield. Although he doesn't know why a huge explosion will occur as long as Lin Zhe in the sky swings his hand on the ground, Zhe Jian also has some guesses of his own. That is, who Lin Zhe arranged a large number of talismans around the Tianqi mansion. However, what made it a little difficult for Zhe Jian to figure out was why no one could detect the talisman hidden by Lin Zhe in advance. How on earth did he do it? Grabbing his few beards, Zhe Jian frowned while carrying his ghost-headed staff. What an arrogant guy. In the sky, Feishan, who was driving a flaming flugel, kept attacking Lin Zhe after knowing that the lightning of his lightning blade could not pose a threat to Lin Zhe. He completely gave up his plan to attack Lin Zhe and chose to fight Lin Zhe in melee. The lightning strike blade in Feishan's hand kept beheading Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe didn't seem to look at him directly. When he was attacking him, Lin Zhe actually freed up his hand to attack the army of monsters on the battlefield. This made Feishan feel like he was being played by Lin Zhe. Go together! Feishan glanced at the panting mansion next to him. He shouted and raised his lightning blade and slashed towards Lin Zhe. Hearing what his brother Feishan said, Mansion rode the demon cloud without any hesitation, waving his fist in his hand and immediately bombarded Lin Zhe. Whoa! Before the two demons could charge in front of Lin Zhe, the two golden whips on Lin Zhe's body turned into golden light spells instantly trapped the two of them. Chang! With the sound of a long knife being unsheathed, the Thunder Beast brothers suddenly felt an aura of death enveloped them both. In the crisis of life and death, the two struggled frantically trying to escape from the place. PFFT! The light blue knife light flashed through the space behind the two of them, and then the two who were still struggling felt their necks cold, and suddenly their heads fell. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 120. As monsters, they naturally wouldn't be killed so easily. After being stabbed by Lin Zhe, the Thunder Beast brothers just wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but then their heads were wrapped in a talisman. Purple lightning flashes. So far, the heads of the two have completely turned into fly ash. After dealing with the two monsters, Feishan and Randy, Lin Zhe turned his attention to the battlefield. After Lin Zhe launched a round of talisman bombing, the original monster army was completely smashed. Coupled with the entry of Kityo, Chen, Miles Vio and Monk Minksun, as some of the more powerful monsters were dealt with, this battle came to an end with a victory of Taiyanshifu. 3 years later. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, after Lin Zhe successfully repelled the army from the demon clan, the entire Tianqi mansion became quiet. Of course, the complete quietness of the Tianqi mansion was not entirely because of Lin Zhe's powerful strength to deter many monsters. One of the more important reasons is that the real Jade Four Souls appeared. With the appearance of the real Jade Four Souls, all the monsters who had thought of coming to Lin Zhe to get back the Jade Four Souls completely dispelled this idea. The Yake who came back alive from that battle also realized that he and others had been deceived by false news. Lin Zhe didn't have the Jade Four Souls in his hand. After getting the real news of the Jade of the Four Souls, and knowing that Lin Zhe's strength is so strong that it is not easy to mess with, the place where the Tianqi mansion is located has completely turned into a forbidden area. Ordinary monsters will subconsciously avoid them when they are still 100 miles away from the Tianqi mansion. In the past 3 years, Lin Zhe has gained a lot. The battle against the Demon Clan 3 years ago had greatly boosted Lin Zhe's reputation, and he had reached a level that no one knew about him in the entire Musashi Kingdom. Correspondingly, Lin Zhe's reputation value also began to skyrocket. In the past 3 years, Lin Zhe has accumulated more than 1 million reputation points. Most of the more than 1 million RP was used by Lin Zhe to buy the 8 magical skills. All the 8 magical skills were exchanged by Lin Zhe with reputation points from the system. In addition, Lin Zhe's template progress has also been unlocked to 70%, and after the template has been unlocked to 70%, Lin Zhe can already use all the powerful secret skills of Leo Tianchi. The strength has been greatly improved compared to 3 years ago. Brother Lin Zhe, do we still need to train today? In the yard, Lin Zhe was reading a book in his hand, and a slender girl walked in from outside the door. His long dark hair was tied behind his head with a white headband, and a calm smile appeared on his fair face. The girl is Chikyo. When Lin Zhe first met Bellflower, because Bellflower was too thin, Lin Zhe mistakenly thought that Bellflower was only 7 or 8 years old at that time. But in fact, Chikyo was already 10 years old. Chikyo, who is now 13 years old, has grown completely compared to 3 years ago. In addition to the height and figure, the whole person is the same as the original book except for the difference in height and figure. It's rare that the weather is good today, so take a day off. Passing the book in his hand to Chikyo, Lin Zhe sat up from the rattan chair he was lying on. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, Lin Zhe's life has been completely peaceful. Do daily tasks on time every day, then read books, sleep, and at the beginning of each month, go to the Demon Sculpture Square in front of the Tianchi Mansion on time to hold evangelistic meetings for humans from all over the world. Chapter 182. Master, I'm exhausted. At the door, Tsubaki, who has fully grown into a beautiful girl, said coquettishly with a coquettish tone. Lin Zhe turned his head slightly and saw a black-haired, fair-skinned face with big black eyes full of slight Tsubaki walking over from a distance. She ran to Lin Zhe's side, hugged Lin Zhe's arm, half-closed her eyes, and looked exhausted. Okay, every time I come back, I always look like that. Being shaken by Chen, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. After Chen became familiar with himself in the past few years, the whole person has long been free from the previous restraints, and Chen has completely learned all the coquettish and cheating things. Seeing Chen's appearance, Lin Zhe knew what Chen was thinking, and shook his head slightly. Lin Zhe looked at Chen. Tell me, what reward do you want this time? I knew that Master is the best, and I know that Chen has worked hard to eliminate demons. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chen, who was still looking helpless, suddenly became elated and in high spirits, and he still looked like he couldn't stand still when he looked at him. The corners of Chen's mouth rose slightly. Looking at Lin Zhe, he said with anticipation, Master, I have more demon slayers than Chikyo this month, so I will be senior sister in the next few months. I know that Master is the fairest master in the world. It's just a big sister, what's the point of fighting back and forth? Hearing Chen's master calling out to himself, Lin Zhe couldn't help but get goosebumps. After spending 3 years with Chen, Lin Zhe naturally knew that Chen was calling him that way on purpose. When nothing happened, Chen was not so well behaved. Look. For the past 3 years, Tsubaki and Chikyo have been fighting every now and then in order to obtain the title of senior sister. This is also the only thing that Lin Zhe found, and that Chikyo cares about it. In fact, Lin Zhe is a little puzzled. Why is Chikyo, who has always been indifferent to the world, and like Chen, the title of a senior sister, is so stubborn? Yue. No, this month is not over yet, so I can't give you the title of senior sister. As soon as Lin Zhe's words fell, the Chikyo on the side looked at Chen tit for tat. Her tone was full of gunpowder, who was always extremely quiet and peaceful. After speaking, Chikyo didn't wait for Tsubaki to refute. She immediately picked up her quiver, and after resigning with Lin Zhe, she walked outside the Tianchi Mansion. HMPH, whoever is afraid of whom, I will also go out to remove the demon. Seeing the back of Chikyo leaving, Chen, who was still holding Lin Zhe's arm, immediately released Lin Zhe's arm. She summoned her own Shikigami soaring snake, jumped to the top of the Shikigami soaring snake, and quickly left the yard where Lin Zhe was. Smelly Lin Zhe, bastard Lin Zhe. Woo woo woo, I want to go home, I don't want to stay here. In the backyard of Tianchi Mansion, the calamus that was sealed in the talisman by Lin Zhe 3 years ago sat in the sealed space. She was sealed by Lin Zhe for 3 years and lived like a year. After the beginning, she would still think that Lin Zhe would deliberately put herself here from time to time and then wait for herself to surrender voluntarily. But in the back, Calamus couldn't stand the days when she couldn't do anything inside the seal. Every day she watched the rotation of the 4 seasons outside the seal, but she couldn't do anything. This almost drove the Calamus crazy. So Calamus surrendered, and she shouted surrender to the seal. However, what made Changyu even more desperate happened. Although she surrendered, she still couldn't wait for Lin Zhe to appear. Only then did she realize that Lin Zhe had completely forgotten what sealed her. This made Changyu completely fall into despair. She even thought that if Lin Zhe never remembered her words, wouldn't she have to be sealed in the Tianchi Mansion for the rest of her life? I'm going to bite you, bastard, when I go out. He muttered to himself towards the inner courtyard of the Tianchi Mansion, and the Calamus fell asleep leaning against the tree in the enchantment. She spent most of the 3 years in hibernation. Hey, calm down, how do you keep an eye on the door? The entrance of Tianchi Mansion. Inuyasha held a small wooden stick in his hand, looking at the evil view holding the ghost head staff in front of him, leaning against the stone lion at the door, dozing off. The stick in Inuyasha's hand immediately moved towards the evil view. Stabbed in the past. Ever since Zhe Jian was caught by Lin Zhe, Inuyasha has someone to entertain. Seeing Zhe Jian wake up suddenly under his wooden stick, Inuyasha couldn't help showing a sly smile. Follow your highness. After being stabbed by Inuyasha, Zhe Jian immediately stood up. He looked at Inuyasha respectfully, and his tone was extremely disciplined. In fact, when he was just caught by Lin Zhe, Zhe Jian just came here, and he completely ignored Inuyasha, but after he was sealed by Lin Zhe, how could he be Inuyasha's opponent? In the past 3 years, whenever he showed any dissatisfaction, he would be beaten by Inuyasha. In order not to be beaten again, the evil view could not help but give in completely like Inuyasha. Not bad, there is progress. Seeing the evil spirit standing up, holding his staff, looking ahead, and acting like a guard, Inuyasha nodded slightly, and then he asked curiously, I'm very curious, since you are so afraid of death, why not hand over the way to find that guy Sesshomaru? There is no need to ask this, His Highness. I am loyal to His Highness Sesshomaru and will never betray His Highness. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 121. Hearing Inuyasha's question, Zhe Jian immediately became vigilant. In fact, after Lin Zhe caught him, he once asked where Sesshomaru was, but after seeing how powerful Lin Zhe was, Zhe Jian was very concerned about the location of Sesshomaru. Shut up. It's really boring. Seeing Zhe Jian's appearance, that he didn't say anything after being killed, Inuyasha immediately lost interest. In fact, he still admires the stubbornness of wrong views. Then Inuyasha turned his gaze to the other side again, swinging the wooden stick in his hand, and said, and the 2 of you, hurry up to strike when you finish the door in the morning. I know, Inuyasha-sama. Deodae was crying and looking at Inuyasha with a wooden stick in front of him. His wrinkled face was full of helplessness and bitterness. He regretted coming to Tianchi to join in the fun. After the battle that day, Deodae wanted to leave directly, but suddenly Lin Zhe appeared in the air, and Deodae and his apprentice Udefeng had no chance to escape at all. After being caught by Lin Zhe, the 2 people who were sealed became the doorman of Tianchi Mansion and the blacksmith of Tianfu City. Every day, not only to check the door, but also to build utensils for the people in the city. Chapter 183. These 3 years can be said to be the most embarrassing 3 years in Deodae. He did not expect that a world-famous weapon master would actually become a blacksmith in a human kingdom. This was something that Deodae could not have imagined anyway. Looking at Inuyasha in front of him, Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head. The son of the dignified Western country's strongest monster, General Inyu, was now a doorman. Lin Zhe couldn't help but wonder if General Inyu would be mad if he was alive. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe was relieved. Lin Zhe's strength was so powerful that it was not wrong for Inuyasha to lose to Lin Zhe. In an unknown mountain. Because it has entered autumn, the trees in the mountain have all turned yellow and the entire mountain forest is showing a golden color. A gray rabbit poked its head out of the grass. It looked around with its ears pricked up, listening carefully to the movement in the woods. After a long time, the rabbit, who felt safe, jumped out of the grass and nibbled on a mottled weed with some green leaves. Crack! Just as the rabbit walked to a place where half of the sweet potato had fallen, it just stepped on a dead branch, and a trap popped up instantly. The rabbit panicked and was about to be caught by the net pocket. As soon as it kicked off the ground, it avoided the net pocket and escaped successfully. Damn, he ran away. Inside the bushes, 3 figures ran out the moment the rabbit stepped on the trap. One of them, a young man with long black hair and a handsome face, took the lead to walk to the edge of the trap and looked at the sweet potato that was half eaten by the rabbit. There was a haze on his face. Looking at the place where the rabbit disappeared, the young man smashed a tree on the side with one punch and looked at a thin young man who followed with ridicule in his eyes. Evil ghost, will you set a trap? Ghost spider, what do you mean? You can do it, you will be the uncle in front of us one day. Hearing the ghost spider's words, the thin young evil ghost, who was checking the trap, suddenly became angry, and a trace of murderous intent flashed on his black and yellow face. But soon the killing intent completely dissipated, because the ghost spider had put a dagger on his neck and felt the coldness from his neck, and the evil ghost's whole person looked at the ghost spider's eyes instantly changed. Got to soften. Okay, it's all my own, ghost spider, you don't need to use a knife, right? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the arena, a middle-aged man with a fat and scarred face on one side spoke to dissuade the two. With a big knife in his hand, he pulled out half of it threateningly and looked at the ghost spider with a dagger against the evil spirit, with no concealed killing intent in his tone. If this continues, how can we act together in the future? Action, who wants to act with someone like him? Pushing away the dagger that the ghost spider had placed on his neck, the evil ghost glanced at the middle-aged scarred face next to him with some gratitude. If there is a disagreement, the sword will be drawn. Haha. If it wasn't for the old ghost blocking you just now, your head would have been cut off. The ghost spider put the dagger in his hand back into the leather scabbard on his waist, and he didn't care to look at the evil ghost, who was still looking at him with dissatisfaction. It seems that he doesn't care whether the evil spirit will attack him at all. Okay, with this quarrel, it's better to think about how to spend the next day. The old ghost standing on the side rubbed the big knife in his hand, shook his head, his voice was full of majesty. He looked at the two with some dissatisfaction, and his tone was unquestionable. Winter is coming soon, and it's time to go out. It's harvested. This site is occupied by those generals, and we have no chance at all. Glancing at the ghost spider, the evil ghost reluctantly retracted the long knife he had pulled out halfway into the scabbard. He stuck out his tongue and licked his chapped lips. Several people have not eaten decent food for several days because they were hunted down by military generals. Recently, several people have relied on wild fruits in the mountains to survive, and they have never eaten enough. We can't stay in this place any longer. The portraits of several of us have been hung on the walls of the city. Seeing that the originally hostile ghost spider and the evil ghost both calmed down, the old ghost nodded with satisfaction. He leaned against the big tree beside him. His tone was full of hatred. Let's change the place next. I didn't want to stay in this backcountry for a long time. To get a lot of gold and silver jewelry, I think we need to go somewhere rich. Hearing the old ghost's words, the evil ghost, who shoved half of the sweet potato on the ground into his mouth, immediately became excited, and his eyes were full of light. He and the other two are robbers of this generation. Originally, the three of them cooperated very well. Every time they make a move, they can get a lot of gains. Clearance. As the well-known robbers of this generation, the three of them naturally entered the ranks of being cleared. During this period of time, in order to avoid those powerful generals, the three of them have been hiding in this deep mountain. Only when it was dark would they go down the mountain to find something to eat. I've heard of one in a wealthy place, but I just don't know if you two dare to go. Taking off the wine bag on his waist, the ghost spider took a sip and looked at his two companions playfully. How about going to Tianfu City? You mean the place that developed into the wealthiest castle in Musashi within 3 years? The ghost spider's words just fell, and the old ghost, Nuozeos, leaning against the big tree, asked hesitantly, "It is said that the city owner there is a guy named Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe? If I remember correctly, it's the one who wiped out 100,000 monsters. The ghost spider's proposal made the evil ghost on the side also interested. He frowned slightly and said with some doubts, "Are we going there to seek death? How about making a big deal and leaving?" Seeing the timid face of the evil ghost, a trace of graduation flashed in the ghost spider's eyes. He looked into the distance. His eyes were full of greed. It has long been known that Tianfu City is wealthy and surpasses the Muzang Kingdom. As long as he thinks that he can get countless jewels, he can't help but get excited. Just do it and go, but you can give it a try. The old ghost nodded, and when he saw Tianfu City, all the light in his eyes flashed away. It is true that the wealth of Tianfu City is the highest in the Muzang Kingdom, but the people there are not easy to mess with. Chapter 184. Therefore, when Ghost Spider proposed to go to Tianfu City, he originally wanted to reject it. However, if it is only done once, the risk is undoubtedly much smaller. Tianfu City, Tianfu. The time has come to the afternoon, and the temperature that was just right, because the sun slanted westward, it slowly descended. The bleak autumn wind came from a distance, taking away every trace of the temperature accumulated during the day. Is it autumn again? In the backyard of the Tianxi mansion in the woods, this maple forest is now golden, with golden leaves falling everywhere. From a height, this maple forest is like a piece of amber beautiful jade, dotted in the huge building complex of Tianfu. A banshee, with short black hair and a delicate white face, with slightly wrinkled brows, sat on the ground. She opened her eyes in a daze and reached out to catch a fallen leaf from the sky. Maybe it was because she slept for too long. Her eyes were a little dull, and it took a while for her to recover. She reached out and stroked her black hair. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes. Is it already the 3rd year? The girl was the reverse-haired Jiluo who came to attack the Tianxi mansion. Because she followed the monsters to attack the Tianxi mansion, she was almost killed when Lin Zhe launched the Great Talisman formation. When she woke up, she realized that she had been sealed. After being sealed by Lin Zhe, Jiluo Nyanfa became the manager of this maple forest in Tianfu. In the earliest days, reverse-haired Zhero also thought about escaping. But after she walked to the edge of the maple forest countless times, she would completely lose consciousness, and she completely gave up this idea. It's been 3 years. Doesn't that guy know that there is still a monster sealed here? Originally, Jiluo was thinking of giving in to Lin Zhe completely in exchange for a chance to be free, but in the past 3 years, she has seen a girl named Feng who often comes to this maple forest. Others have never appeared here. She has been looking forward to seeing Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe seems to have completely forgotten her existence and has not appeared even once in 3 years. Shadow. Assassin Chapter 122. Is anyone here? Just as reverse-haired Jiluo closed her eyes again in despair and was about to fall asleep again, she suddenly heard a sound in the silent maple forest. It was the sound of footsteps. The long-awaited footsteps were reversed. Big sister, wake up. In the backyard of the Tianxi mansion, the sleeping Calamus suddenly heard a voice in her ear. She struggled for a long time before opening her eyes. Soon a girl with black hair and a puffy face appeared in front of Calamus. The little girl supported her white chin and curiously squatted on the ground in front of her. Who are you? Just after waking up, Shangyu shook her dizzy head. She sat up cross-legged and looked at the little girl in front of her with a look of alertness, even though she intuitively told Shangyu that the little girl in front of her was an ordinary human being. But after seeing the power of Tian Shifu, Shangyu didn't dare to take it lightly when he saw Tian Shifu. My name is Feng. Brother Lin Zhe asked me to come and bring you some food. Feng looked at the Banshee Calamus in front of her. She stared curiously at Calamus's green pupils. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Looking at the food Feng handed over in front of her, Calamus's nose was sour and tears flowed down. The scene she had been looking forward to countless times finally appeared in front of her. Calamus picked up a sweet potato in disbelief. She had not eaten anything for 3 years and almost forgot the taste of the food. Didn't that guy say anything else? Taking a bite of the sweet potato, Calamus had never thought that food could be so delicious. She looked at Calamus expectantly, expecting to hear better news. Compared to eating food, she cares more about being free. Looking at the enchantment that still exists around her, Iris looked at Feng with a burning gaze. For example, something that can let me out. Brother Lin Zhe just asked me to deliver food. Feng is leaving. Big sister, goodbye. Looking at the excited Calamus, Feng shook her head slightly and smiled sweetly at the Calamus. Then she stood up and took a step towards the talisman barrier. When Aim heard Feng's words, her mood, which had been high just a moment ago, suddenly fell. Looking at Feng walking to the edge of the barrier, after a blue light flashed on her body, the barrier opened automatically, and Aim couldn't help but want to go out with her, but she was blocked just as she reached the barrier. I won't bite you, let me out. Helplessly retracting his hand, looking at the barrier that was closed again, the Calamus was eating the sweet potato in his hand, and suddenly felt that the sweet potato that had just been unusually delicious was dull at the moment. At first, I was thinking of going out to seek revenge for Lin Zhe, but at this moment, I completely lost the thought of revenge. She sat on the ground muttering to herself. What does the master need to do with Kilo? In the maple forest, the reverse-haired Jiluo knelt at Lin Zhe's feet. She raised her head and looked at the human being in front of her who had killed hundreds of thousands of monsters. She couldn't bear the slightest hatred. She was in the monster group 3 years ago, and now she can still think of the monster corpses that were blown into the air by Lin Zhe. The blood in the sky, the purple thunder and lightning in the air, she still shudders when she thinks of it now. Although Lin Zhe didn't exude any breath, just kneeling in front of Lin Zhe like this, Jiluo with the back hair could still feel the enormous pressure that Lin Zhe brought her. There are things you need to do. Before that, you can listen to me on my side, for the time being. Lin Zhe nodded slightly when he looked at the back-haired and sensible look. 3 years ago, he sealed a large number of monsters. Compared with humans, monsters are more tenacious in their lives, so they can better complete their tasks by taking them as subordinates. The news of the Jade of the Four Souls has reappeared. As one of Lin Zhe's goals in coming to this world, Lin Zhe naturally wants to accept the Jade of the Four Souls. This time, Lin Zhe came to look for Nifa Jiluo, just to prepare, let her go out and inquire for herself. As Yaokei, reverse hair Kura is obviously more suitable for running around than Kikyo and the others. Although Yamazashi country is a country of human beings, there are still a lot of monsters here. 3 years ago, Lin Zhe killed a large number of monsters, and several monster tribes were even exterminated by Lin Zhe. Chapter 185. Therefore, Lin Zhe knew exactly how much those monsters hated him. Perhaps within the scope of Tianchi Mansion, those monsters would not dare to do anything to Kikyo and Tsubaki, but once they left the location of Tianfu City, those monsters would definitely not let Kikyo and Tsubaki go in vain. After getting along for the past few years, Lin Zhe has long regarded Kikyo and Shun as his own relatives, and naturally he will not let them take risks easily. Jiro obeys. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Jiluo turned his head down and knelt down towards Lin Zhe. The 3-year seal has dissipated most of the hostility from reverse-haired Jiluo. Originally rebellious, she now obeyed like a kitten in front of Lin Zhe. It's finally back. Still staying, Tianfu City comfortably. Miles Dio, wearing a hat and leaning on a staff at the gate of Tianfu City, looked at the scene of people coming and going in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His tired face showed an expression of enjoyment. Come. Looking at the monk Mingsun who had already bought a roast chicken from the street, he sighed, I haven't come back for a few months, and Tianfu City has become even more prosperous. Of course, every time I go out and come back, this place gives me the feeling of a different place. After tearing off a chicken leg, Mingsun took a ruthless bite, his mouth full of oil, and his face was instantly filled with a satisfied expression. In the past 3 years, under the leadership of Lin Zhe, Tianfu City began to develop rapidly. In just 3 years, it became the largest city in Musashi, not only commercial prosperity, but also the safest place in the entire Musashi. No monsters dare to appear in Tianfu City. This commission is really weird. After taking a sip of the fine wine she had just made in the hotel selling on the street corner, Mingsun hiccups, kicked her foot and stared at Mabio, who was standing back and forth among the girls on the street. This time the two of them went out for 3 months, because they received a commission from a small coastal fishing village. The virgins there disappeared in large numbers. Thousands of children have disappeared. As Lin Zhe's nominal disciples, they naturally need to complete such a commission. In the past few years, except for some very powerful monsters, Lin Zhe will help to deal with them, and some other monsters have been dealt with by the two of them, Chikyo and Tsubaki. Do you think that legend is true? Being kicked by Mingsun, Miles Dio turned around and gave Mingsun a blank look. When he came back, he remembered what happened before. In order to investigate the disappearance of the virgins, the two went along the entire coastline. All ran once. Almost didn't break his foot. Although there were no clues, the two heard a legend over and over again. A legend about Tangley Island. Who knows, it's just a legend. Walking in the direction of Tianxi Mansion, the expressions of the two of them were a little lonely when they talked about this matter. It took several months to investigate the ins and outs of the matter, which made them feel that they had done useless work. I haven't been here for a long time. The calamus sat under the pine tree. The pale yellow pine needles fell very frequently after the arrival of autumn. The calamus, in a daze, didn't pay any attention to the pine needles that slowly accumulated on the top of his head. However, her daze was soon interrupted by a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The long-lost voice made Shangyu raise her head. She looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of her. The expressions on her face ranged from surprise to anger to helplessness. Several different expressions were mixed on her fair face. Pine trees have grown so high. Lin Zhe looked at the girl sitting in a daze under the pine tree, and he couldn't help but sigh. Since the calamus was sealed in this place 3 years ago, Lin Zhe has never been here, because he didn't think about how to deal with a calamus. After a long time, Lin Zhe almost forgot that this demon girl was still sealed in this corner of the Tianxi Mansion. You bastard. When she came back to her senses, the calamus rushed to Lin Zhe's side. She hugged Lin Zhe's feet tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was thrown into this place by Lin Zhe, and the only person who accompanied her was the knot. This pine tree in the world. She was so bored for 3 years that she even spent a month counting the pine needles on the pine tree 3 times. Shangyu decided that no matter what happened to Lin Zhe, she would never let go of her hand that hugged Lin Zhe. Even if she was beaten to death by Lin Zhe, she should not stay in this place any longer and be so boring. 0. Flower 0. If it went on like this, she felt like she was going crazy. Shadow Assassin Chapter 123. Hey. Let go. Seeing Calamus hugging him with tears in his eyes, Lin Zhe was a little surprised. He had also been to reverse Air Luo before. Compared to Calamus's emotional, out-of-control reverse Air Luo was much better. At least reverse Air Luo can still communicate with himself calmly, but when he arrived at Shangqiu, this girl from the Northern Demon Wolf clan completely lost control of her emotions and cried like a child. Lin Zhe's indifferent tone could not help but soften a little. If you still want to go out, let go of your hand. You really don't like me, can I really go out? Shangqiu stared blankly at Lin Zhe. Her eyes, like green gems, were full of surprises, and she couldn't believe it. Her fair and slender hands slowly loosened a little, but they still hadn't completely loosened. She was very worried that as soon as her hand was released, Lin Zhe would suddenly disappear in place like before. And then no trace was found. Disperse. Lin Zhe didn't talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and waved it slightly. As the command from Lin Zhe's mouth fell, the surrounding talisman barrier suddenly dissipated. In the end, all the talismans turned into little stars and completely disappeared in the air. I am coming out. Seeing that the talisman enchantment around him completely disappeared, a chorus walked out from the enchantment. She was walking slowly on the garden path of Tianxi Mansion. The footsteps were as fine as a cat's. Thank you, Master Lin Zhe, we are destined to meet again. Looking at the crimson sunset in the west, in the sky, Calamus turned her head and glanced at Lin Zhe, who was still standing under the pine tree. There was a sly look in her eyes, and she said goodbye to Lin Zhe with a smile. Stepping down heavily with one foot, the Calamus seems to have smelled the smell of freedom. But soon her originally proud expression was stunned on her face, and the expected scene of jumping out of the Tianxi Mansion from the ground did not appear. Calamus found herself still on the ground. Only then did she remember that her demon power was sealed by Lin Zhe. 7. Chapter 186. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was standing quietly in the distance and looked curiously at himself jumping in place, Calamus smiled awkwardly. The pale face instantly turned red. She pinched the corners of her clothes with her hands a little uneasy and smiled at Lin Zhe. I was just joking with Lin Zhe Tianxi. How could I be willing to leave so easily in such a good place as Tianxi? Lin Zhe looked at the Calamus. He couldn't help but slightly raise his mouth and shook his head. Don't waste your energy. No matter where you go, I can find you. Lin Zhe Tianxi asks me to do anything. As long as you can let me go. After being dismantled by Lin Zhe, Calamus blushed and returned to Lin Zhe's side. She looked at Lin Zhe aggrievedly with a pitiful look and a cry in her voice. You can do anything? Lin Zhe lowered his head slightly, looked at the Calamus from top to bottom, and asked suspiciously. Lin Zhe Tianxi doesn't want to let the Calamus do that kind of thing, right? Seeing Lin Zhe swept her gaze, Shangqiu couldn't help but panic in her heart. She suddenly became alert and crossed her hands to protect herself in front of her, making a look to prevent her from being violated. Save it. From here to the end, someone will tell you what to do next. Lin Zhe almost didn't laugh when he looked at the Calamus. He shook his head slightly, not paying any attention to the girl's cranky thoughts. After explaining the matter, Lin Zhe didn't stay any longer looking at the Calamus that was dazed in place. Lin Zhe added, follow the route I said, or you will be injured by the talisman. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You and I. Calamus just wanted to ask what Lin Zhe wanted to do, but Lin Zhe disappeared in front of her before she finished speaking. Looking at the position where Lin Zhe disappeared, Shangqiu stomped her feet in anger. Soon it was getting dark. On a moonless night, the stars in the sky appeared particularly bright. Sister, are you making clothes for Brother Lin Zhe again? Inside a clean and tidy wooden house, Chikyo sat on the bed by the window. The needle in her hand shuttled back and forth between the fabrics very quickly and quickly sewed a finely stitched cuff. Feng lay on the bed and looked at the bellflower in front of her who was carefully sewing clothes. She waved her little feet and asked curiously, "Sister must be making autumn clothes for brother Lin Zhe. I'll talk to you when I'm done." Chityo nodded and then sewed the clothes in his hand. In the past 3 years, Chityo would make clothes in the house every time he came back from the outside to remove the demon. After 3 years of continuous practice, Chityo is no longer the girl who can tie her hands when she sews clothes. Now she is not only skilled in her movements, but also in very beautiful clothes. Sister doesn't like Feng anymore. I don't talk to others. Every time I come back, I make clothes. Seeing Chityo ignoring her, Feng puffed up angrily. She looked pitiful, as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. Feng imitated the adults and sighed, "Hey, my sister will eventually marry brother Lin Zhe. What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing Feng's words, Chityo's face immediately turned red. She put down the clothes in her hands, picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it towards Feng, who was making a face at her. Originally sewing clothes well under the stirring of Feng, it soon turned into a pillow fight between the two sisters. This Lin Zhe is really powerful. In a temple, the ghost spider carefully looked at a piece of paper that copied Lin Zhe's deeds in his hand. Under his feet was a headless monk, and the dagger in his hand was covered in bright red blood. Looking at the still handwriting paper, Ghost Spider couldn't help licking his blood-stained lips. The paper in his hand was exactly what he forced the monk under his feet to write. It's just a forest sting. Does it take a whole day of research? Outside the main hall, the evil spirit with a long knife in his hand chopped off the head of a little monk kneeling on the ground with a wave of his hand. A trace of disdain flashed across Spider's face. In his opinion, the ghost spiders are doing nothing but useless work. This time, although they said they were going to the Tianxi mansion to snatch a good deal, this time they just ran away after the snatch and didn't stop at all. It is impossible to encounter Lin Zhe at all. The ghost spider naturally has his reasons for studying Lin Zhe. The old ghost came in from outside the hall with a bunch of monks' heads. He split open a head, grabbed a handful of steaming white objects, and swallowed it in one bite. The strength of the ghost spider is not strong among the 3 of them, and it can even be said that it is the weakest one, but the old ghost never dared to underestimate the ghost spider. Although the ghost spider is not strong, he is the 3rd one of the best at calculating. Therefore, as long as there is something that cannot be decided, the old ghost will seek the meaning of the ghost spider. Idiot. Hearing the words of the evil ghost, the ghost spider shook his head and wiped the blood from his dagger with the paper in his hand. You saw it too, old ghost. This guy is clearly trying to find fault. Although the ghost spider's voice was not loud, it was completely heard by the evil ghost. He directly drew his knife and pointed at the ghost spider and said, "If you don't give me a reason to convince me today, then we will. It's not over. It's a one-time big deal, that's low risk. But if we don't know enough about Lin Zhe, I'm afraid we will have the money to take it, but we won't be able to spend it." Not caring about the evil ghost pointing at his knife, the ghost spider said calmly, "If you don't think of a way out, you will rashly shoot. Only a fool would do this. Evil ghost, put down your knife for me." After listening to the ghost spider's words, the old ghost nodded and then scolded the evil ghost on the side, ending the battle that was about to break out. Speaking of Lin Zhe, I found a lot of information about him in a room. The old ghost patted the ghost spider on the shoulder to show his appreciation. He pondered for a moment and then walked to a blood-stained box at the door. Opening the box, the old ghost took out a large stack of papers. Miko Chityo. What a beautiful woman. Looking at the paper handed over by the old ghost, the ghost spider's eyes focused on a piece of paper which was a portrait of Chityo shooting a monster with a bow and arrow. Shadow Assassin Chapter 124. Looking at the portrait in his hand, the ghost spider's eyes raised a strong desire to take Chityo as his own. Chapter 187. You mean that the legendary place is called Tangley Island? Inside a pavilion in Tianxi, several exquisite wood-carved lanterns radiated soft light. The charcoal stove was burning water. Lin Zhe took a sip of tea from the tea bowl in front of him and fell into deep thought. 3 months ago, a number of fishing villages from the coast submitted the entrustment of demon removal to Tian Shifu. Lin Zhe sent Miles Vio and Mingxin to investigate, but to Lin Zhe's surprise, the two who had always completed the task of eliminating demons very quickly did not return for a long time. If the two of them hadn't used the communication talisman to send the news back from time to time, Lin Zhe would have thought that something had happened to the two of them. However, after the two reported the matter, Lin Zhe probably understood what happened. The name of Tangley Island, Lin Zhe, is not unfamiliar. In the world of Inuyasha, this place name appeared in the theatrical version of Red Lotus, Tangley Island. Tangley Island appears every 50 years and is said to be the island of gods in ancient times. Lin Zhe has no interest in this island. Lin Zhe clearly knows that if nothing else happens, Tangley Island should have been occupied by the four fighting gods at this time. Lin Zhe Tianchi 06 heard of this island? Seeing Lin Zhe sinking into thinking, Miles Vio added tea to Lin Zhe. He looked at Lin Zhe curiously, but he couldn't find any clues. He wanted to find some clues here. This demon removal operation has troubled him for several months, and both he and Mingxin wanted to get the answer. Lin Zhe thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "It is said that there is a place where humans, half-demons, and monsters live together. Every 50 years, the barrier of Tangley Island will open and then appear at sea. So Tangley Island is real?" Monk Mingxin took a sip of wine, and Lin Zhe's words reminded him of many things. Although they didn't find anything this time, they didn't all find nothing. He and Miles Vio on the side looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Who knows? Maybe it's just a legend. Lin Zhe smiled at the two people who were in deep thought. In the past 3 years, Lin Zhe also began to slowly recognize the two of them and taught them a lot of things. Although the two of them are Lin Zhe's nominal disciples, Lin Zhe has put some thought into them. It's not that Lin Zhe is a selfless and dedicated master. Lin Zhe cultivated the two in order to gain more prestige points. In the past few years, as the two have been going out to slay demons, Lin Zhe's name has spread throughout the entire Wuzang Kingdom, and Lin Zhe has also gained a lot of prestige because of this. Therefore, in order to ensure that the two would not die so easily, Lin Zhe taught the two of them how to practice the Golden Light Mantra. Whether it's a legend or not, please ask Tianchi Lin Zhe to give us another chance. This time we will definitely find out the monsters who captured the virgins. Miles Vio bowed to Lin Zhe with a solemn face. In any case, since the Tianchi Mansion has accepted this commission, he and Mingxin will resolve this matter no matter what. Over the years, Tianchi Mansion has slowly surpassed the Exorcism Village and become the world's leading demon slayer. There is a title that no exorcist dares to match, and Tianchi Mansion has never missed a beat. All delegations are done well. This is the reason why Tianfu City can develop so fast in the past 3 years. Because of the 0 mistakes in the entrustment, the world has seen the power of Tianshifu. Many of these people who are far away from Tianshifu are willing to come to Tianshifu to entrust the demon. A large number of businessmen, rich people, and well-known exorcists have come to Tianshifu to settle down. Tianfu City has also won the title of the safest city for mankind. No matter what this honor of 0 mistakes says, Miles Vio can't let it be destroyed in his own hands. Let's rest for a few days in the mansion before going. Lin Zhe looked at Miles Vio, who looked at him solemnly and nodded knowingly about Miles Vio's persistent character. A few days can also allow Lin Zhe to make some preparations for the action of the two. Western country. In a huge palace. In the empty hall, the huge fire lamp is burning fiercely, and the oil extracted from the special monster can be used as the lamp oil for the fire lamp to burn steadily and continuously. The whole hall gives people a wild, primitive and mysterious feeling. This war is really long. Sesshomaru sat on a gilded chair full of quaint taste. He looked at the battle report in his hand and sighed lightly. The battle between the Western Kingdom and the other demon kingdoms has lasted for more than 10 years, and now the curtain has come to an end. Sesshomaru spent the past 3 years fighting on the battlefield, and he has gone through an unknown number of battles. Did that guy from Lin Zhe run away? After the war, Sesshomaru sat in a chair and started to think about things that he had never had time to deal with because of the war. 3 years ago, Lin Zhe was ordered to find the whereabouts of Inuyasha, but he never came back. Although Sesshomaru usually beats and kicks Lin Zhe, his loyal Sesshomaru still knows about it. Therefore, although he said that the wrong view might have escaped, Sesshomaru himself did not believe it. I heard that guy made a watchdog. After thinking about it for a while, Sesshomaru thought of what the enemy said when he was fighting against other demon kingdoms on the battlefield. Everyone in the Western Kingdom is a watchdog. You probably don't know that your younger brother has become a god. It's the matter of the Shifu's running dog. It seems to be a disgrace to my family for that guy to live. Holding the natural tooth in his hand, Sesshomaru's face turned gloomy. Previously, he had been unable to spare time because of the war, but now that the Western Kingdom has stabilized, Sesshomaru immediately made a decision to go to Wuzang Kingdom to see his younger brother, who had become a watchdog. I will kill that guy named Lin Zhe first, and then kill you. Standing up from the chair, looking at the hook-like moon outside the window, Sesshomaru's face was full of chills. Originally, Sesshomaru didn't know the name Lin Zhe, but since 3 years ago, the name Lin Zhe has been frequently heard in Sesshomaru's ears. Whether on the battlefield or in the Western Kingdom, there are legends about Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's name, Sesshomaru, almost made a cocoon in his ears. An Inuyasha was caught by Lin Zhe. In addition, if the evil view goes to find Inuyasha, there is a great possibility that it is also in Taiyanshifu. So this time Sesshomaru said that he would go to the Taiyanshi mansion to meet the Lin Zhe Taiyanshi, who is known as the strongest in the human kingdom, for a while. Chapter 188. Early morning. A fine light rain was falling in the sky, and the Taiyanshi mansion was shrouded in a thick white mist. Master, I'm here. Lin Zhe was training for daily tasks in the Taiyanshi mansion's martial arts field. He heard a voice coming from the thick fog just at the beginning. At the moment when the voice fell, a strong wind hit Lin Zhe. Dim dim dim. Just standing there, the golden longsword, transformed from the golden light spell on Lin Zhe's body, met the cyan longsword that suddenly charged from the thick fog. Shun's figure appeared behind Lin Zhe. The golden longsword, transformed into the golden light curse, collided with a longsword in Tsubaki's hand in midair, making a metallic clashing sound. Cyan and golden sword light intertwined in the thick fog, collided, weaving a fine sword net. Violent power rushed out from around the sword lights of the two, forming a violent wind, and the thick fog was stirred by the wind and swirled, forming a small storm tornado. You lose. Lin Zhe was waving his fist while distractedly controlling the golden longsword behind him. As he threw his last punch with all his strength, while the daily task was completed, the golden longsword that Lin Zhe was distractedly controlled was already suspended in the air. Tsubaki's neck. Master, you can't let me win once. Seeing Lin Zhe stop waving his fists, Shun, who was pointed at by the golden sword, was a little lost in the direction of the golden sword in his hand. She walked slowly to Lin Zhe and looked at Lin Zhe with some resentment. I've lost for 3 years. Although I lost 3 years, I still made some progress. Shadow Assassin Chapter 125. Lin Zhe ignored Shun's strange eyes. In the past 3 years, as long as Shun didn't go out on a mission, every time Lin Zhe came for daily training, Shun had to compete with Lin Zhe. This has almost become a way of communication between the two. Because of the frequent battles with Lin Zhe, Tsubaki's strength has improved very quickly. She is now evenly divided with Chikyo, and the battle between the two basically ends in a draw. Master Pangle Island really exists from time to time. After the competition, Shun followed Lin Zhe to a small pavilion next to the martial arts field. Sitting down in the small pavilion, Chen handed Lin Zhe a quick towel and asked curiously, "I read the commission report written by Miles Veo and the others yesterday. Do you want to go see it too?" Seeing Chen's well-behaved appearance, Lin Zhe immediately guessed Chen's thoughts. Every time Chen wanted to ask for something, he would change from a proud girl to a little girl. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chen was embarrassed without being told by Lin Zhe. She walked behind Lin Zhe, hugged Lin Zhe's neck tightly, and acted coquettishly, "Master, I just want to see if there's anything there that can make me pretty. Besides, I'll rely on Miles Veo and Mengsun. What should I do if something goes wrong?" Suhaki expressed her thoughts without reservation. Although under the influence of Lin Zhe over the years, she was a little down on beauty, but when she thought that the legendary island might have something that could keep her youth forever, Suhaki, I couldn't help but my heart jumped. Before, she had always wanted to get the Jade of Four Souls so that she could maintain her appearance, but now there is news that the Jade of Four Souls has appeared, but there is no definite news about where it is. So after knowing that he could not obtain the Four Soul Jade temporarily, Suhaki gave up the idea of using the Four Soul Jade. But she, who was born to love beauty, didn't want to just give up, so after learning that Tangley Island is the island of God, Suhaki immediately decided to ask Lin Zhe for instructions to go to Tangley Island. "Brother Lin Zhe, I'm going too." Just when Lin Zhe frowned slightly because Chen proposed to go to Tangley Island, Chityo came out of the thick fog. Her fair face slowly emerged from the thick fog, her long jet black hair floated in the breeze, and her delicate and flawless facial features no longer had the childishness of 3 years ago, giving people the feeling of a fairy descending into the mortal world. Holding a delicate sandalwood box in her hand, Campanulaceae sat down beside Lin Zhe. She met Chen's provocative gaze, and the smell of gunpowder erupted as soon as the two met. Umph. Umph. The two looked at each other, then each hugged Lin Zhe with one hand, turned their heads and ignored each other. Last month, the two completed the same number of entrustments to eliminate demons, so the title of senior sister is jointly owned by the two. So just at the beginning of the month, the two started a new round of comparison. Chityo heard that Suhaki was going to Tangley Island and naturally would not miss this opportunity. In addition, as Lin Zhe's first disciple, Chityo naturally would not allow this commission to fail, causing the Tianshifu that Lin Zhe personally founded to have a commission failure. "Okay, go if you want." Looking at the two people who smelled of gunpowder, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly. Originally, Lin Zhe had no interest in Tangley Island, but since Chityo and Suhaki were going to go, how could he let the two of them go, knowing that the 4 fighting gods were not easy to take risks? So after thinking about it for a while, Lin Zhe decided to bring a few people to Tangley Island to solve this matter. Although there is nothing that Lin Zhe wants on Tangley Island, it is worthwhile to go out and build a wave of reputation points. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Brother Lin Zhe." Seeing that Lin Zhe agreed, Chityo and Suhaki, who had just looked at each other with hostility, smiled at each other, and both of them showed smug smiles. In fact, when they came, the two had already discussed the matter of going to Tangley Island together, but they were afraid that Lin Zhe would not agree, so they pretended to be arguing to induce Lin Zhe to agree to their request. Although the two of them have been fighting each other in recent years, the relationship between them is excellent. No money. The competition between them made the two begin to understand each other. In the past 3 years, although the two have compared more often, they often go out together to complete tasks. Cooperating with each other to fight with each other, the feelings between the two become very deep. "Get ready, we'll leave in 3 days." Looking at the sly eyes of the two, Lin Zhe showed a wry smile. Lin Zhe never imagined that Chityo, who had always been very simple, would actually join Suhaki to deceive himself. However, seeing the harmonious relationship between the two, Lin Zhe couldn't help but nod. The two who were originally mortal enemies in the original book have now become close friends who cherish each other, which reassures Lin Zhe, who has always been worried that the relationship between the two will be deadlocked. After coming to this world, along with getting along with the two, Lin Zhe also slowly recognized the two and regarded them as his friends. Chapter 189. In front of the Tianxi mansion. Wrapped in the thick fog, the monsters that were sealed and made into monster sculptures on the demon sculpture square looked like they were flying in the clouds at the moment. With its hideous head and sharp fangs, just by looking at it from a distance, one can feel the powerful aura that these beasts can exude. So we're going out again soon? Inuyasha squatted on the head of the sealed monster in boredom. Opposite him were Mabio and Mingsun, who were standing on the heads of a bull monster and a tiger monster respectively. When the three of them are bored, they often crawl into this jungle of monsters to bask in the sun and chat or something. Hearing the news that Mabio and Mingsun, who had just returned from outside, were going out again, Inuyasha couldn't help but feel a little lonely. After staying in Tianxi Mansion for 3 years, he felt that he was about to fall ill. Yeah, Master Lin Zhe has already ordered we will leave in a few days. Before we leave, we will help you apply for a qualification to move freely in Tianfu City. Master Mabio rubbed the black rosary bead in his hand. He looked at the somewhat lonely Inuyasha and showed an encouraging smile. The two of them were not qualified to criticize Lin Zhe for Inuyasha's destination. Lin Zhe did not kill Inuyasha. In the eyes of the two, it was already a great luck for Inuyasha. Compared with these monsters that were sealed into sculptures at the feet of himself and others, Inuyasha can at least move freely within the scope of Tianxifu. As a friend of Inuyasha, the two discussed a proposal to Lin Zhe, that is, let Inuyasha stay in the city as a patrolman in charge of security in the city. Lin Zhe had also approved this matter, and the two of them came to Inuyasha to tell him about this worthy celebration. Can we walk freely in the city? Mabio, are you kidding me? Hearing Mabio's words, Inuyasha, who was lying on the demon sculpture and basking in the sun, jumped up from the demon sculpture and looked at Mabio in disbelief. His originally lonely look disappeared instantly and was replaced by excited and overwhelmed. Inuyasha rubbed his hands together and looked at Monk Mingsun. Is what Mage Lust said true? Exactly. Hearing that Inuyasha called Mabio a lecherous mage, Monk Mingsun smiled and nodded. The three of them always had no scruples when they chatted together, and the two often called Inuyasha a half-demon. Who is a lecherous mage, Inuyasha? Don't talk nonsense. Master Mabio made a Buddhist ritual and looked at Inuyasha seriously. Obviously, he didn't care what Inuyasha called him. After thinking for a while, Master Mabio said slowly, I heard Master Lin Zhe said that as long as Inuyasha can guarantee that Tianfu City will not have any trouble in the next few years, he can consider completely unsealing you. I will think about it. After all, I am usually very busy. Completely sure that he can really walk freely in Tianfu City, Inuyasha felt relieved, and he immediately stood up straight. Inuyasha, who realized that he was a little rude, forcibly suppressed the excitement on his face and returned to the arrogant expression on his face when he was not sealed. You guy, what are you pretending to be calm in front of us? Seeing that Inuyasha wanted to laugh and seemed to be holding back, the monk Mingsun on the side took a sip of wine and laughed out loud. How could they who knew Inuyasha very well not know if the Inuyasha at this moment was not because of good face? I am afraid that he would have jumped for joy. Let's escape together. In a warm room, Calamus looked at the back-haired Jerome who was combing her hair in front of the window. She asked tentatively, we can definitely escape by working together. You can go try it. Combing his short jet-black hair, Jera with a reverse hair was unmoved by Yane's suggestion. She never thought about escaping, but after thinking about it, she gave up completely. Not to mention that the strange seal in her body cannot be opened by herself. Even if she can escape from the Tianxi mansion, what can she do? Any disciple under Lin Zhe's hands could easily kill him. In this dangerous world, being able to rely on a strong man like Lin Zhe is a very rare thing. Even if her strength is not weak, but as a loose demon who does not belong to any force, the exorcist outside can kill her if she wants to kill her. In Tianchi Mansion, except for some restrictions on freedom, she has no restrictions in other places. You can have a stable environment, and Jiluo also thinks it is very good. If I'm alone, I can't seem to beat that guy. Seeing the reverse-haired Jiluo looking like she was ignoring her, Shangyu couldn't help shaking her head. Although she said she wanted to escape, she was just complaining. She had not returned to the family residence for a long time and wanted to go back to see how her family's residence was. Sitting down beside Jiluo with a reverse hair, Shangyu asked suspiciously, "By the way, I forgot to ask you how that fellow Lin Zhe plans to arrange us." Yesterday, she was placed by Lin Zhe to find Nyefa Jiluo. After Yang had eaten and drank a lot, she lay in bed and fell asleep early. Although deep sleep is also sleep, in some senses it is better than being in bed. Sleeping in the open air is a very painful thing. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 126. I need to find the news of the Four-Soul Jade. As for you, Lin Zhe Tianchi asked you to accompany him and wait for his dispatch. Reverse-haired Jello looked at her jet-black hair with satisfaction. After some of the seals were lifted, she regained her freedom. She washed her hair a dozen times before she stopped. Looking at the calamus in front of him who was staring at him with bright eyes, Jiluo with the opposite hair didn't have any nonsense and directly informed the calamus of Lin Zhe's arrangement. Walk around. Calamus's face became bitter at once. If she could act alone, she could still have a chance to escape, but if she was accompanied by Lin Zhe, then she would have no chance of leaving at all. Time flies. A day later. After a period of continuous drizzle, the rain did not decrease, but became heavier. There is Tianfu City. On the high mountain, a group of 3 people wearing scorpions and bamboo hats stood under a big tree, looking at Tianfu City in the distance. 3 ghosts. After a long journey, the 3 finally came to the vicinity of Tianfu City. Chapter 190. It is indeed the first city in the world for the human race. It's really prosperous. The old ghost licked his chapped lips and looked at Tianfu City, where the rain curtain shrouded the middle and high-rise buildings, and the greedy look in his eyes became more and more obvious. After observing for a while, the old ghost retracted his gaze and turned to look at the ghost spider on the side. What should we do now? You should also know how tight the defense of Tianfu City is. It's probably very difficult for the 3 of us to do something in Tianfu City. Before waiting for the ghost spider to answer, the evil ghost looked at the tall watchtowers in the rain curtain, and he shook his head first. The Tianchi Mansion was more tightly guarded than he imagined. Naturally, it's impossible to make any progress with us. But if Tianfu City becomes lively, don't we have a chance? Putting a piece of dry food into his mouth, the ghost spider leaned against the edge of a big tree with a gleam in his eyes. He had been thinking about how to get the opportunity on the way. He, who has always been good at strategy, has long thought of a fairly good method. Since you already have a solution, then I won't have a headache. The old ghost nodded with satisfaction and looked at the dozens of robbers behind him, all of whom he has summoned along the way. Many of them are young robbers who have just become robbers, and they have no fighting power at all. The reason why the old ghost brought these people was entirely suggested by the ghost spider to attract the war to the 3 of them. Exactly as a cannon fodder. Having cooperated with ghost spiders for many years, the old ghost has always admired the ingenuity of ghost spiders. Before we take action, we have to go to Tianshifu to see the situation again. The ghost spider stood up straight and took off the bamboo hat on his head, looking at the direction of Tianfu City. His eyes showed a trace of solemnity. Although he was very confident in his plan, after he didn't go to Tianfu City to investigate on the spot, Ghost Spider still couldn't be completely at ease. In addition, he has someone he really wants to meet. The woman in the portrait. The ghost spider has never been able to forget since he saw the portrait. No matter how much he pays, he will get her. Why don't you knock on the door and come in? Lin Zhe sat in front of the window and looked at the calamus, climbing in from outside the window. He shook his head and continued reading. After coming to this world for many years, Lin Zhe also slowly accepted the difference in the way of thinking between monsters and humans. You can walk in a lot less by entering through the window. Turning over the window, Calamus stood beside Lin Zhe. She carefully looked at Lin Zhe's room. This was the first time she came to Lin Zhe's room. Calamus was actually very curious about Lin Zhe, a human powerhouse she had heard of a long time ago. Looking around Lin Zhe's house, the simple furnishings in the house surprised Capitulo. Lord Lin Zhe, is there anything I need to do? After looking around, Capitulo turned to look at Lin Zhe, who was reading the book. She hesitated for a while before asking respectfully, Lord Lin Zhe, if I behave well, can I go home? Just stand here. Hearing Capitulo rambled on and on, Lin Zhe suddenly regretted releasing her from the barrier. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe put down the book in his hand and then raised his head and said in a flat tone, It's not impossible if you realize it makes me satisfied enough. Really? Lin Zhe Tianchi, you can't regret it. Walking around the room, there were some Calamus that didn't know what to do. When she heard Lin Zhe's words, she rushed to Lin Zhe's side. A pair of white hands supported the table in front of Lin Zhe, and she didn't care about herself at all. Some snow that was exposed by leaning down. Calamus stretched out her little finger and said seriously, Let's pull the hook, this is how humans sign contracts. Don't worry now. Lin Zhe looked at the little finger that the Calamus stretched out in front of him, froze for a moment, then shook his head and stretched out his fingers. Lin Zhe has seen quite a few monsters over the years, but this is the first time that Lin Zhe has seen a simple monster like the Calamus. He pulled the hook with Lin Zhe, and Akala immediately became happy. She smiled and nodded seriously to Lin Zhe. Until now, she was completely relieved. Because of the fact that she grew up in the family's residence, there are very few human beings that Zhangyu can come into contact with. She doesn't know how to get along with Lin Zhe at all. Even about hooks, she always asks Liang Feng, the sister-in-law of Tianshifu. 0. Flower 0. Now she is very grateful that Feng can tell herself about the contract signing method like the hook. But what's strange about Calamus is that when she and Lin Zhe are pulling hooks, Lin Zhe looks at her and she always feels a little weird. Thinking of this, Iris can't help but frown slightly. We've known each other for almost 4 years. On a high tower in Tianshifu, Chityo and Shun stood side by side, watching the heavy rain dripping from the sky. Shun's tone carried memories. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were still a shy little sister-in-law. Cold. Why did you suddenly think of saying this? Zero. Chityo looked at Tsubaki next to him with some surprise. When the two of them often went on missions together, they often stood together and chatted like this. At first, the two were not so friendly when they first set out on the mission. At that time, as long as they were together, they were like two icebergs. They refused to pay attention to each other. I'm just a little side. If we were still in the exorcism village, would we be enemies instead of friends now? Shun looked at the Chityo next to her with a sigh. In the beginning, she was actually very hostile to Chityo. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe's reasons for entering the Tianchi mansion, she could foresee that she and Chityo would definitely be enemies. Taking his eyes back from a distance, Shun looked at Chityo with a gossip face. Yesterday your box contained clothes for Master, right? Do you like Chityo, Master? I'll go back first. After hearing Tsubaki's words, Chityo's face immediately showed 2 blushes and ran towards the door downstairs as if fleeing. She explained while running, the clothes haven't been collected yet. Kanshatami. As soon as Chityo walked to the door of the building, she heard Shun call her in a solemn tone. Chityo hesitated and stopped. What's wrong? I won't give up my master to you. Tsubaki seriously said what he had always wanted to say to Chikyo. She has always been a strong person, and she also admires the strong. 7. Chapter 191. Lin Zhe has used his strength over the years to prove that he is the strongest among the current human race. Then we will be enemies. Chikyo stood on the spot. Her originally calm eyes showed a hint of sternness, and her tone became cold. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 127. The enemy is the enemy. Tsubaki looked at Chikyo with a smile on her face, and she was very satisfied with Chikyo's fighting spirit. Your Highness, can we go back? We've all inspected it 3 times. Zijian carried his ghost head staff and followed behind Inuyasha. The heavy rain in the sky was still falling, forming a deep pool of water on the ground. Zijian was walking on the street, and the water had already submerged his chin. Since Inuyasha was appointed as a patrolling guard in Tianfu City in the morning, he was dragged by Inuyasha to patrol the streets. The evil view, whose demonic power was completely sealed by Lin Zhe, was unable to use the demonic power, so the patrol completely relied on his own body. Tianfu City is not a small city. After following Inuyasha to patrol 3 times, Zijian felt that he was about to fall apart. One last time. Inuyasha ignored Zijian's sighing tone. He grabbed the rope, tied to Zijian in his hand, and was still walking forward. After being sealed in Tianfu City by Lin Zhe, Inuyasha always wanted to leave early to find the whereabouts of the 4-soul jade. Now Lin Zhe finally let go. Although Inuyasha said on the surface that he didn't care, but in his heart, he wanted to complete the task given by Lin Zhe. In addition to this method, Inuyasha knew that he had no chance of escaping. Fortunately, inspecting Tianfu City is not something that Inuyasha cannot accept. He has been guarding the gate of Tianfu for 3 years, and all the residents in Tianfu City have known him. Because of Lin Zhe, all the residents are very friendly to him, which also makes Inuyasha realize for the first time that he is actually a half-demon who can also be recognized and accepted by others. Your Highness is not allowed to lie to me, just said it was the last time. Leaning on his staff, Zijian slightly exposed his head, which was about to be submerged in water, and now he only hoped that Inuyasha would not tell him that it was the last time. I was deceived by Inuyasha several times. If it weren't for the fact that he had no demon power, Zijian really wanted to beat Inuyasha. You guys stop for me. Just when Zijian shook his head listlessly and walked behind Inuyasha, Inuyasha suddenly stopped and shouted at the 3 people with hats in the distance. Looking at a few people in the distance, Zijian reluctantly followed Inuyasha towards the people wearing hats and shoji. They didn't know how many people they saw along the way. Therefore, the evil view does not care too much. What should we do? Are we going to run? The 3 ghost spiders who had just entered Tianfu City looked at the patrolling soldiers walking towards them in the distance. The evil ghost turned his head and whispered to the old ghost, "If we are recognized, we will be in trouble. Don't panic, just be normal." The ghost spider did not ridicule the panicked evil ghost as usual. He commanded the 2 people calmly. Instead of panicking in the face of the patrolling soldiers like the old ghost and the evil ghost, he walked towards the silver-haired boy who called him in the distance. Half-demon? Halfway through, the ghost spider, who had been obscured by the heavy rain and could not see the distant scene, finally saw who stopped him and others. Looking at the boy's ears and some demon patterns on his face, the ghost spider immediately recognized the identity of the boy and half-demon. He subconsciously clenched the long knife in his hand. Looking at Inuyasha, who was constantly approaching him, the ghost spider lowered his hat slightly. Originally, the 3 of them came to explore the bottom for the next action, but no one expected that they would encounter patrolling soldiers as soon as they entered the city. And it's a powerful half-demon. You guys, take off the hats on your heads. Looking slightly at the few foreigners in front of him, Inuyasha's tone was extremely tough. Although it is not surprising to wear a bamboo hat and a scorpion on a rainy day, Inuyasha has always been true to himself, but he is unwilling to let go of any existence that may be a threat in Tianfu City. My lord, we are businessmen from other places. This is a little gift for you, Zero. Looking at Inuyasha, who looked at himself and others with a cold face, the old ghost had a smile on his face, took out a few pieces of broken gold from his arms and handed it to Inuyasha. From the old ghost's point of view, there is not much difference between monsters and humans. As long as there are enough interests, it can be driven. You guys, come with me. Looking at the gold handed over by the old ghost, Inuyasha's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out the long knife around his waist. At night, when it got dark, the rain in the sky finally stopped. It's delicious. It's been a long time since we ate together. Brother Lin Zhe, this is for you. In the warm room, Lin Zhe, Chikyo, Chen, and Feng were kneeling around a low table. There are sumptuous dishes on the table. Feng smelled the aroma of the dishes she couldn't help swallowing and took the chopsticks handed over by her sister Chikyo. Feng gave Lin Zhe a large piece of meat and said with a smile, I miss Brother Lin Zhe so much. When I cook by myself. Feng grew up and learned to care about people. Looking at the meat in his bowl, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. As his age gradually increased, Feng was no longer the little girl who had to ask everything before. Feng has always been very sensible. Hearing Lin Zhe's compliment, Feng's eyes narrowed. Over the years, due to the doting of Chikyo and Chen, Feng has grown into a chubby boy. As long as you smile, your eyes will be narrowed into a slit. Sister and Tsuaki seem to have quarreled. Seeing his elder sister Chikyo, Chen kept pouring vegetables into Lin Zhe's bowl with a cold face. Feng tilted his head curiously, and his voice was full of curiosity. To shut up. As soon as Feng's words fell, Chikyo and Tsuaki asked Feng to keep their mouth shut. However, the words of the two did not have the slightest deterrent effect on Feng. She was spoiled by the two, and she didn't care about the eyes they looked at her. Feng turned her eyes and ran to Lin Zhe's side, hiding. Behind Lin Zhe, he laughed loudly and said, Sister and Sister Chen quarreled because they liked Brother Lin Zhe, ha ha ha. I heard both sisters downstairs. Chapter 192. We do not have. As soon as Feng's words fell, Chikyo and Tsuaki, who were originally cold-faced, suddenly turned the ice on their faces into red clouds, and Kai looked at Feng threateningly. The two clenched their fists in unison, and the crisp ka-ka sound was extremely clear. Brother Lin Zhe, the sisters are going to bully me. Seeing the appearance of Chikyo and Tsuaki, Feng pulled Lin Zhe's sleeve tightly while pretending to be afraid while making faces at Chikyo and Tsuaki. Okay, don't make trouble. Seeing the three of them fighting, Lin Zhe smiled slightly and said with a smile, they are all famous witches in the world, and they still look like they are not very big. We didn't quarrel, didn't we? Tsuaki sat up straight and suddenly regained her dignified appearance. She restrained her savage expression when she looked at Tsuaki, put a piece of fat on the bellflower on one side, and smiled at the bellflower. Yeah, we were just kidding. Looking at the fat meat in I-06's own bowl, Chikyo smiled, and then gave Chen a bigger piece of fat. Then the two staged a fight in which each other gave each other dishes that they did not like. Lin Zhe didn't say anything. He was used to it from time to time. After a slight smile, Lin Zhe started to eat. This time I was careless. Inside the Tianfu City prison, the old ghost leaned against the solid wall and sighed depressedly. His tone was full of anger. I didn't expect that the guy who patrols the Tianfu is completely different from ordinary people. It's not the same, it's just a problem. The evil spirit kicked a broken jar out of the cell with one kick. Thinking of what happened to several people before, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before the three people came to Tianfu City to inquire about news, they happened to meet Inuyasha, who was on patrol. The old ghost gave Inuyasha a few pieces of gold for the convenience of doing things. I originally thought that while I could get rid of Inuyasha, I could also make friends with the patrollers in the city. No matter how I looked at it, there was no big problem. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 128. However, after seeing the old ghost giving gold, Inuyasha insisted that a group of them bribed the soldiers and violated the laws of Tianfu City, so the three were sentenced to 3 months in prison. If such an incredible thing hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't believe anything evil. Okay, now is not the time to complain. Ghost Spider sighed and walked out of the shadow in the corner. Compared with the two of them, he was more helpless. So he has already considered all the possible situations. But suddenly being arrested, such a thing was completely beyond his expectations. Looking at some depressed people, Ghost Spider pondered for a moment before saying, how to get out is the most important thing for us now. If we wait until 3 months later, not to mention that our arrangement is completely useless. If those guys who were gathered by us couldn't help rushing into Tianfu City, as long as one person leaked the plan between us, then the three of us would stop thinking about going out, and even die completely in the here. Why don't we know what you said, but in such a tight cell, it's not easy to get out. Yes, the devil is right. I have just checked, this cell is simply used to keep monsters. Being detained in the cell, the three people who were in a tense relationship now seem to be closer now. When they heard the Ghost Spider's words, the evil ghost and the old ghost both moved to the side of the Ghost Spider. Seeing that there was no one outside, the three fell silent and conversed loudly. I do have a way, that is, I need to take some risks. Any solution? The human kingdom seems to be much stronger than before. Standing on a huge monster, Sesshomaru, who had just arrived in Musashi, looked at a brightly lit city in the mountains and valleys in the distance, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Over the years, because of the war, he has never had the opportunity to come to the human kingdom. In Sesshomaru's impression, the human kingdom has always been synonymous with poverty and chaos. Even in the eyes of some monsters, the human kingdom is simply a joke, because they can enter the human kingdom whenever they want, and they can do whatever they want. Sesshomaru also traveled to the human kingdom within New Time miles a long time ago. However, the human kingdom at that time was pitch dark at night, and no light could be seen at all. This is why Sesshomaru is so surprised to see that the city in front of him is still brightly lit after dark. The Tianshi mansion is not far away. Opening the map in his hand, Sesshomaru circled Tianfu City on the map. At his speed, he could arrive before dawn. Have you been cleaning all the time? After eating and chatting with Chikyo and Chen for a while, Lin Zhe returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Zhe looked at the polished mirror-like ground and nodded in satisfaction. By the chair next to the desk, Calamus with a rag in his hand fell asleep on the chair. Although Lin Zhe's room had few things, it was huge. There were several in the entire room alone. If you want to clean it thoroughly, it is basically impossible to clean it every day. Don't push me, I'm so sleepy. Lin Zhe, you're back, I've cleaned the room. Calamus, who was so tired and fell asleep, felt that someone was pushing her shoulders. She was so sleepy that she mumbled subconsciously. She suddenly reacted that she was in Lin Zhe's room. She opened her eyes in a daze and immediately saw herself in front of her. Lin Zhe. Rubbing her eyes, Calamus smiled at Lin Zhe, and she became that energetic girl again. I can definitely make Lin Zhe to your satisfaction. Okay, let's go back to rest. Tomorrow we'll set off to kill demons along the coast. Lin Zhe waved his hand, indicating that Iris can go back to rest. He could see that Iris was trying to boost her spirits. Although the tiredness in her eyes was well concealed by her, Lin Zhe could see it at a glance. Then I'm going back. If there is anything, the Calamus is always on call. Seeing that she could finally go back to rest, Shankyu breathed a sigh of relief and cleaned Lin Zhe's study and the entire room. At this moment, she felt that she had no strength. After bowing respectfully towards Lin Zhe, Shankyu leaned against the wall and walked out slowly. By the way, I asked the kitchen to keep dishes for you. Someone will bring you food in a while. Looking at the girl's stubborn figure, Lin Zhe added with a slight smile. Chapter 193. Thanks. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Shang Yu couldn't help being stunned. She had already walked to the door and turned around. Seeing the faint smile on Lin Zhe's face, she couldn't help but feel a little less complaining about Lin Zhe. After being sealed by Lin Zhe for 3 years, Shang Yu did not know how many times she had scolded Lin Zhe. However, after knowing that there is hope to leave, the resentment in Shang Yu's heart began to slowly dissipate. Human beings and monsters have different paths, especially Lin Zhe is an extremely powerful exorcist, so even if Lin Zhe releases a trace of kindness, it will feel a very strange feeling in the eyes of Calamus. In the battle 3 years ago, Lin Zhe killed hundreds of thousands of monsters. Although most of those monsters were just little monsters, but in the eyes of the wolf monster, Lin Zhe could be called a monster in the eyes of the monster clan. It must be the existence of a big devil. However, after getting along for the past few days, Shang Yu suddenly found that Lin Zhe was not as difficult to get along with as she thought. On the contrary, Lin Zhe was a very easygoing person. After gaining some understanding of Lin Zhe, Shang Yu no longer resisted becoming Lin Zhe's entourage as before. Feeling Shang Yu's sincere gratitude, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Although Shang Yu broke into Tianqi Mansion without authorization 3 years ago, she did nothing to harm Tianqi Mansion. This is also the reason why Calamus can live to this day. Although Lin Zhe has always been decisive in killing, he has never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Leaving the Calamus behind, Lin Zhe just wanted to punish her a little. As for keeping the Calamus, Lin Zhe didn't have the same thoughts. After Calamus left, Lin Zhe looked out the window. After entering autumn, all the trees in Tianfu City have lost their leaves, and after a day of rain, they finally stopped. Is there a fire? Just when Lin Zhe was about to rest, he suddenly saw Tianfu City in the distance, thick smoke rising from the direction of the prison, and a raging fire. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. Then Lin Zhe added a light blue gossip picture to the surface. Lin Zhe disappeared on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard, is this your way? If the people from Tianqi Mansion don't come, we will be burned alive. The prison was now full of smoke, and the 3 ghost spiders covered their mouths and noses with their wet clothes with their hands stretched out from a vent on the wall. Looking at the cell next door, covered with hay, a prisoner screamed in the fire. The evil ghost, the ghost spider, and the old ghost were lying on the ground, and the evil ghost was holding the ghost with one hand. The spider's collar coughed again and again. The fire is about to burn. If you don't do this, you and I will both die. At least, that way we can have a chance to get out of the mess. He didn't care at all about the power delivered by the evil ghost and his angry tone. The ghost spider knew very well that if he and the others didn't escape in a short time, the little scoundrels he had won over before and those who came the robbers he contacted with the old ghost before appeared in the Tianqi Mansion. Once caught, a few of them will be completely exposed. Even if those little gangsters didn't expose the existence of the 3 of them, being held for 3 months would be a great risk for the 3 of them. They have long since become wanted criminals. If they are unlucky to be recognized, then there is only one way to go. On the street before they came, the ghost spider had seen the wanted avatars of the 3 of them, which was why the old ghost handed gold to the patrolling Inuyasha in such a panic. The best news right now is that the 3 of them have yet to be recognized. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, the ghost spider decided not to wait any longer. He and a few people used the sticks in the cell to start a fire with a hay. The ghost spider didn't hesitate, and through the fire he built into the cell next to him. Looking at the growing fire and the sound of the beams of the cell next door constantly collapsing and falling to the ground, a trace of madness appeared on the ghost spider's face. He was betting that the people from the Tianchi mansion could rush over as soon as possible. Shadow Assassin Chapter 129. Before carrying out this crazy plan, the ghost spider was ready to be burned to death. Cough, cough, cough. Someone is coming. The old ghost covered his face, revealing a pair of eyes. He squeezed the hilt of his long knife tightly, looked at the ghost spider on the side, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The ghost spider's approach was too extreme, and almost didn't take the lives of the two of them into consideration. When a few people were discussing before, the ghost spider only said that as long as the fire was ignited, he could do it, but the old ghost never thought that it would be such a way. But obviously now is not the time to argue with a ghost spider. Forcibly suppressing his anger, the old ghost suddenly heard the sound of intensive footsteps from outside. This made him secretly relieved. Cough, cough. What shall we do next? Moving his body, the old ghost looked at the solid stone wall beside him. He couldn't help feeling a little complicated at this moment. Before, he and a few others complained that the prison cells in Tianfu City were too strong and they had no way to escape. But now, if not for the solid walls of the cell to stop them, several of them would have been burned to death. Wait. Ghost Spider didn't say a word. The current situation is not clear enough. Only after they are out of the cell, they will have the opportunity to do the next step. Therefore all his arrangements are useless. Will you come? Feeling the more and more choking air in the air, Ghost Spider couldn't help but think of a girl, Tianfu Bellflower. From outside rumors, Ghost Spider knew that Bellflower was a very kind person. No money is good, from the Ghost Spider's point of view. As long as the Bellflower can see the fire here, the Bellflower will appear here in all likelihood. The exorcists in Tianchi Mansion are all people with extraordinary powers. If they want to put out the fire, it will be a very easy thing. This is one of the reasons why Ghost Spider's bet. Why did it suddenly catch fire? The gossip picture appeared in midair, and then Lin Zhe appeared above the cell in Tianfu City. All the important buildings in Tianfu City were marked with Lin Zhe's space, so after seeing the fire in the direction of the cell, Lin Zhe immediately appeared here. Lin Zhe waved his hand, and a fire-gathering talisman appeared in midair. The fire that was burning in the cell was sucked by Lin Zhe, and all the flames were sucked clean by Lin Zhe's gathering fire. A sudden fire was completely solved by Lin Zhe. Master Lin Zhe, you are here. Chapter 194. Seeing Lin Zhe appear, the general in charge of guarding the cell stumbled over from a distance, sweating profusely. In fact, few prisoners are detained in the cells of Tianfu City, and they are usually sent to farms to work. There are few human beings in this world. Everyone is a rare labor force. Generally, some prisoners who are temporarily arrested and awaiting processing are detained. Once the processing result is confirmed, they will be transferred from here. Go and count the losses and report back. Lin Zhe stood in the same place. No joy or anger could be seen on his face. The fire, caused by such a heavy rain, obviously happened from within. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe waved his hand and began to mobilize the Kai in his body, and then a blue light flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes, and the originally charred fire field suddenly changed. In Lin Zhe's eyes, one by one undead appeared in his eyes. This was one of the functions of one of the 8 magic skills, that is, to control the undead for his own use. Although a fire in Tianfu City was not a big deal, since Lin Zhe had already come over, he naturally had to investigate. Compared with people, these undead, turned from burned people, have more say in the truth of the fire. Controlling the undead, Lin Zhe began to extract the remaining memories of these undead. I'm exhausted, the fire is out. Inuyasha rushed over from the Tianchi mansion, panting, dragging the evil view that he had tied up in his hand. Looking at the fire that had been put out, he breathed a sigh of relief, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Lin with a dry smile. Sting, I promise that this will not happen next time. Appointed by Lin Zhe as the patrolling demon soldier of Tianfu, Inuyasha's duty is to protect the safety of Tianfu City. This time the fire broke out in the prison and he naturally had some responsibilities. Interesting. Lin Zhe ignored Inuyasha, who was standing awkwardly. By extracting some memories of the undead, Lin Zhe learned something very interesting. Among these dead spirits, there is one dead spirit in the memory. This fire is not accidental, but man-made. This made Lin Zhe a little surprised. Originally, Lin Zhe thought it was the jailer who accidentally overturned the oil lamp in the cell or something. Lin Zhe still wanted to let the guards deal with it, and he went back to sleep, but now it was artificial, which aroused Lin Zhe's interest. After everything in the Tianchi mansion was on the right track, Lin Zhe basically had nothing to do. Since someone asked Lin Zhe to make trouble, Lin Zhe was naturally very welcome. Brother Lin Zhe, what happened? Chikyo rushed over with Tsubaki with bows and arrows on their backs, watching Lin Zhe meditate in front of the burnt black cell, and took off the arrows on his back, looking ready to fight at any time. Don't be nervous, it's just a fire in the cell. Gently pressing down Chikyo's hand holding the bow and arrow, Lin Zhe smiled faintly. Watching the surviving prisoners being escorted out from under the ruins by the jailer, Lin Zhe began to look at the prisoners in front of him one by one. Did you set the fire? Showing off his full hands among the 8 wonders, Lin Zhe asked the prisoner in front of him lightly. Two-handed is a very practical secret skill among the 8 odd skills. It can detect polygraphs, read and delete memories, and even rewrite cognition. It is a secret skill in the soul, so after Lin Zhe has exchanged the 8 strange skills, he has practiced more with both hands. Soon Lin Zhe finished interrogating all the prisoners. In the end, Lin Zhe singled out 3 people whose faces were black and gray and could not be seen at all. All 3 lied without exception. Is there anything special about the 3 of them? Miles Dio looked at Lin Zhe in confusion as he picked 3 out of a dozen people. He couldn't understand Lin Zhe's intentions. When Inuyasha rushed towards this side, Mavio and Monk Minkson also ran over. Why did you 3 set the fire? Lin Zhe looked at the 3 people in front of him, but there was still no expression on his face. Originally, Lin Zhe could directly search the memories of the 3 people, but Lin Zhe wanted to see how the 3 people in front of him answered. We didn't set fire to it. I also hope that your lord will see you clearly. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the 3 ghost spiders standing in front of Lin Zhe had different expressions. The evil ghost's pupil shrank, subconsciously wanting to step back, but the ghost spider remained calm and still had an expression of nothing. The eldest old ghost among the 3 immediately knelt down towards Lin Zhe, with tears in his eyes, with a very sad tone. This is the first time we have come to Tianfu City. Not only were we locked up inexplicably and slept until the middle of the night. The cell is still on fire. Also ask the adults to call the shots for us. It was the 3 of them who had ghosts in their hearts to bribe me. Seeing the crying old ghost, Inuyasha, who was standing beside him, immediately became uneasy. He angrily pointed at the 3 people selected by Lin Zhe. His tone was full of depression. How did he sense we were setting fire? Ghost Spider looked at Lin Zhe, who was tall and tall in front of him. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes that always held issue, and there was a trace of panic that something didn't happen as he expected. Under his seemingly calm face, there was already a storm in his heart. As soon as Lin Zhe appeared, the Ghost Spider recognized Lin Zhe. Before coming, the Ghost Spider had done the most research on Lin Zhe in order to ensure that his and others' plans could be executed flawlessly. In the information collected by the Ghost Spider, he observed a very obvious behavioral characteristic of Lin Zhe, that is, he rarely took action himself, and most of the things were handed over to his apprentice, Chikyo, Shen, and 2 nominal disciples. Mavio and Minkson deal with it. This is another reason why Ghost Spiders take risks. He deduced that such a trivial matter, Lin Zhe, who is a big man in the Tianchi mansion, would definitely not personally intervene. But Lin Zhe came beyond his expectations. Not only did he come, but Lin Zhe found himself and a few of his accomplices in a short period of time. In the eyes of the Ghost Spider, such an ability is like a prophet. How could he not panic? Lin Zhe just stood in front of him without showing any expression at all, but it made the ghost spider feel like it was being held down by a heavy object. He even had the urge to run away. Unconsciously, the ghost spider found that his back was wet with sweat. In order not to be seen by Lin Zhe to be abnormal, Ghost Spider got up and tried to keep his eyes and complexion as normal as possible. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 130. Chapter 195. The play is good. Lin Zhe stepped on the ground with one foot on the middle-aged man with a knife scar who was kneeling in front of him crying. Even Lin Zhe admires the man with scars for his adaptability. If Lin Zhe hadn't learned how to restrain spirits and sent generals, and he had not mastered both hands, Lin Zhe probably wouldn't have been able to detect what was wrong with the fire that happened tonight. But there is no such thing as if Lin Zhe used the restraining spirit to send the general to communicate with the undead to know that the fire was not an accident, and used both hands to identify the person who set it on fire. No matter how good the knife scar man's acting skills are and how natural his expression is, it is just a joke in front of Lin Zhe. Crack. Without any hesitation, Lin Zhe stepped on it with one foot. The old ghost, who was still on the ground because of Lin Zhe's words, only felt a tingling pain in his spine, and then the old ghost left completely unwilling and puzzled. This world. Sir, it's all the ghost spider's idea. The fire is also set by the ghost spider. Seeing that the old ghost was trampled to death by Lin Zhe, the shivering evil ghost, who had been suppressed by the killing intent emanating from Lin Zhe's body, suddenly softened his legs. The evil ghost was lying on the ground, crawling to Lin Zhe's side from a short distance, kowtowing like garlic, and his head hit the ground heavily kowtow. One finger pointed at the black-faced youth standing on the side and began to explain in tears. This idiot. Seeing the evil ghost kneeling beside Lin Zhe, he sold himself without hesitation. A trace of bitterness appeared on the ghost spider's face, and his eyes were full of killing intent when he looked at the evil ghost. Although Lin Zhe suddenly stepped on the old ghost to death just now, he was a little surprised. However, the ghost spider still maintained a calm look. In his opinion, Lin Zhe was 80% deliberately killing someone to create pressure on himself and the evil ghost. This allows them to tell the truth. But everything is not important now. The evil spirit has completely sold him. However, there is still a bit of luck in Ghost Spider's art. Although he is also a wanted criminal, he has always covered his face. Instead of being like evil ghosts and old ghosts, their appearance has long been recorded. In the Ghost Spider's research on Lin Zhe, the Ghost Spider knows that although Lin Zhe is powerful, he has always been a very reasonable person. The Ghost Spider had already figured out how to argue with Lin Zhe. Are you a Ghost Spider? The words of the devil made Lin Zhe stun for a moment. Lin Zhe didn't think that he just came out to deal with a small fire case at will, and he actually met the Ghost Spider, the predecessor of the biggest villain in the Inuyasha world, Naruto. Seeing the calm expression on the Ghost Spider's face that had been wiped with black ashes, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corners of his mouth. My name is Takechi Matsushita, the son of a wealthy businessman. They were kidnapped here by the two of them. Ghost Spider straightened up. He met Lin Zhe's gaze, and his tone was extremely flat. Lord, please look, this is the next guide. While talking, Ghost Spider took out a road guide from his arms. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his expression was extremely sincere. Around Inuyasha, Mabeo, Minksun and the others couldn't help but nod when they saw the Ghost Spider taking out the road guide. The Lord of Musashi Kingdom came to Taiyanshifu to ask Lin Zhe for advice 2 years ago. The use of road guide is a suggestion that Lin Zhe once put forward. This makes many thieves completely unable to move. He lied. He is a Ghost Spider, and he has always wanted to tie the Kikyo witch back. Looking at the road guide held by the Ghost Spider, the evil ghost kneeling on the ground had split eyes. He didn't expect that the Ghost Spider would secretly leave behind them. Seeing the surrounding Inuyasha, Monk Minksun and others all looking at the Ghost Spider with sympathy, the ghost suddenly became angry, and he began to say what he knew. King! Just when the evil ghost started to keep telling some nasty thoughts about what the ghost spider wanted to do with Chikyo. Suddenly there was a flash of sword light, and the evil ghost felt a chill on his neck. He just looked down. Evil spirits. The ghost's head fell to the ground. Did you hide it? Seeing that the evil ghost was chopped off by the light blue light of the blade flashing from Lin Zhe's waist, the ghost spider breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he could hide from Lin Zhe. TFFT. Just when the ghost spider thought he had escaped, a golden light flashed, and suddenly he made a puff. The ghost spider felt a pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that the position of his heart had been pierced. Why? 0. Flower 0. I've obviously done so much to cover up. Lin Zhe suddenly took action against himself, which caught the ghost spider by surprise. He still had a lot of plans, and before they were implemented, he died under the golden light inspired by Lin Zhe. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was already looking at him with a flat face in front of him, the ghost spider felt unusually unwilling in his heart. There were too many puzzles in his mind. He couldn't understand why Lin Zhe suddenly treated him. Start. Why did these 3 words completely become the last words of the ghost spider? Disperse. Lin Zhe looked at the ghost spider lying on the ground in front of him after he died, and the huge evil spirit that emerged from his body. He shot a lightning talisman at random. Of smoke dissipated. Originally, Lin Zhe didn't have such a big murderous intention for the ghost spider, although Lin Zhe knew that the ghost spider would become a big villain in the future, but all this had nothing to do with Lin Zhe. But the ghost spider shouldn't have any thoughts about Chikyo, nor should he play tricks in front of himself. When Lin Zhe killed the evil ghost, he had already read all the memories of the evil ghost and knew everything about the ghost spider. As a result, the ghost spider still looked like he didn't know anything and then acted in front of him. This made it possible that Lin Zhe would allow him to continue acting like this. Therefore, Lin Zhe directly took action to wipe out the ghost spider from this world. Don't give him a chance to talk nonsense at all. This. Inuyasha watched Lin Zhe kill 3 people with a look on his face. He was stunned for a while and didn't know what to do. Although he didn't like the 3 people just now, Lin Zhe killed the 3 people without any reason, which made Inuyasha stunned, but Inuyasha was surprised, but he didn't ask. After years of getting along, Inuyasha knows that Lin Zhe is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Lin Zhe naturally had his reasons for doing so. Unlike Inuyasha, who was a little surprised, Tsubaki and Chikyo on the side had no doubts about Lin Zhe killing the 3. Seeing Lin Zhe leave, the 2 of them followed, and they had absolute trust in Lin Zhe. Mabeo, you, Inuyasha and Mingsun are going outside the city. There will be the answers you want there. 7. Chapter 196. Looking at Mingsun, who were still standing in the same place, with question marks on their faces, Lin Zhe pointed to a hill outside the city. His tone was still flat. From the evil ghost's memory, Lin Zhe knew that there were still a few scoundrels gathered on the mountain outside the arena. Let's go. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Miles Dio bowed towards Lin Zhe and saluted, and then took the leap in running towards the place Lin Zhe pointed. Soon Mabeo, Inuyasha, and Monk Mingsun left the place. Don't you have anything to ask? After the rain stopped, the stars that filled the sky appeared. Lin Zhe walked slowly on the streets of Tianfu City with his bellflower and Chen. Although it was already late at night, the streets of Tianfu City had a lot of delicate decorations hanging on both sides. The street is not dark because of the lanterns. There are no people in the street, but it gives a very peaceful feeling. Walking slowly, Lin Zhe spoke lightly, breaking the silence between the 3. No matter what Brother Lin Zhe does, Chikyo believes in Brother Lin Zhe. Chikyo looked up at the little stars in the sky, and the clear and pleasant voice was full of certainty. She hesitated for a moment, then grabbed Lin Zhe's hand with a calm smile on her face. Humph. Seeing Capitulo holding Lin Zhe's hand, Chen on one side no longer hesitated and grabbed Lin Zhe's other hand. She said loudly, Master tells Chen to do whatever, Chen will do. I don't care what makes sense or not. You too. Being held by the two of them, Lin Zhe couldn't help feeling warm when he heard the words of the two. Seeing the two people walking in different directions, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile. Shadow Assassin Chapter 131. As the two slowly grew up, they fought each other coldly over the years, and the hostility gradually became more frequent. Every now and then they ignore each other. However, such a deadlock usually lasts for a while, and the two will reconcile again, so Lin Zhe has long been accustomed to the quarrel between the two. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he came out and completely eliminated the ghost spider. As soon as the ghost spider dies, the plot in this original book is completely changed by Lin Zhe, and what will happen will take a different path. The world will be completely different. There will be no more Kagome, and there will be no more tragedy in the original book. However, this is a good thing for Lin Zhe. At least after the ghost spiders are dealt with, Lin Zhe can rest assured in this world. Don't worry about ghost spiders popping up out of nowhere to do things. For Lin Zhe, there are not many things in this world that can attract him now. After the Tianxi mansion was built, Lin Zhe's reputation also began to increase steadily. It is no longer necessary to rely on Lin Zhe to take the initiative to do something to gain reputation. For the rest of the day, Lin Zhe just wanted to spend it slowly with the people he cared about in this world. I didn't expect that we were all deceived by that guy. Miles Vio looked at the group of thieves who were arrested, and he couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he knew the cause and effect. When Lin Zhe suddenly shot and killed the 3 people, he was still a little puzzled why Lin Zhe suddenly attacked an ordinary person. But after coming out of the city to catch all the thieves who had been hiding in the mountains and waiting for the ghost spiders to return, all the doubts between Vio, Mengsun, and Inuyasha disappeared. The ghost spider's performance was too realistic before deceiving all of them. How did you think Lin Zhe Tianxi realized that something was wrong with him? Monk Mengsun took the jug and poured it for a while before pouring out a drop. He shook his head and looked at Inuyasha and Vio on the side. There are so many people. Master Lin Zhe not only found the person who set the fire. Come out, and I also identified those people who were lying. Lin Zhe Tianxi's ability is something you and I can guess. Miles Vio shook his head. He leaned on the gilded staff in his hand, said a Buddha name, and shook his head. He didn't see how Lin Zhe did it. That guy is really mysterious. With a kick on a thief, although Inuyasha solved his previous doubts, his understanding of Lin Zhe once again fell into a mystery. You really aren't dead yet. Just as Inuyasha was thinking suspiciously, he suddenly heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Following the direction of the source of the sound, Inuyasha's gaze looked towards the distant 0 in the shadows in the jungle. A handsome face slowly emerged, with long silver-white hair, a moon print on his forehead, 2 red demon lines on his left and right cheeks, a hexagonal plum floating on the white kimono, and brilliant golden eyes, which was extravagant. It's you. Inuyasha recognized the person at a glance, his half-brother, Sesshomaru. Seeing Sesshomaru riding his own mount, the 2-headed dragon monster, a moose slowly approached him. Inuyasha squeezed 2 words out of his mouth, and his pupil shrank suddenly. Inuyasha has always hated Sesshomaru. His brother has always looked down on himself, and every time he sees himself, he is aloof. Master, I finally see you, Master! The evil view that was tied by Inuyasha with a rope saw the appearance of Sesshomaru, and tears flowed from his eyes. For the past 3 years, Lin Zhe had been sealed within the scope of Tianfu City and had no way to leave. Being reprimanded by Inuyasha every day, Zhe Jian feels that he is too miserable when he thinks about it. The appearance of Sesshomaru made Zhe Jian seem to see hope again, the hope of leaving Tianfu City. The evil view has absolute confidence in the strength of Sesshomaru. It believed that Sesshomaru would definitely be able to defeat Lin Zhe and save himself. Oh, so it's a wrong view? Looking at the evil view running out from the shadow of the big tree, and looking at the evil view that was covered in mud like it was dug out of the soil, Sesshomaru's eyes narrowed, and it suddenly became cold. 3 years ago, he sent the evil view to find the whereabouts of Inuyasha, but since the evil view came out, there was no news and completely disappeared in this world. Although Sesshomaru is usually cold, he still cares about loyal people. You guys don't come here just to find this little monster, right? Inuyasha let go of the rope tied to the evil view that he was holding in his hand. The reason why he tied up his evil views was entirely because the evil views refused to accompany him on patrol, but it was not because he had any bad tastes. Looking at Sesshomaru standing on the huge two-headed dragon beast, Inuyasha was not afraid at all. If you come to me, I will not accompany you. I'm not going back to that disappointing place. Chapter 197. A waste like you, is it worth going back? Leaping down from the body of the two-headed dragon beast, Sesshomaru looked at Inuyasha in front of him with murderous intent, and slowly walked to the opposite side of Inuyasha to stop. Sesshomaru's tone was extremely contemptuous. I'm here to kill this time. Yours. It's not worth returning to the western country as someone who has become Lin Zhe's guard lackey. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Hearing Sesshomaru's words, Inuyasha couldn't bear it any longer. He stepped down heavily with bare feet and attacked Sesshomaru. A deep pit appeared on the ground under Inuyasha's step. Although Inuyasha has been sealed by Lin Zhe to become a door boy for the past 3 years, his strength has been greatly improved in these 3 years. As a doorman, he has the qualification to listen to Lin Zhe's teaching of some spells. In the beginning, he was actually pulled by Mabeo and Mengsun. As a half-demon, Inuyasha can use both spiritual power and demon power. However, because the previous Inuyasha had not been exposed to the 06 way of spiritual power, he would only use demon power to fight. But after slowly learning the magic with Miles Bayo and the others, Inuyasha slowly learned how to use spiritual power. At first, the reason why Inuyasha was willing to work hard to learn the use of spiritual power was so that one day he could unlock the seal left by Lin Zhe in his body. But slowly Inuyasha found that the practice of spiritual power increased his strength just as quickly, and he had one more motivation to work hard to cultivate spiritual power. That is to improve one's own strength. In the past 3 years, Inuyasha has actually practiced the Golden Light Mantra the most. Inuyasha has an unusual obsession with this technique that made him unable to achieve anything in front of Lin Zhe. In fact, Inuyasha's feelings for Lin Zhe are very complicated. He not only hates Lin Zhe for sealing himself, but also appreciates Lin Zhe's teaching him a lot. In his heart, Lin Zhe was actually equivalent to half of his master. Bang! Seeing Inuyasha charging towards him, Sesshomaru immediately pulled out his long knife, and without hesitation, he slashed towards Inuyasha. Inuyasha's sharp claws, wrapped in the golden light spell on Sesshomaru's long sword, collided in midair. Make a sonic boom in the air. After the huge sound wave passed, the explosion wave swept out towards the surroundings, and suddenly formed a violent wind blade which cut towards the surroundings. The tree beside the two was instantly cut in two. The first fight was just the beginning. The two took a step back after a blow, and then fought together again. This guy seems to have gotten a lot stronger. After fighting with Inuyasha, Sesshomaru couldn't help showing a hint of surprise when he saw that the bare-handed Inuyasha actually blocked his attack. He felt 2 powers from Inuyasha. The power of human beings and the power of monsters. The golden light, condensed by Inuyasha, protected his hands, giving Inuyasha the capital to fight against himself. Are we going to get involved? Monk Mengsun looked at Inuyasha and Sesshomaru who were fighting together. He turned his head and looked at Mabeo, who was on the side. That guy seems to be what Tadase once said, Inuyasha's brother. Let's see first, Inuyasha won't necessarily lose. Feeling the worry on the brows of Monk Mengsun, Mabeo patted Monk Mengsun on the shoulder. In the past 3 years, although Inuyasha looked like he was doing nothing during the day, he secretly got up at night to practice magic. Things he found many times. Is this what power feels like? The power of the goddess is really intoxicating. In a huge, empty karst cave, different from the general karst cave, where there is nothing, this karst cave is not only full of tall trees, but also glowing fireflies flying everywhere. Huge fireflies fluttered everywhere, illuminating the entire forest inside as bright as day. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 132. There are also various luminous plants growing on the ground. On one side of the entire huge cave, there is a lake with turquoise water. In the middle of the lake is an island full of exotic flowers and plants. In the middle of the island is a divine tree, and a figure is suspended in the air under the divine tree. The purple head knot between the long black hair is curved, like the two wings of a butterfly, stuck in the position where the long hair is bound. Delicate facial features can be called perfect. The suspended figure is a young girl. Her slender legs are under the divine tree, white and crystal clear, shining brightly. The slender fingers stroked her hair, and the girl put a necklace of hooked jade beads on her snow-white neck. She is the god Jai who just took the power of the goddess. If I get the Jade of the Four Souls again, I should have no rivals in this world anymore. Falling from the air, Shenjai walked slowly to the edge of the green lake. Looking at the location of the cave entrance, she couldn't help showing an evil and charming smile. The comfort that power brought her made her a little intoxicated. The night passed quickly. The dense fog filled the jungle, and the five fingers could not be seen when reaching out. The faint sound of collision came from the thick fog, and collision after collision could be heard throughout the valley. However, it can be heard that the frequency of the collision sound is slowly decreasing. From once in a few seconds, it slowly turned into once in a few minutes, and the huge and crisp sound gradually turned into a muffled sound. It seems that this battle will not end in a while. Mabeo looked at the figure of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru still fighting in the thick fog in the distance, and he couldn't help yawning. The battle between Inuyasha and Sesshomaru lasted all night, and it still hasn't ended. However, compared to the previous time, the two of them could only see after images, and every shot could set off a huge storm. At this moment, the two had completely given up and turned into hand-to-hand combat. There is no magic power, and she uses her physical abilities to fight. This guy Inuyasha is still not down. Zijian carried his ghost head staff and watched Inuyasha, who was still standing after fighting Sesshomaru all night. His face was full of surprise. In the past, Inuyasha's strength was the most clear to Ziju, and there was almost no way to fight against Sesshomaru. But this time, although Inuyasha was forced to pull out his broken teeth, Inuyasha was able to persist until now, still surprising Zijian. Because he often stayed with Inuyasha, Zijian naturally knew that Inuyasha secretly followed Lin Zhe to practice magic. The evil view even laughed at Inuyasha for putting the cart before the horse. Looks like I missed a good show. A gossip picture appeared in the sky, and then Lin Zhe appeared above the dense forest. Chapter 198. Lin Zhe nodded slightly as he watched the fight between Inuyasha and Sesshomaru on the field. Lin Zhe already knew about the things that Inuyasha had learned by stealing, but Lin Zhe didn't pay too much attention to it. For Lin Zhe, Inuyasha was a tool that Lin Zhe attracted to Sesshomaru. But in the past few years, Inuyasha has not added any trouble to him, otherwise Lin Zhe would not have put Inuyasha in the position of Taienfu city guard. From the battle between Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, it can be seen that the strength gap between Inuyasha and Sesshomaru is not very big, which shows that Inuyasha has indeed been practicing hard in the past 3 years. Instead of just sleeping every day. Lin Zhe Taienchi. Seeing Lin Zhe's appearance, Master Mabeo and Monk Minxin stood up from the bench where they were sitting, walked to Lin Zhe, and saluted Lin Zhe. Mabeo glanced at the position where Inuyasha and Sesshomaru were fighting, turning his head and asking Lin Zhe for instructions. The two of them have been fighting all night. Are we going to take action and arrest Sesshomaru? It's almost over. Looking at the two people who were already crumbling in the mist, Lin Zhe's mouth curved slightly. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Miles Vio and Meng Xin turned their attention to the battlefield again. In the valley. Come again. Compared with yesterday, Sesshomaru, who used to be calm, was at ease after fighting Inuyasha all night. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Several wounds were clearly visible on his body. One hand rested on a long knife. Sesshomaru looked at Inuyasha on the opposite side, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Sesshomaru originally thought that he would be able to get rid of Inuyasha in a short time, but the strange technique used by Inuyasha, the defense, is too perverted. Inuyasha relied on the protection of golden light to block his own attacks again and again, and he hardly took advantage of him in melee combat. Gradually, the battle between the two of them stagnated, and neither of them could pose a threat to each other. Sesshomaru had heard about Lin Zhe's stunt, the golden light spell, on the way here, and when he saw Inuyasha's trick, he immediately realized that Inuyasha's technique and the legendary Lin Zhe's stunt were the same. Sesshomaru, who was still holding on to teach Lin Zhe a lesson, then realized that his strength might really be nothing in front of Lin Zhe, who could seal Inuyasha. With a slight glance, Sesshomaru saw Lin Zhe, who was standing beside him. Although Lin Zhe's arrival had long been expected by Sesshomaru, when Lin Zhe appeared, Sesshomaru was still stunned for a moment. Now that the battle between him and Inuyasha has come to a very important time, if Lin Zhe or a few people watching the battle, any one of them makes a move, he will definitely lose. After thinking about all this clearly, Sesshomaru decided to make a quick decision. He shouted violently and rushed towards Inuyasha. Shenglonto! Wind wounds! Seeing Sesshomaru rushing towards him, Inuyasha no longer kept it. He tried his best to stimulate his little remaining spiritual power to cast a golden light spell to protect himself, and at the same time, consumed his whole body's demon power and slashed towards Sesshomaru. Test. The thing about Tetsuya was told to him by Takuze. After obtaining Tetsuya, it took Inuyasha a long time to grasp part of the true meaning of Tetsuya. Boom! The two collided in midair, and Inuyasha's wind injury and Sesshomaru's Suryuga collided in midair. A huge power wave exploded in midair and centered on the position where the two collided. The energy wave swept out in all directions. A large number of trees were forcibly broken, and even the dense fog in the air was cut in half. Inuyasha and Sesshomaru collided and flew backwards. Tough. Sesshomaru's Blue Dragon Smash was so powerful that Inuyasha's wind damage was completely unstoppable, so he took the lead and flew upside down, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. In the end, it broke several trees before it stopped. Cough cough. Still haven't penetrated that guy's defense? Compared with Inuyasha, Sesshomaru's situation was not much better. He flew upside down and smashed to the ground, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His face immediately turned pale. Seeing that Inuyasha was still enveloped by the faint golden light, Sesshomaru frowned, and he was completely exhausted after fighting with Inuyasha all night. Sesshomaru was confident that if it wasn't for the golden light spell, he would have defeated Inuyasha long ago. After completely losing his strength, Sesshomaru couldn't help but reveal a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Can't stand up anymore? After trying several times, Sesshomaru couldn't stand up from the ground. He couldn't help but turn his eyes to the forest scorpion who was holding his arms around a big tree, and he could hardly see any expression fluctuations. Lin Zhe, Sesshomaru sighed in his heart. It seems that this guy will be caught by that guy this time. On the tree. Master Lin Zhe, are you going to arrest that guy? Seeing that the battle was over and the surrounding forest was destroyed by Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, both Mavio and Meng Xin were a little surprised, and when they recovered, Mavio looked at Lin Zhe with a respectful tone. That guy seems to be hostile to you. Take the knife from his waist. As for people, let it go. The battle ended too hastily, and Lin Zhe felt a little bored. He glanced at Sesshomaru. Lin Zhe could see that Sesshomaru was hostile to him, but Lin Zhe didn't care at all. After letting Miles Dio take out the natural teeth, Lin Zhe didn't stay any longer and immediately disappeared in place. I don't have much interest in Sesshomaru Lin Zhe. From the beginning to the end, Lin Zhe was only interested in the natural teeth. The seal on my body has disappeared. Seeing Nuokai and Zeo when Sesshomaru fell to the ground, his evil views were completely stunned. He had imagined many kinds of outcomes, but he had not imagined the current situation. The appearance of Lin Zhe made Zhe Jian feel overwhelmed. It wasn't until after Lin Zhe left that Zhe Jian ran to Sesshomaru's side. Just halfway through, Zhe Jian felt that the seal that Lin Zhe had left in his body had disappeared. This made the evil view, who had always dreamed that the seal could be lifted, froze in place again. Looking at the place where Lin Zhe disappeared, Zhe Jian's expression was a little complicated and he was a little puzzled why Lin Zhe wanted to lift his seal. But soon he figured something out. 3 years ago, the reason why he was sealed by Lin Zhe was because he refused to tell where Sesshomaru was. Now that Sesshomaru appeared, he naturally lost his use value. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 133. Chapter 199. How are you, Your Highness? Seeing that Lin Zhe had completely disappeared, Zhe Jian retracted his gaze this time and quickly walked to the side of the Sesshomaru lying on the ground. Looking at Sesshomaru's bloodless face, Zhe Jian's tone of concern was concerned. His Royal Highness Inuyasha has indeed become a lot stronger. Pull me up. Looking at the location where Lin Zhe disappeared, Sesshomaru was speechless for a long time, fell into deep thought, and after a while he said lightly, "Let's go." It was very difficult for Lin Zhe to make Sesshomaru not shout at him. It would be very easy if Lin Zhe wanted to kill him just now. He was completely exhausted and he was not even as good as a beast, but Lin Zhe just took his natural teeth and left without even looking at himself. This made Sesshomaru feel extremely despised. I owe you my life. When we fight again, I will repay this favor. Standing up with difficulty, Sesshomaru walked away slowly with the help of Zhe Jian. His expression was extremely complicated. No matter whether Lin Zhe cared or not for Sesshomaru, Lin Zhe's release was considered a one-time release. He has always been arrogant. How can he endure such a thing? Sesshomaru never owes anyone's favor, so Sesshomaru made up his mind to repay this favor. Slowly calming down, Sesshomaru's eyes were filled with fighting intent again. I will defeat you one day. Time flies by. 10 days later. In the northern part of Musashi Kingdom, in a small town. So many people died, it's a pity it's a step late. Looking at the corpses lying on the street in front of her, Jiluo frowned tightly. 10 days ago, Jiluo and Lin Zhe were divided into 2 groups. She went north all the way to inquire about the Jade of the Four Souls, while Lin Zhe took Chikyo, Chen, and others to the south to solve the problem. Things on Tangle Island. Reverse-haired Jiluo had just received the news that the Jade of Four Souls was in this town, so she hurried over, but after all, she was still a step too late. As soon as he arrived in the small town, he saw a street like a sure field, bright red blood, a disgusting smell, scattered internal organs, and broken limbs. If you can get the Jade of Four Souls. Slowly traversing the small town, pinching the corner of her hair, Jiluo's eyes, with reversed hair, couldn't help blurring. As a monster, turned into a comb, she has an instinctive eye for hair. Therefore, Jiluo, with a reversed hair, has always wanted to get the Jade of Four Souls so that she can live the most beautiful hair in the world, but the greed in her eyes soon disappeared. However, survival is the most important thing. Looking at the tragic scenes around, Nifa Jiluo suddenly remembered 3 years ago when many monsters attacked the Tianji mansion for a fake four-soul jade, and they were all wiped out. She almost died in that battle. Thinking of Lin Zhe wielding his hand to destroy 100,000 monsters, the greed that was born from the reverse-haired Jiluo completely disappeared. How long until we get there? Calamus sat bored on a huge flying monster, looking at the scene that was going backwards quickly. Calamus passed the kettle to Lin Zhe, who was eating food. 10 days of bumps made her feel a little tired physically and mentally. I feel like I'm falling apart. You can arrive tonight. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Lin Zhe slowly ate the jerky. For Lin Zhe, this trip to Panglay Island was just like going out for a walk. Therefore, Lin Zhe and his party joined together. Not in a hurry. Several people headed by Chikyo and Tsubaki have already checked the situation first, while Lin Zhe is slowly hanging behind. Stop and go along the way, and it took only 10 days to reach the final destination. Taking a look at the map drawn by Mavio and Mingsun, Lin Zhe roughly calculated how far it was. Looking at the calamus peeling nuts beside him, Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly arch the corner of his mouth. Okay, that's enough for me to eat for days. Are you satisfied with my performance, Lin Zhe, this time? Putting down the nut in her hand, Calamus lay in front of Lin Zhe. Sitting all this time, she felt her waist was about to break. Holding her fair chin in both hands, Calamus swayed her slender legs casually. Leaning close to Lin Zhe, she raised her head and stared straight at Lin Zhe, who was sitting cross-legged. Iris will work harder. Not bad. Lin Zhe gave an extremely perfunctory answer. Looking at the calamus in front of him that was about to touch him, Lin Zhe smiled lightly. In fact, Lin Zhe had already released the seal in the calamus body, but the calamus had never understood what he meant. She thought it was a new test that she set for her, and she refused to leave without saying anything. I have to say, the girl's thoughts made Lin Zhe a little confused. After this incident is over, you can go back. Lin Zhe was very satisfied with Calamus's performance during this period of time, and his purpose of punishing him a little had been achieved, so there was no need to keep Calamus by his side all the time. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe looked at the Calamus seriously. The Northern Demon Wolf clan seems to have joined the competition for the Jade of the Four Souls. Can I go back? Shankyu looked at Lin Zhe in front of her in disbelief. She carefully looked at Lin Zhe's expression to see if Lin Zhe was joking or something. It was not that Lin Zhe didn't say before that she could leave, but Shankyu kept they all thought that Lin Zhe was testing himself. However, seeing Lin Zhe's serious look now, Shankyu couldn't believe it for a while, but when she heard that the Northern Demon Wolf clan had participated in the competition for the Jade of the Four Souls, Shankyu became anxious. She knows how fierce the competition for the Four Soul Jade is. 3 years ago, it was just a fake Four Soul Jade, and so many monsters died. Imagine how intense the battle of the crowd will be. The Northern Demon Wolf clan has been in a disadvantaged position all these years. If they join in this battle, they will be annihilated if they are not careful. Thank you, Master Lin Zhe. After digesting the information brought by Lin Zhe, Shankyu stood up and bowed sincerely to where Lin Zhe was. At this moment, all the resentment she had against Lin Zhe for sealing her for 3 years was completely dissipated. Moreover, she was still a little grateful to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe told him about the Northern Demon Wolf clan, which proved that Lin Zhe was paying attention to her clan. Even this little attention made Yang feel warmth in her heart. I felt that Lin Zhe was not the ruthless killing machine I thought before. Chapter 200. Is this Panglay Island? The thick fog on the sea covered the entire sea, and a small wooden boat shuttled in the fog. Shen looked at the huge island that suddenly appeared in front of her from the fog in the distance. She couldn't help being a little surprised. Turning his head and looking at Chikyo, who had already drawn out his bow and arrow, Shen smiled at Chikyo. You are really vigilant, Chikyo. Now you're on the outside. Take a rest first. I'll call you if there is a situation. No, I've had enough rest. Chikyo smiled at Tsubaki. Tsubaki's concern warmed Chikyo's heart. This time, in order to find the specific location of Panglay Island earlier, the 4 people were divided into groups, Chikyo and Tsubaki, and Mavio and Mingsun. The 2 teams originally set off together, but soon after entering the fog, the 2 teams completely separated. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the fog, the island was clearly visible, and Chikyo slowly loosened the bow and arrow that he had drawn, and the whole person relaxed. Along the way, the 2 were attacked by several waves of sea beasts, in the fog, so for safety reasons, the two took turns to rest when they were resting. Whatever. Seeing that Chikyo refused to rest, Tsubaki shook her head. She knew the stubbornness of Chikyo well. Once something is decided, Chikyo will never change it. He took out an apple from the cabin. Tsubaki took out a dagger and cut it in half. Sitting on the edge of the boat beside the bellflower, looking at the mist-shrouded sea, Tsubaki remembered Lin Zhe came. Handing half of the apple to Chikyo, Shun couldn't help thinking of making fun of Chikyo. I have already expressed my art to master. What do you mean? Chikyo took a small bite of the apple. Tsubaki's words made Chikyo stunned. She swallowed the apple that she hadn't chewed a few bites, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you saying that you told Master that you liked him? Yes, Master has promised to marry me. Seeing the hostility in Chikyo's eyes rising, Shun Yanran smiled and added another fire. You can call me mistress in the future. I do not believe. Jin stared at Tsubaki's eyes with a stubborn veto. Her eyes wandered on Shun's face, trying to find out the fact that Shun was lying. After thinking for a while, Chikyo looked at Shun suspiciously. When Brother Lin Zhe arrives, I will ask him. Seeing Chikyo's serious look, Shun couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She covered her scarlet lips with her slender hands and smiled. Chikyo, you really are a liar. Seeing Tsubaki, she laughed. Chikyo realized that she had been tricked by Tsubaki again. She took a big bite of the apple, snorted it, and turned her head away. That is. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that in the thick fog, a huge head stretched out. His long neck was full of hideous barbs, and his scarlet eyes radiated bloodthirsty light. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 134. With a movement of a huge monster, the originally calm sea suddenly became choppy, and the boat they were in swayed left and right as if they were in a violent storm. Roar! The giant beast suddenly looked towards where the two were, and a deafening roar roared out from its stench-filled mouth. At the same time, the giant beast quickly approached the positions of Chikyo and Tsubaki. How did you come? At the entrance of Taiyanshi Mansion, Inuyasha, who had just returned from patrol, sat bored on the steps in front of Taiyanshi Mansion and basked in the sun. After the last battle with Sesshomaru, the injured Inuyasha began to repair. Therefore, in addition to the necessary patrols, Inuyasha will heal his wounds in Taiyanshifu and restore his body. Inuyasha, who was basking in the sun, felt that his closed eyes were dark, and he opened his eyes subconsciously. Seeing Sesshomaru appearing in front of him, Inuyasha was taken aback for a moment. Fighting again? I'm busy and don't have time, so I have to go on patrol. Very surprised? Sesshomaru walked slowly from the place of Yeshuo Square with his evil view. Looking at Inuyasha squatting in front of the Taiyanshi Mansion and basking in the sun, Sesshomaru showed a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about Inuyasha's eyes and sat down beside Inuyasha. He took out a small box from his arms and handed it to Inuyasha. Sesshomaru said to himself, this is medicine for healing. I came to Lin Zhe to retrieve my natural teeth. It's not poison, is it? Looking at the medicine box that Sesshomaru handed over, Inuyasha was stunned for a moment, and without too much hesitation, he followed the medicine box. 0. Flower 0. With his hands resting on the back of his head, Inuyasha raised his head slightly, seeing that the red sun in the sky had already slanted westward. Inuyasha sighed lightly. Lin Zhe Taiyanshi went to Tanglei Island. You should know the strength of his strength. If you don't want to die, I advise you to go back to the West Country. Inuyasha has always been a person who speaks very directly, and he directly expressed his views without any hesitation. In the past 3 years, he has never thought about getting back the game he lost from Lin Zhe. But with the passage of time and the understanding of Lin Zhe, he learned that Lin Zhe's methods are endless, especially after cultivating the Golden Light Mantra. He even knew how big the gap between himself and Lin Zhe was. 0. Inuyasha finally gave up the idea of fighting Lin Zhe again. Although he is also a very paranoid person, he has no interest in being abused by Lin Zhe. You mean I have no chance of winning? Leaning on the stone lion in front of the Tianchi mansion, Sesshomaru looked at the sculptures made of dense monster corpses on the demon sculpture square. Before he came to the Tianchi mansion, Sesshomaru turned around in Tianfu City. The prosperity of Tianfu City far exceeded Sesshomaru's expectations. He originally came to Tianfu City 10 days ago, but because of the battle with Inuyasha, he was seriously injured and Sesshomaru left without entering Tianfu City at all. After seeing the prosperity of Tianfu City, Sesshomaru couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Zhe, who had been somewhat contemptuous of him before. The last time he was injured, the natural tooth was taken away by Lin Zhe. Although he didn't like the natural tooth at all, being taken away from the weapon was undoubtedly a shame that he could remember for the rest of his life. This time he came here to regain his natural teeth and wash away the previous shame. Hearing that Inuyasha vetoed his decision, Sesshomaru couldn't help being a little surprised. Inuyasha actually didn't think much about the fight between him and Lin Zhe. Originally, Sesshomaru looked down on Inuyasha, but after a fight with Inuyasha, seeing that Inuyasha's strength was almost the same as his own, Sesshomaru completely took away his former arrogance. 7. Chapter 201. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Inuyasha opened the pillbox, took a pill from it, and threw it directly into his mouth. Having played against Sesshomaru a few times, he knows that Sesshomaru is a madman, but he never disdains to use any conspiracy and tricks, which is why Inuyasha is willing to talk so much nonsense with Sesshomaru. Seeing Sesshomaru's somewhat disbelieving expression, Inuyasha shook his head and added another sentence. Then give it a try. Standing up from the steps, Sesshomaru didn't stay any longer. He left the sentence, and then left. Damn, when will our strength be restored? On a rocky mountain, a man with silver hair and pointed ears and a white mark on his forehead held a gun barrel in his hand, facing a big tree. The man instantly activated the gun barrel, and a burst of violent energy burst out, towering. The big tree that entered the cloud was instantly shattered. Okay, Zuangluo, if you have the strength, think about how to regain the strength. A brow-wrinkled, blue-hair, blue-forehead man with divine eyes, when he saw Beast Luo's movements, he scolded and glanced at Beast Luo in dissatisfaction. He is the leader of the 4 fighting gods, Long Luo. The 4 new gods are Long Luo, Fierce Luo, Beast Luo, and Steel Luo. The 4 corresponded to Qinglong, Suzukyu, Peiyu, Zuanwu. Long Luo controlled thunder and wind, Fierce Luo controlled fire, Beast Luo controlled power, and Gang Luo was known for his defense. Gang Luo found that someone had entered Tanglei Island. Fierce Luo fanned the Red Evil Ghost fan in his hand, and the Red Evil Ghost fan braving the flaming flames made his face flush red. Gang Luo has always been cruising in the waters around Tanglei Island. After discovering traces of people, Gang Luo, who is like a small island, fought with the people who came. Although it was far away, Ziluo still heard it. However, when Ziluo arrived at the scene, the humans who had broken into Tanglei Island had already entered the dense forest on the island. The area of Tanglei Island is not small, and even Fierce Luo couldn't find the intruder for a while. Then throw those children into the cauldron of sound. I don't believe that Slutzaki can watch so many people die. After thinking about it for a while, Long Luo gave orders to several people. 50 years ago, they invaded Tanglei Island in order to obtain the power of the Whispering Cauldron. Later, the 4 of them confronted the guardian priestess of Tanglei Island, Zoji. Zaki took their powers at the cost of their lives and sealed them in the jade box, before jumping into the ringing furnace. Slowly, several people found that as long as the children on the island were thrown into the cauldron of sound, their strength could be restored. However, in order to recover faster, a few of them thought of a better way, that is, to arrest a large number of virgins and girls to force Zujai if Zujai still refuses to hand over their sealed power. Then a few people will continue to kill. Don't you need to worry about those who enter the island? Licking his lips, he smashed the heaven-equaling cannon in his hand heavily to the ground, and Beast Luo looked at Long Luo, who was about to leave in confusion. He has always been extremely irritable, and now he just wants to vent. And those who broke into the island were just right. Long Luo was suspended in midair, and after thinking for a moment, he showed an evil and charming smile. Kill them all. That's how it should be. After receiving Long Luo's reply, Beast Luo suddenly stepped on the ground, and the whole person rose into the air and disappeared in place. And the stone mountain, where he was originally was, under his foot, instantly split into pieces. A lot of fireflies. On the forest path, Iris and Lin Zhe were walking slowly. The two had just arrived on Tangley Island, and because they didn't know where Chikyo, Shen, Mabeo and Mingxin were, Lin Zhe and Shangyu just walked aimlessly. Looking at the fireflies flying among the trees, Ayane's face showed a very happy smile. She carefully held a firefly and slowly spread out her white hands in front of Lin Zhe. I haven't seen so many fireflies in a long time. When I was in the tribe's residence, my favorite thing was to go out and catch fireflies. Gather. Seeing the calamus holding the fireflies one by one, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly, then slid his fingers in the air, and a light blue talisman suddenly appeared in the air. As the talisman took shape, the fireflies flying around were gathered together. In the end, these fireflies formed a head-sized light ball suspended beside Lin Zhe, emitting a soft glow of fluorescent green zero, so beautiful. Seeing the firefly lights condensed in Lin Zhe's hand, the calamus, who was catching fireflies in the woods, suddenly stopped his movements. Lifting his head, Zhangyu said with a smile, I can't believe that you, Lin Zhe, have such a side. What kind of person do you think I am? Hearing the words of the calamus, Lin Zhe smiled slightly, looking at the fireflies flying everywhere in the forest. Lin Zhe pondered. What happened to these fireflies? Lin Zhe naturally knew this was all transformed by the souls of the island's aboriginal people who were forced into the cauldron of chirping by the four dew gods. Judging from the fireflies that are all over the mountains and fields, almost covering the entire forest, there must be many people who were forced to death by Sidu God. When I watched the theatrical version before, Lin Zhe knew the viciousness of the four dew gods, but when he saw the fireflies that filled the sky, Lin Zhe could feel it. The reality is far more cruel than in the anime. No matter which world it is, the law of the jungle is always the rule of thumb. Lin Zhe didn't want to care how many bad things Four Du Shen did, and this time he came here just because Lin Zhe wanted to ensure that Chikyo and Shen would not encounter any danger. Shadow Assassin Chapter 135. Therefore, as long as the Four Du gods did not infringe on Lin Zhe's interests, then Lin Zhe would be too lazy to care. I thought you were a cold-blooded person. Raising her head to look at Lin Zhe, the pale face of the calamus turned red. When she was suddenly asked this question, she couldn't answer. Looking at Lin Zhe's serious look at him, Shangyu's eyes dodged a little, but I didn't expect that you are actually quite easygoing. Are you easygoing? Hearing Shangyu's comment, Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. It was the first time that Lin Zhe heard that the title of easygoing was used on him, and Lin Zhe was known as Shura in Musashi country. Although Lin Zhe has seldom made a move in these years, once Lin Zhe makes a move, there must be no monster that can survive in the place. Lin Zhe's easygoing is only for those he recognizes. In the human race, Lin Zhe is known as the Asura Heavenly Master, while in the demon race, Lin Zhe is called the Great Devil. These titles were all created by Lin Zhe. Chapter 202. There is no direction here. In the woods, Mabeo and Mingxin looked at the foggy sky and the fireflies floating in the woods. They were constantly trying to determine the direction. Monk Mingxin took off his wine gourd and shook it on his mouth for a while, but there was no drop of wine. Mingxin couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If I knew earlier, I would have brought more wine. Let's quickly determine the direction. Lifting his head, Miles Dio looked at the sky. Looking at the dark night sky, his brows could not help wrinkling. Without the starry sky, without the moon, they would not be able to find their way. I don't know if Lin Zhe, Tianji and the others have arrived. Feeling that they couldn't find a way to break the game, Mingxun found a big tree and sat down. The two of them went smoothly along the way, and they didn't encounter any too powerful monsters. Miles Dio also sat down next to Monk Mingxun. He took out a piece of dry food from his luggage and handed it to Monk Mingxun 06. He moved the beads in his hand and said slowly, "The normal situation must be here. But I don't know if Lin Zhe Tianji can find us." "Definitely find." Eh? Mingxun was chewing dry food, and just as he was about to speak, he was caught by the strong light that suddenly appeared in the distance. Bang! Before the two could stand up after the strong light passed, a huge explosion sounded. The sound was too loud, oscillating back and forth in the valley. Do we still have a chance to escape? In a group of dilapidated wooden houses, piles of bonfires with green smoke were slowly burning. The light of the bonfire was very subtle, almost on the verge of going out. Every bonfire was surrounded by blind-eyed children. They talked in low voices, their voices were full of lamentation, and even in this silent night, their low-pitched sobbing could be heard. A half-demon girl with yellow hair was lying on the lap of a light green little girl. She looked at the crying children around her and couldn't help crying, "I want to be with Sister Shallow all the time." "Don't cry, Meng Yuan, my sister will always be by your side." Hearing her sister's cry, Shallow patted her sister's back lightly. Looking at the children crowded around her, Shallow's brows could not help frowning tightly. 4 months ago, after the seal on the island disappeared, the 4 new gods grabbed more than 3,000 children from the outside and entered the island. At first, everyone thought that these children were caught by the god of 4 fights to allow more people and half-demons on the island, but slowly some children began to disappear, and recently they disappeared at a rate of hundreds every day. This made Shallow realize that the 4 new gods did not bring these children in for the development of the island as they said. Looking at the number of children gradually decreasing every day, Onion guessed a terrifying possibility. These children are very likely related to Zaki. Shallow had heard about Gwen Zayoji. Zayoji was a priestess who once guarded Tangley Island, but she was forced to seal the Sidhu god at the cost of her life, because of a fight with a Sidhu god. Strength. Although I don't know why the 4 new gods asked them to choose someone as a sacrifice every time, Shallow had already made up her mind that she would protect her sister. Never let her sister be a sacrifice. But thinking that she might be burned to death in the near future, Shallow's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of despair. She put her hands together and prayed secretly, "I hope that day can come later. Who else can save us?" Thinking of this, Stallion made a jump, even without her own delusions, watching the half-demon on the island die one by one for so many years. So people have become accustomed to living in despair, and even the most optimistic she has gradually become taciturn. That is. Suddenly the ground vibrated violently, and Shallow, who had just closed his eyes and was about to rest for a while, was suddenly awakened. Subconsciously raised his head, he immediately saw the dazzling fire in the distance almost illuminating half of the sky. "Brother Lin Zhe, why are you here?" Chikyo looked at Lin Zhe standing in front of him with some surprise. After Chikyo and Tsubaki escaped from the sea to the island, they lost their way in the jungle, but it didn't take long before they were attacked by a mysterious man. Just when the two were about to fight the mysterious man, Lin Zhe suddenly appeared beside them. Chikyo walked to Lin Zhe's side and felt the killing intent emanating from Lin Zhe looking at the silver-haired man on the opposite side. Chikyo couldn't help showing a calm smile on her face. "This guy just attacked you?" Lin Zhe stood on the spot with no expression on his face. He left space marks on Chikyo and Tsubaki. No matter where Chikyo and Tsubaki were, Lin Zhe could teleport to them. The reason why Lin Zhe had never appeared before was because when Lin Zhe entered the island, he was disturbed by a part of the enchantment force, and he was not able to sense the mark for a while. After leaving the valley, Lin Zhe felt that the barrier on the island suddenly weakened and immediately selected the induction marker. Then Lin Zhe appeared in front of the two of them. As soon as I came here with a calamus, I encountered the scene where the animal Luo attacked the two Chityo. Seeing that beast Luo, who was slashed by himself with a knife, stood up again, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Zhe's face. You three are waiting for me here. Arranging to return Chityo, Tsubaki, and Calamus, Lin Zhe slowly turned around and walked towards the opposite beast Luo. Yo, are there still many people? Beast Luo, you are actually beaten like this, it's unbelievable. A crimson light swept across the pitch-black sky and finally turned into the figure of a crimson and beautiful man. He was the fierce Luo who rushed over. Seeing the appearance of Beast Luo, covered with scars, the fierce Luo couldn't help laughing softly. It seems that you have regressed over the years, Beast Luo. Don't talk nonsense, the guy opposite is not easy. Being ridiculed by Luo, Beast Luo clenched the heaven-equaling cannon in his hand and aimed the muzzle in the direction of Lin Zhe, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Just now Lin Zhe suddenly emerged from the void, and with just a random knife, Beast Luo was slashed and flew out dozens of meters. I don't know how many trees were broken in the middle. Therefore, even Beast Luo, who has always been short-tempered, could not help but be cautious when he looked at Lin Zhe at this moment. The color of fear in his eyes is extremely intense. Oh, then I want to see what he is capable of. Feeling the strong fear in Beast Luo's tone, fierce Luo, who was holding the evil ghost fire fan in his hand, couldn't help showing a curious smile. Chapter 203. After 50 years in the seal, it wasn't just the grumpy Luo who couldn't stand such a dull, uninteresting life. The same is true for the fierce Luo, who is good at strategy. He loses his strength and is trapped on the island. This makes the fierce Luo also eager to fight with people. Only by fighting can we relieve the depression that has accumulated for decades. Before Beast Luo Duo could say anything, Luo charged towards Lin Zhe with the evil demon fire fan in his hand. He tapped lightly with his toes, and the fire in his hand flashed, and suddenly a flaming Suzuki emerged from his body and flew towards Lin Zhe. The scarlet beast Suzuki, which was transformed by the flames, flapped its wings in the air. With the flapping of its wings, the surrounding air was instantly burned and twisted, and a whirlwind emerged around it, blowing the surrounding trees into an instant bend. The green trees were completely dehydrated in a short period of time, then turned yellow, decayed, and finally burned. Lin Zhe stood on the spot, and at the moment when the flame Suzuki charged towards him, Lin Zhe felt the surging heat wave coming from the pavement. Suzuki's speed was extremely fast, and the hundreds of meters between Lin Zhe and Luo were swept away in the blink of an eye. Looking at the terrifying flame beast that was already approaching his face, Lin Zhe just smiled lightly. Before the flame, transformed into a vermilion bird, flew over Lin Zhe's body, a light blue talisman appeared around Lin Zhe's body. Seal Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 136. The vermilion bird that the flames turned into was completely absorbed by the blue talisman before it had time to struggle, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. This talisman is a defensive talisman that Lin Zhe spent a long time putting together. He usually uses Kai to warm him up in his body. When an attack comes, this talisman will automatically emerge from Lin Zhe's body. Out. Although this was just a gadget that Lin Zhe thought about when he was bored, it was a collection of Tong Qianlu and dozens of talismans. In a sense, it was one of the secret skills that Lin Zhe created by himself. The template can improve Lin Zhe's strength, and it can also give Lin Zhe a lot of insights into martial arts. It is not difficult for Lin Zhe to create a small secret skill at will. What's that? Seeing that the flaming Suzuki bird that he had inspired was swallowed up by Lin Zhe's talisman, Luo couldn't help but be startled, and his expression that had been light-hearted became serious. However, he did not stop his attack. The fire fan in his hand fanned one after another, and immediately one after another the Suzuki bird flew towards Lin Zhe. In a short period of time, dozens of vermilion birds emerged together, which looked spectacular. These dozens of vermilion birds were in an orderly manner under the control of Ziluo, blocking all the escape routes for Lin Zhe. It turned into a huge net woven by flames that seemed to completely wrap Lin Zhe. Looking at the giant net of flames that surrounded him, Lin Zhe still couldn't see any expression on his face. He just took a step outward so gently. At the moment when Lin Zhe took this step, the gossip chart appeared under Lin Zhe's feet. Out. In the next second, Lin Zhe disappeared instantly. Chang! Before Ziluo and Beast Luo found Lin Zhe in the arena, a crisp sound of a long knife unsheathed resounded. Then Fierce Luo saw a light blue sword light suddenly emerge from the void in front of him. The blade light was so fast that Fierce Luo hadn't come yet, and he used the evil fire fan in his hand to resist. The knife beam slashed at him completely, and then a very small red line appeared on the scarlet-red demon bead on the forehead of Ziluo, who was still standing there. Then, when Lin Zhe completely resurfaced from the void, the thin line suddenly expanded like a crack in a water pipe, and began to bleed out like a crack in a water pipe. The pain came very late and disappeared very quickly. When Ziluo subconsciously lowered his head to see his body cut into two halves, his whole body was instantly divided into two halves. Ziluo looked at Lin Zhe, who was standing slowly on the ground, and he collapsed into two halves. Before he could accept the news that he had been beheaded, he completely left this world. Even his soul was cut in half by Lin Zhe's knife. The power of the thunder attribute hidden in the knife light completely wiped him out of this world. After me. Suppressed and watched, the Fierce Luo, who was getting along with him day and night, turned into a pile of meat in front of him. The equalizing cannon in Beast Luo's hand instantly turned from pitch black to red. The huge flame ball was blasted out, and the powerful recoil force, so that Beast Luo's body couldn't help but sigh. The flame balls followed one after another, almost forming a line of fireballs in the air. These fireballs are powerful, and each one is enough to blow up a small mountain. The flame crossed dozens of meters and immediately turned the position where Lin Zhe was standing into a sea of flames. A huge explosion resounded from all around Lin Zhe. Originally, there were small valleys with dense forests and a lot of broken wood chips. The soil was thrown into the sky by this huge explosive force wave. Within a few hundred meters, it was instantly razed to the ground. The sound of the explosion resounded back and forth in the valley, and the firelight of the explosion illuminated a small half of the sky. Interesting. The blue light flashed, and Lin Zhe appeared again. In his hand, an umbrella, turned into a golden light spell, was pinched by Lin Zhe. The soil that fell from the sky did not affect Lin Zhe at all. Looking at Beast Luo, who was gasping for breath in front of him, who had completely turned violent, Lin Zhe still had an extremely indifferent expression. Has one killed one? After hearing the sound of the explosion, Miles Dio and Monk Mingson rushed over, looking at the corpse of Ziluo, who was cut in half by Lin Zhe. From a distance, Mingson, who was panting violently, Nuos, leaning on a staff, his eyes were full of surprise. From the time they heard the sound of battle to the time they arrived at this place, it was only a cup of tea. But in the effort of this cup of tea, Lin Zhe had already killed an enemy. And judging from the momentum that the two of them felt from a distance just now, the guy Lin Zhe killed was not simple. At least the Suzuki divine bird that fills the sky, if the two of them are allowed to deal with it, the two of them have no certainty at all. At most it can be resisted. Originally, the two thought that Lin Zhe would have to fight for at least a while when encountering such a difficult opponent, but with just one blow, a monster that they thought was extremely powerful was instantly killed. It seems that we have no chance of making a move. Miles Dio turned the black rosary in his hand, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Under the circumstances of Lin Zhe's shot, they could only become spectators. Chapter 204. The two still clearly remembered that the last time Lin Zhe shot was 3 years ago. At that time, the two of them still vividly remember the scene of the hundreds of thousands of monsters in Lin Zhe's hands waving to ashes. After that time, the two never had the chance to see Lin Zhe shot, or in other words, since then, there has been no monster worthy of Lin Zhe shot. It was from that time that the two of them truly realized how powerful Lin Zhe was. Let's take a good look at it. For miles Vio's sigh, Mingsun on the side felt the same. He nodded and turned his eyes to the distance to seriously observe Lin Zhe's battle. Who is that person? In front of the wooden hut village halfway up the mountain, Shallow and her sister had already stood up from the grass, where they were kneeling before. Shallow looked at the valley where the fire was blazing and the sound of explosions wave after wave. She couldn't help muttering to herself, "Did he come to rescue us?" As a half-demon, Shallow has a long lifespan. In the past 50 years, she has been deeply troubled by her long lifespan. On this desperate Tangley Island, she could not see any hope. In fact, she wanted to commit suicide many times in the past. Because of her long lifespan, it was more like a curse to her, which caused her to suffer. Shallow has also thought of using suicide to end her life more than once, but when she thought that if she committed suicide, her sister Meng Yuan would have to endure this boundless loneliness and despair alone, and she completely gave up on herself. Suicidal thoughts. Sister, that big brother is amazing. If only he could beat those guys. Meng Yuan pulled the corner of her sister Shallow's clothes. She tilted her head and heard the sound of explosions from time to time. In her eyes, there was both excitement and fear. In addition, there is a glimmer of hope flashing in it. After seeing Lin Zhe kill Ziluo, Meng Yuan's tone became excited. Sister, we can survive, right? I hope so. Shallow didn't dare to give too much hope to her sister. For so many years, on Tangley Island, Shallow has experienced too many life and death partings, and she fully understands the feeling that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Shallow naturally knew how powerful the four Du gods were. When a fierce Luo died, there were also Beast Luo, Gang Luo, and even the most powerful Long Luo. Because before this battle was completely over, even though Shallow hoped that the sudden appearance of a human youth could win, she didn't dare to give her sister an answer that was too sure. Shallow was very scared. She was afraid that after seeing hope, her sister and herself would no longer be able to endure the darkness and despair they once had. Crack! In the battlefield, after a light blue and gold intertwined knife light passed, Beast Luo was hit and flew out, and looking at the two-section Kishin cannon in his hand, Varuo's face suddenly became ugly. Just now, he launched a violent artillery attack on Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe disappeared from his field of vision. When Lin Zhe appeared again, a knife light, filled with a breath of death suddenly appeared. Beast Luo subconsciously blocked, and then he was hit by a huge force and flew out, and the Kishin cannon in his hand was instantly split into two pieces. Cough, cough, how is this possible? Kneeling on one knee on the ground, Beast Luo suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he realized that a wound had appeared in his abdomen at some point. From the pain he felt and the blood spurting out of his abdomen, it was just that instant things. I just blocked it, obviously. Covering his blood-spurting abdomen, Beast Luo's cynical eyes suddenly turned into a panic. In order to block Lin Zhe's blow, Lin Zhe's Kishin cannon was cut in half by Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe's attack still penetrated it, and Beast Luo had never heard of such an attack. Disappeared. A pair of eyes stared at Lin Zhe's position nervously, and the thought of running away merged in Beast Luo's heart. But before he had time to implement his own ideas, he saw Lin Zhe completely disappear in front of him. Horrified, Beast Luo covered his stomach and immediately prepared to launch a secret technique to escape. But just as he mobilized the divine power in his body, a coolness that could almost freeze his soul came from the depths of his heart. PFFT. The familiar sound of a knife slicing through his body rang in Beast Luo's ears. Standing up from the ground, his eyes slowly changed from panic to dullness, and his pupils gradually expanded. A bloodline emerged from his neck, and his head suddenly fell to the ground. The white tiger whose soul turned into just jumped into the air from his body and was sealed by a flashing talisman. Who is he? In the last second, when Beast Luo's consciousness was still alive, the mystery of Lin Zhe's identity was completely shrouded in his entire mind. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 137. From seeing Lin Zhe until being killed by Lin Zhe, Beast Luo didn't even know the name of the human beings fighting with him, so he was completely beheaded. Beast Luo was unwilling. He was unwilling to die so aggrieved, but his unwillingness had no effect. Boom! The silver-haired head that was dyed red with blood after drawing an arc in midair landed on the ground with a muffled sound. From the complex expression on the rolling head of Ura, there was something called regret in Ura's eyes. Either hand over what I want. Either everyone on this island will die. Outside the rumbling cauldron, Long Luo looked gloomily at the raging flames burning inside the cauldron. As the eldest of the four fighting gods, Long Luo felt the moment when Xian Luo and Beast Luo were killed. Always cautious, he did not rush to check, but came to the location of the rumbling cauldron. There was Zhu Zhai in the rumbled cauldron, and Zhu Zhai sealed all their powers in the jade box. If Zikuji refused to let go, none of them could take out the jade box from the tumbling cauldron. The existence that can kill Zi Luo and Beast Luo at one time is naturally impossible to be a simple character. In the past, when his own strength was there, Long Luo was not afraid of the sudden appearance of human masters, but now his strength is seriously lacking, and he has no confidence that he can resist the sudden appearance of human beings. After learning that he didn't have many choices, Long Luo came to this place. If Zhu Zhai refused to agree to his request, he decided to take the whole island to be buried with him. Chapter 205. For so many years, in Tanglei Island, although Long Luo has never regained his power from the hands of Zoji, he can definitely know more about Tanglei Island than Zoji in the tumbling cauldron. The ringing cauldron has been burning with flames all year round. This is because there is an extremely powerful volcano at the bottom of the ringing cauldron. The ringing cauldron is said to be used to refine elixir. A few people came to Tanglei Island in order to obtain the power in the ringing cauldron. However, I have never found a way to gain power. The only way to use it is to make sacrifices for those half-demons to restore a trace of their power that was taken away by Zoji. However, although there is no way to use the rumbling cauldron to gain power, Long Luo knows how to destroy this thing. As the existence of suppressing the divine fire of Tanglei Island, as long as a few enchantments above the rumbling cauldron are destroyed, the entire island can be completely turned into a dead place. How can I trust you? Long Luo stood quietly beside the rumbling cauldron, without showing the slightest expression on his face. Seeing that his words had not been responded to by Zhao Zhai for a long time, he stretched out his blue palm, and with a flash of blue light, he was originally slender. His hand suddenly turned into a cyan dragon claw, covered with scales, and a purple electric light flashed, hitting the enchantment above the rumbling cauldron. The barrier, which was already very weak, suddenly showed a crack. Just when Long Luo was about to destroy the barrier, a fluorescent green light flew out from the tumbling cauldron and gathered in midair into the appearance of a girl. Do you think you still have a choice? Long Luo looked at the girl in front of him made of light spots. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his tone was full of madness. Either give me back the power, or I will bring the power you once took with me. Those half-demons on the island will be destroyed by those thousands of human children. Give me the answer now. Exorcism Village? The jade of the four souls really fell into the hands of those guys again. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the fire completely ignited the small village. Apart from the sound of the crackling flames burning, there was no sound at all. The girl, suspended in midair, crushed the head of the girl in her hand, and a gleam of light flashed in her deep eyes. It was Shenjai who was looking for the jade of the four souls everywhere. After gaining the power of the goddess, she set eyes on the jade of the four souls again. The feeling that the power brought to her made Shenjai very fascinated. It's finally found. Touching the feather clothes of the sky in her hand, Shenjai showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. The feather clothes of the sky were a big help for her. With a feather close of the sky, she could exert all the power of the goddess. It will be very lively next time. Waving his bell-like sleeves, Shenjai suddenly disappeared in place. Her silver bell-like laughter echoed throughout the fire-filled village, and there was an echo for a long time. This is Tangley Island? It doesn't look like anything special. Zhe Jian and Seshengwan stood on a huge monster, looking at the huge island, shrouded in fog in front of them. Zhe Jian shook his head slightly, completely different from the immortal air fluttering in his imagination. Looking at Sesshomaru, who still had no expression on his face, he said flatteringly, "Your Highness, as long as you take action, what the four fighters got is not the one who can only bow his head to the court. Go to the island." Sesshomaru ignored his wrong opinion. He came to Tangley Island this time to compete with Lin Zhe and get back his natural teeth. As for the four fighting gods, Sesshomaru didn't care at all. "Follow your Highness." Zhe Jianji and Sesshomaru didn't pay attention to his own intentions. He didn't care at all, still smiling on his face, and drove the flying monster to fall to the island. In fact, Zhe Jian didn't want to come this time. A long time ago, Zhe Jian thought that his master could completely crush Lin Zhe, but after 3 years in Tianqi Mansion, Zhe Jian realized that his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Lin Zhe's power was beyond his imagination. Every time Lin Zhe makes a move, he will give Zhe Jian a feeling that Lin Zhe's strength is constantly increasing at an extremely fast speed. This made Zhe Jian not have any hope at all about the fact that Seshengpil came to Lin Zhe to get back his natural teeth. But since Sesshomaru has decided to do it as Sesshomaru's subordinate, he can only choose to follow. 0. Flower 0. With a bitter face, Zhe Jian entered Tangley Island according to Sesshomaru's instructions. "It's still good, master." Shun held Lin Zhe's arm with one hand and leaned on Lin Zhe's shoulder, looking at the fiery bonfire in front of her. A happy smile appeared on her face. After killing Beast Luo and crossing Luo, a few people rested in the woods, roasted a bonfire, and ate roasted meat. The fatigue of more than 10 days was dissipated after eating and drinking enough. Net. "Can't you come to lean over here?" Leaning on Lin Zhe's shoulder, Shun turned his head to look at Lin Zhe, who was sitting beside the fire from time to time, adding firewood to the fire. Shun couldn't help laughing when he saw that the bellflower was a little twisted. "Don't you dare not, Chityo." "Who dares not?" Chityo gave Tsubaki a white look. She leaned over to Lin Zhe's position, but did not lean on Lin Zhe's shoulder like Shun did. Being so close to Lin Zhe, Chityo's heartbeat couldn't help but feel faster and faster. She lowered her head and 2 red clouds appeared on her face. "Stop it." Looking at the 2 people who regarded themselves as a gambling tool, Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head, flipping the meat in his hand, watching the white neck and face of Chityo turn red. Lin Zhe couldn't help but slightly prop up the corner of his mouth. "We didn't make trouble." Shun took Lin Zhe's hand and looked at the shy Chityo on the other side provocatively. A smug smile appeared on her face. She felt as if she had found a way to defeat Chityo. Thinking of this, there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. "Master, let's go back and hold the wedding." Shun sorted out his expression and then looked at Lin Zhe, who was roasting meat seriously with a very solemn look. Cough cough. Hearing Tsubaki's words, Lin Zhe, who was drinking water, almost choked. Tsubaki can always do something unexpected to Lin Zhe. "No, I don't agree." Chityo on the side heard Tsubaki's words and immediately stood up to object. She was still shy just now, but she instantly turned into a kitten that protected her food, and her eyes became sharp. 7. Chapter 206. Master agrees. Holding Lin Zhe's arm tightly, Shen made a grimace towards Shen, who stood up and looked at him angrily. Seeing the bellflower shriveled, Tsubaki felt happy. After fighting with Chikyo for many years, most of the time the two ended in a draw, and there is almost no chance of making Chikyo grit their teeth like today. Brother Lin Zhe will not agree. Seeing Shen's complacent look, Shen tried her best to calm herself down. After spending so many years with Shen, she naturally knew that it was Shen on purpose to be so angry with her, but she knew that when Shen said she wanted to hold a wedding with Lin Zhe. However, Chikyo still couldn't suppress the depression in his heart. Shadow Assassin Chapter 138. Sitting down next to Lin Zhe again, Chikyo also hugged Lin Zhe's arm, looked at Lin Zhe and asked, "Brother Lin Zhe, are you right? Let's eat." Looking at the two girls looking at him expectantly from the left and the right, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile, so he had to change the topic. Over the years, with the relationship between the two, Lin Zhe slowly realized the special feelings they had for themselves. Although Lin Zhe is powerful, it does not mean that Lin Zhe can be free from emotional troubles. Regarding Chikyo and Shen, Lin Zhe has not yet figured out how to get along with him, but no matter what happens in the future, Lin Zhe believes that he will give it to him. A perfect result for both. Master is very partial, and every time he diverts the topic for Chikyo. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Shen pouted his mouth and stuck out his tongue towards Lin Zhe. Although she was joking a little bit earlier, why didn't Shen use the joke to reveal to Lin Zhe what she wanted to say the most in her heart? So Lin Zhe diverted the topic, which actually made Shen, who had always wanted to know what Lin Zhe thought, a little disappointed. Shen also wanted to know what Lin Zhe thought about the question he raised, or expressed some intentions. Brother Lin Zhe is not biased. After taking the barbecue handed over by Lin Zhe, Chikyo breathed a sigh of relief. She actually had similar ideas to Tsubaki, and Chikyo also wanted to hear some thoughts on Lin Zhe's handling of emotional matters. So when Tsubaki asked that question just now, Chikyo was both worried and looking forward to it. She was worried that Lin Zhe would really make some promises, and at the same time, she also looked forward to Lin Zhe's always curious about Lin Zhe's choice between her and Shen. They've all grown up. Looking at the two people who were already slim in front of him, Lin Zhe couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the earliest days, the battles between the two were all about techniques and the number of demons. But over the years, it has slowly shifted to other things. Hey, Mabio, didn't you joke about marrying a girl last time? When Mingsun and Mabio were sitting in front of Lin Zhe around Chikyo and Shen, they left knowingly. Everyone in the Tianchi mansion knew that the two of them, the two witches and senior sisters, liked their master Lin Zhe. Both of them naturally knew it. Seeing Chikyo and Tsubaki, who looked like two children around Lin Zhe in the distance, Mingsun couldn't help booing. As Tianshifu's perennial senior sister, Chikyo and Shen are the representatives of Tianshifu's violence. Except for Lin Zhe, the two of them are definitely the same in the door, and it is rare to see their smiles. In the outside world, the two were even called witches of bloodline monsters. Every time they took action to remove the monsters would inevitably bleed into rivers. Although there were some exaggerated elements, it was enough to explain some problems. Looking at Chikyo and Tsubaki, who usually don't pay much attention to the two of them, Mingsun shook her head with a wry smile and looked at Miles Dio, who squinted her eyes and said, "You don't really have a flying key, do you?" "Of course it's true. That was my grandfather's marriage for me." Miles Dio opened her eyes slightly, yawned, and nodded. During this long journey, although there was no fierce battle when entering the island, but because I was always in a state of high tension after Lin Zhe killed Ziluo and Beast Luo, Miles Dio, who was relaxed, was so tiredness came up, and at this moment he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Although I don't know why Mingsun suddenly asked about his fiancée, but when asked, he who always likes to show off in front of Mingsun couldn't help but add, "And my fiancée is very beautiful." Is that true? Feeling Miles Deo's somewhat ostentatious tone, Mingson couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and he immediately felt that the wine in his hand was not fragrant. After taking a sip of wine, Mingson asked casually, "We have the opportunity to visit. Where is she from?" "The exorcism village." Seeing Mingson's slightly disappointed look, the corners of Miles Deo's mouth couldn't help but lift up. As a family of exorcists, the marriage that Miles Deo's grandfather set for him naturally came from the circle of exorcists. Exorcism village? I haven't heard that name for a long time. Speaking of the exorcism village, Mingson couldn't help but smile knowingly. Since the Taiyan Shifu has slowly risen, the Taiyan Shifu that used to be the master of the Musashi country has slowly faded out of the public's field of vision. The original title of the first exorcism village in the world was also acquired by the Taiyan Shifu. In addition to Lin Zhe's leadership as a pioneer, Mingson and Miles Deo are both important participants. Therefore, in front of the exorcism village, Mingson can raise his head proudly. After thinking about it for a while, Mingson hesitated. If it was an exorcism village, wouldn't those guys be embarrassing for you? To embarrass me, it depends on whether they have that ability. The relationship between the exorcism village and the Tianjin mansion has not been good in these years and can even be called a dire situation. Although the Tianjin mansion has never cared about the existence of the exorcism village, the people of the exorcism village are extremely repulsive of the Tianjin mansion. So Miles Deo can fully know that if he wants to marry his fiancée in the exorcism village, it is almost inevitable that he will be troubled. However, as a disciple of Tianjin mansion, Miles Deo has made great progress in strength under Lin Zhe's teaching over the years, so he doesn't care about the possible difficulties in the exorcism village. Also, if those people dare to make things difficult for you, we will let those guys see the prestige of our Tianjin mansion. Seeing Miles Deo's arrogant and dry cloud, Mingson nodded in agreement. For her close friend, Mingson has always supported 100%. Just like when Miles Deo Yixin wanted to join the Taiyan Shifu 3 years ago, Mingson also supported him without hesitation. Chapter 207. The Entrance of Tianjin Mansion. Is it the new moon again? Inuyasha sat on the steps in front of the Tianjin mansion, looking at the sky without the slightest shadow of the moon. He was not at all helpless as he used to be when Shuayu completely turned into a human and lost all his demon power. Since he practiced magic, he has become completely different with 2 kinds of power. Losing his demon power, he could also rely on his spiritual power to activate spells. He was no longer the same as before when he arrived at the new moon. Are you 2 guys thinking about how to escape again? Feeling no sleepiness, Inuyasha stood up from the ground and began to patrol around the Tianjin mansion. After inspecting the place where Deo Deije and Hu Deifeng were located, looking at the 2 people sitting on the tail of the 100-footed witch, Inuyasha made a joke as usual. Since the evil view left, Inuyasha has been eyeing Deo Deije and Hu Deifeng, especially Hu Deifeng. Recently, Inuyasha has been forcibly dragged by Inuyasha to patrol with him every day. We're not that boring. Deo Deije, who was originally looking at the sky with 06's own apprentice Hu Deifeng, was in a daze. After being sealed, daze has become a way for him to resolve boredom. Originally, the 2 had a plan to escape, but after seeing Lin Zhe's Inuyasha, who was not even an apprentice, defeated Sesshomaru, the 2 completely lost the idea of running away. In addition, although they didn't know how strong Lin Zhe was, some of the things Lin Zhe showed slightly over the years were enough to make the 2 of them give up completely. After staying in Tianjin mansion for a long time, Deo Deije has also slowly accepted his current life. Apart from spending some time on patrol every day, he is actually very free, and Lin Zhe has basically not interfered in his life. Deo Deije is no longer as depressed as when he was just caught. By the way, you must already know the news of the appearance of the Jade of 4 Souls, Your Highness. If I remember correctly, His Highness Inuyasha has always wanted to get the Jade of the 4 Souls. Hu Daifeng walked to the edge of Inuyasha. His green beam-like eyes were rolling, which was different from his master's Deo Zhe, who had already accepted his fate and wanted to stay in Tianshifu all the time. Gray Saber Workshop is tired of the days of blacksmithing and patrolling every day. He has been trying to find a way to escape, but he has never had a chance. The seal that Lin Zhe placed in their bodies was too powerful. Not only could it not be undone, but even someone as knowledgeable as Deo Zhe could not understand it at all. However, because Inuyasha had learned magic from Lin Zhe, Grey Swordsman wanted to try to get in touch with Inuyasha to see if Inuyasha could unlock the seal for himself. Looking at Inuyasha, looking at him with interest, a golden light flashed in the eyes of Hu Daifeng, and he continued, "Your Highness, you can walk freely, why not take a trip to the exorcism village?" Not interested. Looking at the excited look of Grey Saber Workshop, Inuyasha's eyes flashed a hint of slyness. In fact, a long time ago, Inuyasha really wanted to get the Jade of the Four Souls, but after practicing with Lin Zhe, he gained the power to defeat Sesshomaru. He completely lost interest in the Four Soul Jade. The reason why he wanted to obtain the Jade of the Four Souls and become a complete monster was so that he would not be left at, and also that he would not lose his power during Tsukaya. But now that Inuyasha has become the patrol chief of Tianfu City, no one will laugh at him, and Inuyasha can fully feel that the respect of Tianfu City residents for him is from the heart. Therefore, for Inuyasha, the Jade of the Four Souls has completely lost its appeal. Having no desire for the Jade of the Four Souls, Inuyasha was naturally not interested in Grey Sword Workshop's proposal, but from Grey Sword Workshop's positive appearance, Inuyasha noticed a trace of abnormality. After thinking about it for a while, Inuyasha decided to concoct the subordinate he thought of in his heart. After one day, it was raining lightly in the sky, and the sparse pedestrians on the street were holding umbrellas. "Master, there are more and more monsters spying on us. If it goes on like this, we are bound to become the target of public criticism." In a shrine in the exorcism village, a middle-aged witch was sitting on her knees in front of an old witch. She poured a cup of hot tea for the old witch, her brow furrowed and her tone full of worry. Shadow Assassin Chapter 139. Not long ago, the exorcism village got the Jade of the Four Souls in the hands of a monster. After this incident, the popularity of the exorcism village was greatly boosted. But everyone couldn't be happy. Since the Jade of the Four Souls was brought back, the entire exorcism village has become a place that all monsters covet. In just 10 days, the exorcism village suffered dozens of monster attacks, and a large number of exorcists died. This completely shattered the exorcism village, which had become precarious due to the stubbornness of the Tianji mansion in the past few years. If it weren't for the strength of the old witch, who organized everyone to fight off waves of monsters, I'm afraid the exorcism village would have been wiped out by now. Seeing that the old witch didn't mean to speak, the middle-aged witch couldn't help but sigh. If only Chikyo and Tsubaki hadn't left the exorcism village. Both of them are unparalleled geniuses. Okay, you go down. The old witch sighed lightly and then waved her hand to interrupt the middle-aged witch. Her wrinkled face showed no joy or anger. When Chikyo and Tsubaki left the exorcism village one after another, no one in the village stopped them, especially when Tsubaki left. Many people spoke ill of each other, but what everyone didn't expect was that after Chikyo and Tsubaki left the exorcism village, their strengths changed dramatically in a short period of time, and they quickly gained fame in Musashi, and even some demon nations. The two contributed a lot to the rise of Tianshifu. In a sense, the decline of Tianji Mansion also began at that time. The stronger Tsubaki and Chikyo are, the more it proves how bad the eyes of many exorcists in the exorcism village were back then, and the whole exorcism village became a joke in the entire exorcism world, because Chikyo and Tsubaki were released. Cough cough. I regret it for the teacher. After coughing violently a few times, the old witch, who covered her mouth, looked at the blood in the middle of her palm. Her eyes dimmed. Over the years, what she regrets most is that she did not stand up and say a fair word for Lin Zhe. Maybe Tsubaki wouldn't leave. She will not face the situation of no successor until now. Lin Zhe, you are a good teacher. With a long sigh, the old witch closed her eyes. Chapter 208. These old witches had also regretted it, but under the pressure of many exorcists in the village, she chose to stand in the same camp as everyone in the village instead of defending her own disciples. Every time she thought of this, the old witch would sigh in regret, and she slowly realized the gap between herself as a master and Lin Zhe. Why haven't you slept yet? Next to a big tree, Lin Zhe was sitting beside the bonfire. Chikyo and Tsuaki went to guard everywhere, watching the fire burning in front of him fade away. Just after adding some dry wood to the fire, I heard footsteps. Lin Zhe raised his head slightly, facing the blanket handed over by Yang, took the blanket. Lin Zhe motioned Yang to sit down and put the blanket over his body. Although Lin Zhe's strength had already reached the level of invulnerability to cold and heat, but since the calamus was brought over, Lin Zhe accepted the girl's concern. I couldn't sleep. I saw that it was a little cold in the mountains, so I came here. Calamus sat beside Lin Zhe and put her hand by the fire. Her cold hand slowly warmed up. The seal on her body had already been opened by Lin Zhe. In fact, she wouldn't feel cold because of her demon power. She was just making an excuse for it. Looking up at the dark night sky, Calamus said slowly, Lin Zhe, do you hate monsters? It's not annoying. Leaning against the big tree, Lin Zhe closed his eyes slightly, and the question of Calamus made Lin Zhe slightly surprised. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Just asking. Looking at Lin Zhe, who had closed her eyes, she turned her head and looked at herself. Calamus' eyes couldn't help but dodge a little. She led the topic elsewhere. Why do you say monsters and humans fight? Probably to survive. Sitting up slightly, Lin Zhe yawned. In fact, in the world of Inuyasha, the battle between monsters and humans has always been a process of human survival. It was difficult for early humans to compete with monsters, but in the past few years, because of Lin Zhe's establishment of Tianqi Mansion and the reason for the missionary meeting, the situation on the human side has changed a lot. At least it's a lot better than before. Although Lin Zhe officially accepted very few apprentices, he had a large number of non-staff apprentices, and the accumulated number in 3 years was quite considerable. Although their strength is not very strong, but with the support of the number and the talismans sold by the Tianqifu, a group of groups with outstanding combat power have been formed. This group is centered on Tianqifu City, constantly radiating outwards. This is also the reason why ordinary monsters dare not enter Tianqifu City. Tens of thousands of people holding talismans, no matter how they think about a scene covered by a monster, it is a creepy thing for monsters. It would be nice if there was no fighting in this world one day. Yake can live freely with humans. Calamus nodded. She also agreed with Lin Zhe's views on the battle between monsters and humans. Like Lin Zhe, she leaned against the big tree. Calamus's thoughts were pulled far away. Lin Zhe, do you think there is such a possibility? Maybe. Eh? The girl's thinking was always so swaying. Lin Zhe smiled and answered the question from Yang, but as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that a talisman he had set in the outside world had been touched. And the number of broken talismans is still increasing. The feeling of power returning to the body is really good. Long Luo, who had already turned into a half-beast, was full of cyan scales, with dazzling lightning flashing on his arm. He pointed at it, and a purple electric light suddenly shot out, blowing up a hill. With a slight toes, Long Luo jumped on top of a huge stone, looking at the scattered firelight in the distant canyon. The corner of Long Luo's mouth raised slightly. He stretched out his right hand, and suddenly a pitch-black ball, filled with black mist, was condensed out by him. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the black ball shot towards the valley. Rustling. At the moment when the black ball landed, a large amount of black mist was emitted, and countless poisonous insects and beasts suddenly turned red and charged towards the direction of the ball. There were only a few at first, but as time passed, the number of poisonous insects gradually increased. In no time, a wave of poisonous insects converged. It looks like a black torrent, sweeping away the earth. The poisonous insects quickly ran and rubbed the ground to make a rustling sound, and then some large insects began to join the insect tide, and the ground began to vibrate. It gives a feeling of being attacked by thousands of troops. Everyone has to die. Standing on the tall stone, Long Luo watched the poisonous insects and beasts in all directions heading towards the valley like a black flood, with a happy smile on his face. After getting the jade box that sealed the power from Zhe, Long Luo not only devoured his own divine power, but also devoured the divine power of the other three. Now he is not afraid of anyone. The purpose of releasing the poisonous insects is to kill those who are low in strength, so as not to waste his precious time, and Long Luo's real purpose is to kill Lin Zhe, the fierce Luo and the beast Luo. Zzz. Just when Long Luo was about to rush towards the valley where Lin Zhe and his party were, when the worm tide was about to approach the position of the half-demon children, a huge light blue mask suddenly appeared. A huge barrier appeared in the entire valley, and purple electric lights flickered on the barrier. The dense army of poisonous insects was electrocuted into fly ash as soon as they touched the barrier and dissipated. The whole valley was like a huge oil pan. Even if Long Luo was far away, he could smell the smell of bugs scorched by the barrier. It's just a little trick. Seeing that the army of insects gathered by him, Nuo Nuheo, was resisted by the enchantment in the valley, Long Luo's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't have to think about it to know that this must have been arranged by the guy named Lin Zhe. Possessing all the divine power of the four gods, he did not care at all when he saw the destruction of the army of poisonous insects. The killing has just begun. Looking at the two monks rushing out from the valley, Long Luo showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. His originally blue hair, after devouring several other divine powers, became colored, and the color on his face was also erratic. Not sure, it looks weird. Without any hesitation, Long Luo pointed his finger and shot out a beam of lightning the thickness of a bucket, killing the two monks who were charging out of the valley. The extremely dazzling lightning beam was extremely fast, spanning a distance of several kilometers almost instantly, and countless trees along the road were scorched black by the arcs flashing from the lightning beam. Shop. Chapter 209. Crack! The sudden attack made Miles Dio and Mingson unable to react in time. The two woke up from the meditation as soon as they heard the movement of the poisonous insect. The two who wanted to find out the situation hurriedly went to check, but they had just come out of the valley. On the head is a lightning beam that is too fast to react. The two hurriedly defended each other, but it was too late. Just as their faces were bitter, two talismans emerged from their bodies and blocked them. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 140. After a click, the talisman shattered and the beam of light dissipated. The two looked at the thousands of meters of path that the lightning beam shot and penetrated, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. If it wasn't for the talisman on the two of them who had resisted the fatal blow just now, the two of them would have been seriously injured at the moment. Fortunately, I brought the talisman, given by Tianchi Lin Zhe. At the end of the jungle, Long Luo, who was floating in the air with all kinds of divine light, showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Even if he was very far away, Miles Dio could still feel the huge energy coercion emanating from Long Luo. Looking at the monk Mingson, Miles Dio's tone was a little eager to try. Let's try his way. Right on my mind. Feeling the strong fighting spirit from Miles Dio's body, Mingson immediately understood Miles Dio's thoughts. He took the wine gourd and took a sip of wine. He hit the ground with a yielded pestle and hit the ground hard. The first to charge towards Long Luo in the distance. In the past 3 years, the two have conquered countless demons, but they have never been able to encounter any monsters worthy of a shot. This time the two came to Panglei Island. They thought they would have a chance to fight, but they never had a chance. Seeing the powerful Long Luo now, the two immediately became excited. They want to get rid of Long Luo before Lin Zhe can take action. In the past few years, they have followed Lin Zhe's cultivation. The strength of the two has made great progress. The two have never had a chance to show it in front of Lin Zhe. This time it was a good chance. These two guys. Lin Zhe stood on the ground and looked at Miles Dio and Meng Xin, who were the first to charge towards Long Luo, and shook their heads. He was very clear about what they were thinking, but from Lin Zhe's observation, Long Luo was far away. Not something the two of them can deal with. However, Lin Zhe was not in a hurry to stop it, and being able to fight against powerful monsters was a very good thing for the two of them to practice. Brother Lin Zhe, let's go too. The figures of Chikyo and Tsuaki appeared in the air. Chikyo jumped into the air and shouted at the place where Lin Zhe was. She and Tsuaki galloped towards Long Luo, different from Mugeo and Mengsun. Chikyo and Chen just simply wanted to use their own power to protect Lin Zhe, to resist something for Lin Zhe, and they, who had been protected by Lin Zhe, wanted to prove like Lin Zhe that they were no longer the two they used to be. A little witch who can do nothing. Master, I will protect you. Halfway through the leap, Chen turned around and smiled sweetly. Although Chen seemed to be still weak, it gave off a feeling of extreme dominance. Proving your ability like someone you care about is probably what the two of them want to do most in their hearts at the moment. What are you going to do again? Just as Lin Zhe smiled bitterly at Chen and Chikyo's words, a Yame on the side also charged with his long sword towards Long Luo in the distance. Hearing Lin Zhe's doubtful voice, he jumped into the air and turned his head. Before I leave you, Lin Zhe, I have an obligation to protect you, Lin Zhe. After she finished speaking, Shang Yu rushed out. All the things she did were just trivial daily things, and they didn't help Lin Zhe at all, which made Shang Yu hold a sigh of relief all the time. Seeing that Chikyo was rushed out by Chen, Shang Yu could no longer watch from the side. As the young master of the Northern Demon Wolf clan, Shang Yu also had his own pride. Especially when Shang Yu heard Tsuaki say to protect Lin Zhe, Shang Yu unconsciously had an idea of wanting to compete with Tsuaki and Chikyo. Looking at the crowd who rushed out, Lin Zhe, who was standing alone, suddenly didn't know what to say. However, after thinking for a while, Lin Zhe watched the battle on the spot. If Mengsun and Mugeo couldn't do any substantial damage to Ryura before, then adding Chikyo and Tsuaki, this battle would be different. The strengths of Tsuaki and Chikyo are not comparable to ordinary exorcists. With the two of them added, the battle against Long Luo becomes difficult to say. In the battlefield, Mengsun and Miles Dio, who were attacking Long Luo, had already fought against Long Luo. Interesting. Looking at the 5 people attacking him, Long Luo did not retreat but advanced. The wind blade teeth and thunder blade teeth in his hands suddenly inspired all kinds of divine light, and the violent blade energy was stimulated everywhere, and countless dust spread out all around. With Long Luo as the center, a huge power storm center was formed. Long Luo, who was still in human form, suddenly turned into a ferocious Saiyan dragon with a body of dozens of meters long. The blow was torn apart. The wind blade teeth and thunder blade teeth originally held in Long Luo's hands turned into 2 sharp teeth in the dragon's mouth, and there were several lightning bolts and wind blades spurting out during the roar. In addition, because Long Luo absorbed the divine power of several other people, various divine lights appeared on the dragon claws he transformed into. With each step you take a sonic boom in the air. Boom boom boom. Looking at Miles Dio, Mengsun and the others were already close enough, and the giant dragon spit out a mouthful of flames, and the almost white flames immediately covered where Mengsun and the others were. Wherever the flames went, even the stones were burned red. As for the green trees, they were burned to fly ashes. The valley that was full of trees suddenly turned into a sea of fire. SHHHHHH. Just as the dragon, transformed by Long Luo, was about to attack again, golden arrows shot out one after another from the sea of fire, shooting towards the dragon's eyes. Long Luo subconsciously closed the huge dragon's eye, but with a sound of "Tu Kai," he felt his eyes hurt, and one of the dragon's eyes was immediately penetrated by a golden arrow. Hoo 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 hoo! The pain in the distance completely inspired Long Luo's ferocity. He tightly closed the dragon's eye that was pierced by the golden arrow and charged towards the sea of fire. Long Luo's huge dragon claws stomped on the ground, and every step he fell could smash the ground to pieces. Chapter 210. In the valley, shrouded in flames, Chikyo and Tsubaki looked at each other, and then the two of them quickly ran out of the same direction. At the moment when the fire just came, the two people who were carrying a large number of talismans were naturally unscathed. In a short period of time, thousands of talismans were combined into a talisman paper figure. This is a special paper figurine specially drawn by Lin Zhe for Chen. After adding some talisman characteristics to the paper figurine, Chen's paper figurine is older than a few years ago, it can't be the same day. In the past, her paper figurine could only have some auxiliary functions, but after Lin Zhe helped her with a lot of talisman patterns, Chen's paper figurine was completely reborn, not only able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but also has enormous power. Bang! After entering the valley, the dragon that Long Luo transformed into slapped heavily towards the valley without hesitation. At the same time, a paper man wrapped in blue light also waved out of the thick smoke. Fist. The paper man and the giant dragon collided with each other in an instant, making a violent explosion. Then the paper man and the giant dragon took a step back after the collision. Long Luo looked at the paper man in front of him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Incredible. However, Long Luo was only surprised. He possessed 4 kinds of divine powers, and his divine power was almost impossible to exhaust. As long as he wanted to, he could keep fighting and thinking about it. Even though Long Luo has realized that the guys he has encountered are not simple, Long Luo is not afraid at all. Without any hesitation, Long Luo flicked his tail, and he rushed out again. Immediately, Long Luo hugged the paper figurine and began to tear and bite the paper figurine. A tough guy. As soon as he left the valley, Chen saw that his paper figurine was entangled by the giant dragon that Long Luo transformed into, and the barrier on the paper figurine was torn apart by Long Luo's bite. Seeing that the paper giant was torn apart by Long Luo, Tsubaki couldn't help but flash a trace of anger and reluctance. Because Lin Zhe personally helped her make this paper figure, Tsubaki rarely used it. Only in very critical situations will the paper people be inspired. First, seeing that the paper giant's head had been torn off by Long Luo, Chen no longer hesitated and directly effected the connection between himself and the paper giant, completely detonating the paper giant. The moment Tsubaki's voice fell, the paper giant that was torn apart by Long Luo suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, and then exploded completely. The huge explosion sounded like thunder, making everyone who heard the explosion deaf in an instant, and the firelight in the sky immediately covered Long Luo. Great power. At the edge of the valley, Miles Dio and Mingsun were pushed out by the blast shock wave in the field for more than 10 meters. The two of them squinted and watched the small mushroom cloud rising in the valley and couldn't help swallowing. The two had met Tsubaki before, but they didn't realize that Tsubaki's paper figurine could be so powerful. There is nothing weak that Lin Zhe Tianchi made. Holding the rosary bead in his hand, Miles Dio couldn't help sighing. The rosary in his hand was the one who begged Lin Zhe for a long time before he asked Lin Zhe to paint the spell for him. When the fire just came over, if it wasn't for him rosary, he had been burned. Is it that much? During the fire, Long Luo resumed walking. Although in the dragon state, his strength and attack power will be greatly improved, but his agility and speed will be reduced, and his fighting consciousness will also be weakened to a certain extent. The other 5 were more difficult than Long Luo imagined. After returning to his humanoid state, he was not afraid of the fire in the sky, walking in the sea of fire, and a trace of contempt appeared on the corner of Long Luo's mouth. Although the attack of the 5 people on the opposite side was violent, it still caused Long Luo to be injured in the slightest. The only thing that made him injured was the golden demon-breaking arrow, but after the arrow was pulled out by Long Luo, the power he recovered from Gang Luo's divine power quickly recovered his injury completely. Aren't you coming off yet? Looking at Lin Zhe's direction from afar, a strong killing intent flashed in Long Luo's eyes. From the beginning of the battle between the two sides, Lin Zhe has never moved a step. This fell in Long Luo's eyes, and he was completely provoking him. Holding the wind blade and thunder blade in his hand, Long Luo immediately charged in the direction of Lin Zhe. 0. Flower 0. Wind and thunder break. Novel crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 141. The two-knife and two-knife flow in Long Luo's hand as Long Luo took a step, instantly turned into a cyan and purple blade wind, which spun at a high speed and charged towards Lin Zhe. The knife air cyclone continued to expand, turning into a wind and thunder tornado hundreds of meters long. Big brother will be fine. Meng Yuan hid behind her sister, Shallow, and looked at Lin Zhe, who seemed extremely small in front of Fengli Tornado. Meng Yuan couldn't help but worry. Before Lin Zhe suddenly appeared and killed Zi Luo and Beast Luo, everyone saw the hope of surviving, so everyone didn't know how happy they were, but now they saw Long Luo suddenly appear again, and from the battle just now, Lin Zhe saw the hope of survival. All 5 of Zhe and his party were unable to block Long Luo's appearance. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Lin Zhe. It'll be fine. Shallow clasped her hands tightly together. She was praying silently, and after so many years in despair, she finally saw hope. Shallow hoped that Lin Zhe could resist, even if she didn't win the battle with Long Luo. In the battle, as long as Lin Zhe could survive unscathed, she would be very happy. Long Luo is the most powerful of the 4 fighting gods. And judging from some performances, Shallow already guessed that Long Luo, who had lost his divine power, seemed to have regained his divine power, and the despair in her heart filled again. Long Luo, who regained his divine power, is almost an immortal existence, otherwise Zhao Jai would not have paid the price of his life just to seal the power of the 4 new gods. Look, sister, Big Brother is moving. Meng Yuan's excited voice pulled the praying onion back to reality, and she looked in the direction of Meng Yuan's fingers. In the battlefield. As soon as the gossip picture appeared under Lin Zhe's feet, Lin Zhe disappeared in place. When Lin Zhe reappeared, Lin Zhe suddenly appeared in the valley in front of Calamus, who was stunned by Long Luo's attack. Holding a calamus in one hand, Lin Zhe's magic knife Cyan blade instantly slashed towards Long Luo, who turned into a tornado. 7. Chapter 211. At the same time as the 1,000 blades of the magic knife were slashed out, the talisman, formed by the golden light spell also, slammed into the past, with 1,000 blades of the magic knife. This knife is very fast. Before Lin Zhe took a step with a calamus, the knife appeared in front of Feng Li Po, who was transformed by Long Luo. Without any power fluctuations, without any divine light emitting, all the brilliance of the 1,000 blades of the magic blade was contained within the blade, and it slashed towards the tornado of Blade Kai that was hundreds of meters long. Click. The Blade Kai tornado, which was originally monstrous and seemed to destroy the sky and the earth, collided with a magic knife Cyan blade, wrapped in golden light. The power of wind and thunder that surged out was like adding ice cubes to boiling water, and it suddenly calmed down completely. How is this possible? Proof. After the knife kite tornado was cut open by Lin Zhe, Long Luo's figure appeared again, and he stood there, not daring to move one bit. Long Luo could feel that the power in his body was rapidly draining. In a short period of time, he couldn't even hold the thunder blade and wind blade in his hand. A bloodline ran down from Long Luo's forehead to his chin. This situation didn't last long. Long Luo's whole body was turned into two halves, and before he could even escape his own soul, he was suddenly caught in the distance. A golden rope was completely tied up. We seem to be late. On the edge of the valley, Zhe Jian and Sesshomaru stood on the two-headed dragon beast and watched the situation on the battlefield. From Long Luo's inspiration to Feng Li Po, Lin Zhe gave him a knife and cut it in half. The time was actually very short. But in the blink of an eye, looking at Long Luo, who had turned into two pieces of meat, Zhe Jian couldn't help swallowing a saliva. He even hesitated to speak. Your Highness, let's go back to the Western country. In fact, the Western country is quite good. If it was said that Zhe Jian was not optimistic about the matter of Capitulo coming to Lin Zhe to regain the natural tooth, now Zhe Jian is completely opposed to it. With such a simple knife, Lin Zhe killed the mighty Long Luo. The evil eyelids that I saw with a knife just now jumped. Not only was Long Luo's body cut in half, but his soul was also broken open by the golden light. Completely annihilated. Zhe Jian can't imagine if Sesshomaru can't think of facing Lin Zhe, and if Lin Zhe becomes angry and kills him, then how can he and Sesshomaru escape from Lin Zhe's strange attack? Open. Let's go. Just when Zhe Jian looked at Sesshomaru with sweat on his forehead, Zhe Jian couldn't help but stun for a moment. He didn't expect that the always stubborn Sesshomaru would choose to leave, which is completely impossible in Zhe Jian's cognition. Matter. Zhe Jian was stunned and asked in disbelief, Your Highness gave up? Let's go to Deo Deo Zhe. Sesshomaru looked at Lin Zhe, who was holding a calamus in the valley, and killed Long Luo at once. His eyes showed unprecedented solemnity. Although he is stubborn, it does not mean that Sesshomaru is a stupid person. After seeing Lin Zhe shot, Sesshomaru can judge that he is definitely not Lin Zhe's opponent now. Instead of humiliating himself again, it is better to find a way to improve his strength. As long as the strength improves, then it is possible to get back everything that he has lost. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. In the valley, Lin Zhe put down the calamus that he was holding. The power of Long Luo's wind and thunder break just now was too great. In order to prevent the calamus from getting hurt, Lin Zhe took the calamus away from where she was standing before. Standing on the ground again, calamus has a feeling of being reborn. Originally, Ayame and Chikyo attacked Long Luo together, but not long after the battle started, Ayame realized just how big the gap between him and Chikyo and the others was. If it wasn't for Chikyo and Shun who helped her block some attacks in Long Luo's first round of attacks, she would have turned into a pile of flying ashes by now. Recalling that he had said that he wanted to protect Lin Zhe before, but he was rescued from the battlefield by Lin Zhe in the end. Calamus, who has always been very strong, couldn't help but feel a little hot on his cheeks. That guy is strong. Lin Zhe made a flat comment. Compared with the original book, Long Luo is more than a little bit stronger. From the performance of Long Luo just now, Lin Zhe can see that he has obviously integrated a lot of divine power. Although I don't know why Long Luo regained his divine power, Long Luo had already been killed by himself, and Lin Zhe didn't bother to investigate. Lin Zhe also wanted to go there to find the Mingling Cauldron before, but because it was too late, Lin Zhe didn't go there, because he didn't care much about it. To Lin Zhe's surprise, Long Luo retrieved himself after only one night. The power of... But my performance was really bad. Lin Zhe's evaluation made Calamus, who was in a very depressed mood, feel better. She always hoped to make her tribe stronger through her own efforts, so the reason why Calamus left her tribe before was to find a way to make the tribe stronger. Way to become stronger. However, because Lin Zhe was sealed in Tianxi Mansion for 3 years, Shang Yu had no chance to fulfill his wish to come out. However, after seeing the strength of Chityo, Suaki, and Mabio, an idea could not help but emerge in Shang Yu's heart. Only when she becomes stronger can she lead her tribe to become stronger. Calamus couldn't help but think of learning combat skills with Lin Zhe. Although she is a monster and cannot use spiritual power, Lin Zhe is not only extremely skilled in magic, but also has a first-class swordsmanship. If she can stay in Tianxi Mansion, she can not only learn swordsmanship with Lin Zhe, but also find experts like Chityo and Chen at any time. This is a very good way for her to improve her strength. Looking at the back of Lin Zhe leaving, Shang Yu made a decision after hesitating for a while. Lin Zhe Tianxi, can I follow you to learn swordsmanship? Aren't you going back to the north? Halfway through, the serious voice of Calamus made Lin Zhe stop, and it was a little difficult to understand when he looked at the resolute chorus Calamus. Before, Calamus wanted to go back to his tribe. In order to return to his tribe, since he was released from the seal by Lin Zhe, Shang Yu has been handling daily affairs for Lin Zhe. Calamus's hard work and careful Lin Zhe naturally also put it in his eyes. Seeing Lin Zhe stop, Shang Yu walked to Lin Zhe's side with a sincere tone. I want to stay by Lin Zhe Tianxi's side and learn the way of swordsmanship from you. Chapter 212. Let's start with an apprentice first. Seeing Calamus' serious face, Lin Zhe nodded slightly and then walked towards the valley. Regardless of what Shang Yu entered the Tianxi Mansion before, when Shang Yu saw that Longluo was so powerful but still chose to rush towards Longluo without hesitation, Lin Zhe had already recognized Shang Yu. And teaching some Calamus is just an incidental thing for Lin Zhe. Okay, thank you Lin Zhe Tianxi. It wasn't until Lin Zhe walked far away that Shang Yu realized what Lin Zhe meant, and she, who was still a little nervous at first, suddenly became happy. The whole person became a little helpless because of the surprise. After walking back and forth a few times in the same place, Calamus calmed down her excitement and then chased towards where Lin Zhe left. Time flies, by Shadow Assassin Chapter 142. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After all the children on the island were rescued from Tangley Island, the more than 2,000 children who were still alive were taken back to a coastal town in order to send these children home. Lin Zhe and the others stayed for a while, and when all the children were taken home by their families, the matter this time was completely over. After successfully rescuing thousands of children, the prestige of Tianxi Mansion was pushed up again, and Lin Zhe's name was also known to more people. In just 3 days, Lin Zhe's reputation increased by as much as 100,000. And it is still increasing. However, while everyone was resting leisurely in the small fishing village, a big event happened in Musashi country. Several monster armies from the Demon Kingdom attacked Musashi country. The goal of the Demon Kingdom is also very clear, that is, the Jade of the 4 Souls of the Exorcism Village. The Exorcist appealed to the exorcists in the whole Musashi country to save the Jade statue of the 4 Souls. In order to keep the Jade of the 4 Souls intact, Musashi country mobilized the power of exorcists all over the country, and a war broke out with the monsters of various demon kingdoms. Patriarch, the clansman in the east, will no longer be able to hold on. Inside the Exorcism Village shrine, an old man with a majestic face knelt in front of the statue, and a middle-aged man sweating profusely hurried in from outside the house. The tone was full of anxiety. If you don't think of a way, the east will fall. Understood, let's go down. Holding the wooden box full of enchantments and seals in his hand, the Patriarch of the Exorcism Village slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the rest of the house. His tone was extremely heavy. Do you have any suggestions for the current situation? If we can't think of a way, this time we will probably be destroyed. In addition to the chief of the Exorcism Village, there were 3 people in the house. Seeing the questioning gaze cast by the chief of the Exorcism Village, everyone fell into silence for a while. Among the 3, Chityo and Tsubaki's former master, the old witch, was among them. She pondered for a while and said, "It is already very difficult to keep the four-soul jade with our strength. Why don't we give the four-soul jade to us? Give it to the Tianchi mansion. With Lin Zhe's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to keep the jade of the four souls." "I object." Just as the old witch said her thoughts, an old man with a withered face raised an objection. "Everyone should know how terrible the jade of four souls is. It can not only induce monsters to lose their minds, and if it falls into the hands of people with bad intentions, then it will inevitably create an extremely powerful big devil." As soon as the old man's voice fell, everyone in the shrine began to chat in a low voice. It has been discussed more than once whether or not the Jade of Four Souls was handed over to Lin Zhe, but the result of the discussion has never been reached. And this time, the exorcism village has fallen into a big crisis. If it continues like this, the village will not be far from destruction. Lin Zhe's strength is strong, there is no doubt about it. But if his mind is not right, once he gets the Jade of the Four Souls, it will be a disaster for the entire Musashi country. After pondering for a while, the exorcism village patriarch gave his own judgment. He had seen more than once that the Jade of Four Souls had turned humans into monsters. If it's said that Lin Zhe's mind is not right, all of us here are probably demons. Hearing the words of the chief of the exorcism village, the old witch sighed, stood up from where she was sitting, and looked at the cloudy sky. Her tone became angry. "I don't need to worry about the missionary meeting. Say it." Everyone knows what Lin Zhe has done over the years. The human race has been able to develop so fast in the past few years, and Lin Zhe's contribution is indispensable. How can a person who can take out the secret skills and reach the great thousands of people, how can he be wrong? I'm thinking about it. As soon as the old witch's words fell, everyone in the room wanted to refute, but they found that they couldn't find a reason, so after a few people who originally wanted to speak opened their mouths, they fell silent. The patriarch of the exorcism village, sitting in the main seat, nodded slightly, but he did not immediately make a decision, but expressed his concerns. "Now we are surrounded by monsters. Even if we want to hand over the Jade of the Four Souls to Lin Zhe, I am afraid it is also a very difficult thing in hand. Are we going to ask Tianchi for help?" Hearing the words of the head of the exorcism village, everyone nodded. When the Tianchi mansion was first established, a group of them spoke ill of Lin Zhe. Now that 3 years have passed, Lin Zhe has not only turned the Tianchi mansion into the most beautiful place in Muzang Kingdom, prestigious exorcism force, but also preaching Dakian as always. What he did made everyone ashamed. However, because of the relationship between the face, everyone has been reluctant to admit that the Tianchi is powerful. But now that it's a matter of life and death, everyone still has so much scruples, so seeing the exorcism village chief put down their obsessions, everyone naturally no longer supports it. Immediately, someone proposed to ask Tianchi for help. Then, send someone. Seeing everyone staring at him, the exorcist village patriarch finally sighed and made a decision. In the current situation, if there is no foreign aid, the exorcism village is far from being able to resist the menacing monster army of... Wait a minute, I remember that there is a girl in the village who has a marriage contract with Master Mavio of Tianchi. Send someone to protect her and let her go. Seeing the person who sent the message go out, the patriarch of the exorcism village thought for a moment and stopped the person who went out. In the past few years, the exorcism village and the Tianchi mansion were not friendly. We'll definitely take care of them. The old patriarch, who has grown into a mature man, thought for a while and wanted to use some affection from Tianchi mansion disciple Miles Dio to see if he could make things smoother. Chapter 213. Are these the last batch? There is a fishy smell in the air, and on the coastal beaches, white waves are constantly rushing from the sea to the sand. Lin Zhe and Chityo walked slowly on the beach. He took the roster handed over by Chityo in his hand and flipped slowly. Seeing that the last group of people had also been arranged, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Yes. Time to go back. Brother Lin Zhe, let's stay one more day. His black hair fell from his shoulders, his fair and slender fingers pinched the corners of his skirt, revealing flawless long legs, and the snow-white soles, even buried in the sand, exuded a white jade-like crystal light. Chikyo raised her head slightly, and her dark eyes flashed with hope. Let's go back tomorrow, okay? Is there anything Chikyo has done here? Lin Zhe looked at the bellflower next to him with some surprises. In Lin Zhe's impression, bellflowers always looked like they had no desires, and seldom made any requests to Lin Zhe. Chikyo was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on his face, and the hand holding the corner of the skirt couldn't help clenching a little with a soft tone. Being here for so long, Chikyo wants to see what the sunset looks like in the sea. Then stay for one more day. Looking at Chikyo's serious face, Lin Zhe thought that Chikyo had something important to tell him, so after hearing Chikyo's answer, Lin Zhe was slightly surprised, and then agreed. After dealing with the 4 fighting gods, Lin Zhe was completely free, and he had nothing to do in a hurry, so staying in the small fishing village for one more day would not delay anything. Is it really possible? Hearing Lin Zhe agreed, Chikyo immediately became happy. She picked up her skirt and ran on the beach. The afternoon sun poured down from the blue sky, and the salty and humid sea breeze from the sea made the originally slightly hot weather cool. The bellflower in a white dress is like a flower blooming between the blue sea and the sky, pure white and spotless. The whole world has been purified. Time flies by. It will soon be evening. The sun in the sky has no temperature, and the blood-red color gives people a very strange feeling. Not normal blood red, but a kind of black blood red. Why are you here again? Inuyasha was lying on the back of a tiger demon sculpture. After patrolling every day, he would stay on the demon sculpture to rest. The blood-red rays of light in the sky shone down, dyeing the entire demon sculpture forest blood-red. Inuyasha frowned, looking at Sesshomaru and Zijian who were walking in the distance. Didn't you go to find Lin Zhe? I came today of Deije. I need his help with some things. Sesshomaru jumped up from the ground and sat down beside Inuyasha. He didn't hide his purpose in the slightest. I want Deije to help me build a knife. With my current strength, the chance of winning against Lin Zhe is not high. No matter how powerful a weapon is, I'm afraid it will have no effect on Master Lin Zhe. Inuyasha shook his head. Standing up from the tiger demon sculpture and sitting up straight, he did not hide the doubt in his eyes at all. His ability to move in space can't be restrained in the slightest. What if you add this? Without waiting for Inuyasha to say anything, Sesshomaru took out a box and took out a bead with a purple glow from it. He played with the beads in his hand as casually as he was holding a rock. Is this the jade of the 4 souls? Inuyasha looked at Sesshomaru in disbelief. He was familiar with the aura of the 4 souls jade. The moment Sesshomaru took out the 4 souls jade, Inuyasha recognized the 4 souls jade. Sesshomaru nodded. This is taken from a girl. Presumably that girl is about to arrive at the exorcism village. You want to make a knife with the jade of the 4 souls? Inuyasha quickly understood the meaning of Sesshomaru. To defeat Lin Zhe, it seemed that only the power of the jade of 4 souls was possible. Thinking of this, Inuyasha looked back, and he couldn't help but look forward to this matter. Ever since he knew Lin Zhe, he had never seen Lin Zhe lose, and he never knew where Lin Zhe's strength was. You mean the jade of the 4 souls was stolen by you? Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 143. Soon Inuyasha turned his attention to another place. He remembered the news that the jade of the 4 souls had fallen into the hands of the exorcism village not long ago. So if Sesshomaru got the 4 soul jade from a girl, then that girl is most likely from the exorcism village. The relationship between the exorcism village and the Tianchi mansion has never been harmonious, and Sesshomaru just said that the girl will come to the Tianchi mansion soon, which makes Inuyasha a little puzzled. Sesshomaru saw that Inuyasha seemed to have no interest in the jade of the 4 souls in his hand, and he couldn't help being a little surprised, but he knew that Inuyasha had come to Musashi from the West Country for thousands of miles to find the Jade of the Four Souls. But now the Jade of the Four Souls is in front of Inuyasha, but Inuyasha has no interest in it, which is completely beyond Sesshomaru's expectations. Something like the Jade of the Four Souls has a great attraction for both humans and monsters. Even Sesshomaru, who has no interest in the Jade of the Four Souls, can't help but feel attracted by the Jade of the Four Souls in his hand at this moment. Seeing Inuyasha's appearance, Sesshomaru shook his head slightly disappointed. On the way to Taiyanshifu, I met a group of monsters chasing and killing a girl. After fighting off the monsters, I accidentally got this thing. You guys really, Nuo can cause trouble. Looking at the Jade of the Four Souls, Inuyasha couldn't help but have a headache. If those monsters knew the news that the Jade of the Four Souls was in Taiyanfu City, those monsters would swarm into Taiyanfu City. This is indeed a big trouble for Inuyasha, who is the patrol officer of Taiyanfu City, which means that Inuyasha needs to spend more energy to maintain the stability of Taiyanfu City. Thinking of this, Inuyasha's eyes turned towards Sesshomaru and became unfriendly. Where is the Jade of Four Souls? The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the black gunpowder was filled with the smell of the corpse being burned. The streets of the exorcism village were littered with torn monster corpses. Shenjai held the silver-haired old man's neck in his hands, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his tone. Cough cough. Don't know. Chapter 214. Shenjai pinched her neck, even though the old witch was almost out of breath, her eyes were still very firm. Not getting the answer she wanted, Shenjai did not hesitate at all and crushed the neck of the old witch. She looked at the next target. Even if she killed all the people in the village, she would have to find out about the Jade of Four Souls. Don't kill me, I said. The Jade of the Four Souls was sent to the Taiyanshi mansion. Suspended in midair, her flawless body was shrouded in a purple gauze skirt. Shenjai looked at the shivering middle-aged man in front of her with a wicked smile on her frosty face. PFFT. Without any hesitation, after learning the whereabouts of the Four-Soul Jade, Shenjai waved his hand. The middle-aged man's head flew high, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the smooth wound on his neck. Taiyanshifu, is it the Taiyanshifu founded by Lin Zhe? Shenjai rubbed the heavenly feather clothes on her body, and when she waved her hand, the red ribbons on the heavenly feather clothes turned into red vines, moving in all directions, and immediately wiped out all the people who were still alive in the exorcism village. Lose. After coming out of the place where he was entrenched, the name that Shenjai heard the most was Lin Zhe. He was no stranger to Lin Zhe Shenjai, but because he had no entanglement of interests with Lin Zhe before, Shenjai was just curious. That's it. But now that the Jade of the Four Souls was sent to the Taiyanshi mansion, Shenjai became interested in Lin Zhe again. Iris, sit down and eat together. In a wooden house by the sea, the prepared food is neatly placed on the table. Lin Zhe, Chikyo, and Tsuaki sat around the table while Shankyu was bringing the plates with food to the table. Shun took the tableware handed over by Yang, pointed to the vacant seat on one side, and said with a smile, "Just leave these things to the servants." But Hearing Shun's invitation, Shankyu froze in place, not knowing what to do. She asked for help and looked at Lin Zhe, who was sitting in the main seat, a little too afraid to confirm whether she could really sit down. Seeing Zhankyu's hesitant look, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. "Don't be too restrained, just sit down. It's been a long time since I sat down to eat together." Greeting Calamus to sit down, Shun gave Lin Zhe a piece of meat. She looked at the hot and fragrant food, sniffed it lightly, and then sighed and said, "Although it is very fragrant, it still can't compare to what you cooked by yourself, master. Why is your mouth so sweet today?" Lin Zhe looked at Tsuaki with some surprise. The weird Tsuaki always does some unexpected things. Over the years, Lin Zhe has long been accustomed to Shun's distinctive character. Leaning on Lin Zhe's place, Chen looked at the calamus and said with a light smile, "You can call me mistress in the future. As for the one on the opposite side, just call her mistress." Cough cough. Chityo had just drank half a mouthful of hot tea, and when she heard Chen's introduction, she was choked up immediately. Looking at Chen, who was serious, Chityo gritted her teeth, gave Chen a white look, and turned her head to look at the calamus aside. "Don't listen. Chen is talking nonsense. In the future, you can call me Shai Nyang, just call her senior sister." As soon as the words were spoken, Chityo realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, and her face suddenly turned red. She quickly changed her tone and said, No, just call us senior sister. PFFT. Ha. Seeing Chityo's embarrassed look, Chen, who was originally joking, couldn't hold back her laughter. She couldn't stop laughing. The whole person leaned on Lin Zhe's arm and laughed. "Who am I calling mistress?" Looking at the two people in front of her, Shangyu was a little stunned for a while. She didn't understand some of the names in the human world, so she couldn't understand what Shai Nyang meant. She couldn't understand why Tsuhaki laughed so happily. "Calls me." Looking at the calamus, who looked at them curiously, Tsuhaki and Chityo did not give in at all and pointed at them almost simultaneously. Lin Zhe sat on the side and looked at the two people who were arguing. He almost choked on the food in their mouths. Lin Zhe was completely accustomed to the arguing between the two. Therefore, after a slight smile, Lin Zhe started to eat the fish slices cut in front of him again. He was stationed in a small fishing village along the coast, and the most important thing was sea fish. "Is the lady so good?" Looking at the two people who were vying to be called Shai Nyang, a look of doubt appeared on Zhang Yu's face. She looked at the two of them and muttered to herself, "Then I will be Shai Nyang in the future." The meat that Lin Zhe had just picked up fell into the plate. Looking at the calamus that had been completely twisted by Chityo and Chen, Lin Zhe didn't know what to say for a while. Soon this small banquet came to an end. After the calamus was told by Tsuhaki what the mistress was, she hurriedly returned to her room with a blushing face. Because of the panic, I bumped into the door several times. Silent all night. Early morning. It was still dark, and on the pitch-black sea, a few boats, with fish lamps, were floating on the sea. They were fishermen who went out to sea to fish. The sea during the day is extremely hot and unbearable, so choosing to go out to sea before the sun comes out can reduce the time for fishermen to be sunburned. Call. On the beach, Lin Zhe threw his last punch. The seemingly ordinary and slow punch seemed to distort the space. Lin Zhe, who was already sweaty, let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, 1000 punches, with full force, reward, 0.06% practice. Your character template, the strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, is unlocked to 71%. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Lin Zhe immediately opened the system panel. System, character template system. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, in Ayasha. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%, the strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, %. Reputation value, 230000. Owned world, Crimson Eyes. System mall, omitted. After completing the daily tasks, Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction after seeing the increased proficiency on the system panel. The template proficiency, progress that has reached more than 70%, is the result of Lin Zhe's accumulation over the past few years. Now Lin Zhe has not only completely mastered the golden light spell of the old Tianchi, but also has mastered most of the other secret skills. Although there is still a gap, compared with a peak period, it is not too far away. Brother Lin Zhe, come here quickly. Lin Zhe had just finished his daily tasks when he heard the voice of Chityo, turned around and looked into the dark night. Chityo with a lantern in his hand came over from the beach in the distance. Chityo looks more formal than usual. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 144. Chapter 215. The jet-black hair was neatly stretched out, and the lips were obviously a little crimson. Under the light of the dim yellow lanterns, the pure white skirt of the whole person shows the dim yellow of a few years, and compared with a fair face, it gives the bellflower a feeling of stepping out of the picture scroll. Chikyo waved to Lin Zhe. The sky was not yet bright, and behind her were the stars in the sky. Lin Zhe walked over, grabbed the outstretched hand of Chikyo, and followed Chikyo's footsteps on the beach. Where are we going? Being held tightly by Chikyo, Lin Zhe was a little curious about what she wanted to do. Chikyo didn't speak, just turned her head and smiled at Lin Zhe. She had a "this is a secret" expression. The two walked quickly on the beach, crossed the reefs, and crossed trenches of different sizes. It was not until they reached a hill by the sea that Lin Zhe knew where Bellflower was going to take him. This is a rocky hill, composed of reefs. It is not very high, but it can be regarded as the highest place within a range of tens of meters around it. There are some weeds growing on the stone hill, but they are not very high. Brother Lin Zhe, let's sit here. Sitting down on the stone hill facing the vast sea, Chikyo's face was a little red. She was slightly panting, and when she completely calmed down, Chikyo turned her head to look at Lin Zhe. I just want to watch the sunrise with Brother Lin Zhe. Hearing Chikyo's words, Lin Zhe couldn't help laughing. Before Chikyo asked if he could stay in the small fishing village for an extra day, Lin Zhe thought Chikyo had something important to do. But Lin Zhe didn't expect that in the end, Chikyo just wanted to watch the sunrise with her. Woohoo! The wind was blowing slowly over the sea, and the air was a little cool. Chikyo and Lin Zhe just sat like this. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Although they didn't say a word, Chikyo felt very happy. Thank you, Brother Lin Zhe. Feeling the robe that Lin Zhe had put on his body, Chikyo couldn't help but stiffen. Although Chikyo and Lin Zhe had been in close contact with each other quite a few times, it was the first time that they had deliberately done the same thing together. At the junction of the sky and the sea, in the distance, a ray of light can already be seen, and the crimson sun is slowly rising. The sea was shrouded in a milky mist, which was not visible until the sun rose a little. Chikyo slowly approached Lin Zhe and finally leaned on Lin Zhe's shoulders. Nestled on Lin Zhe's shoulder, Chikyo's voice was almost inaudible. Can Chikyo stay by Brother Chikyo all the time? Why did you suddenly think of asking this? Leaning against the bellflower, looking at the slowly rising sun in the distance, Lin Zhe was slightly taken aback by the question suddenly raised by the bellflower, turned his head and looked at the eyes of the bellflower that were almost overflowing with water. Lin Zhe felt a little in his heart made some waves. After the sun rose, the milky white mist on the sea turned into a sea of clouds. The hill where the two were located was also surrounded by mist, and the two sitting on the hill seemed to be standing in the clouds. Intertwined with Lin Zhe's eyes, Chikyo summoned his courage, because Chikyo wants to stay with Brother Lin Zhe forever. Can't you? Lin Zhe shook his head with a wry smile. From the eyes of Chikyo, Lin Zhe could feel the strong love. Before waiting for Lin Zhe to say anything, Chikyo took over Lin Zhe's words again. Can I be your wife, Brother Lin Zhe? Wife? Saying these words, Chikyo seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She took back the eyes that had been looking at Lin Zhe and hid in Lin Zhe's arms shyly. And me. I want to be Master's wife too. Before Lin Zhe could answer, Chen came out of the thick fog. She hugged Lin Zhe's neck tightly from behind Lin Zhe. Her tone was bolder than that of Chikyo. No matter where you go, Master, I will follow you, Master. Be my wife? The sun in the east has completely risen, and the red morning glow hit Lin Zhe's face. The question of the two made it difficult for Lin Zhe to answer for a while. He remembered his wives who were in the world of slashing the red eyes, and they were not waiting for him to go back. Speaking of which, it has been almost 4 years since Lin Zhe came to Inuyasha's world. In the past 4 years, Chikyo and Tsubaki have long since become family-like existences. Lin Zhe asked himself. Chikyo and Tsubaki fully knew their feelings, so if Tsubaki and Chikyo were left alone, Lin Zhe would be no matter what. Can't do it either. 0. Flower 0. However, Lin Zhe still had some doubts in his heart, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to find a way to free his relatives from lifespan. However, seeing the eyes of the two of them looking at him together, Lin Zhe's mouth showed a hint of slyness. I will seriously consider it. Master, you are a rogue. If you don't give us an answer today, we won't let go. He stared at Lin Zhe with a burning gaze, and when he heard Lin Zhe give a specious vague reply, Chen immediately hugged Lin Zhe's neck and started playing. Holding Lin Zhe, he murmured, no. That's right, if Brother Lin Zhe doesn't give an answer, we won't let go. 000. Okay, I reluctantly agreed. Chen and Chikyo hung tightly on Lin Zhe's body and had no intention of coming down. Hearing that the two of them started playing rascals, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a wry smile and agreed. Lin Zhe did not expect that he would be coerced by two apprentices. No regrets. After Chikyo and Chen gave Lin Zhe a definite answer, Kai looked at Lin Zhe, his face full of surprise and joy. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, since he had already decided not to leave the two of them behind. He would naturally not choose to avoid this problem, even if Lin Zhe knew that it might be a long time before he could find someone who could live forever and stay in forever. Method. But one day Lin Zhe believed that he would be able to find it. Is this Tianfu City? On the periphery of Tianfu City, Shen Zhai arrived at the periphery of Tianfu City after several days of inquiries. Looking at Tianfu City, shrouded in dense fog, Shen Zhai couldn't help showing a sinister smile. She could already smell a trace of the Jade of the Four Souls. After searching for so long, he finally found the Jade of the Four Souls, and Shen Zhai couldn't help but look forward to seeing how much his strength would advance when he got the Jade of the Four Souls again. Thinking of this, Shen Zhai stepped out in one step and flew in the direction of Tianshifu. 8. Chapter 216. In the Heavenly Master's Mansion. In the thick fog, the sound of ding 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 dong hammering has been ringing at a constant frequency. The source of the sound was a corner of the Tianshi mansion, a small courtyard with black smoke. How long will it take for this sword to be made? Inuyasha was lying on the roof, looking at the long sword being beaten by Totose. He yawned and said irritably, "It's been a long time, it's really troublesome." "Your Highness, this is already very fast." Behind Deoze, the bandage-covered Hudeo Fang looked at Inuyasha on the roof with complicated eyes. He had been living miserably in the past few months. He was called out by Inuyasha to patrol every day, and he was forced to accept a large number of orders for farm tools, in addition to Inuyasha to remove demons everywhere. Every time the demon Inuyasha is swept away, he makes him rush to the front. Moreover, Inuyasha, the item that controls the seal in his body, has a part of it, and he can't resist and refuse at all. Therefore, Hudei-Feng had to honestly follow Inuyasha's arrangement. Originally, the combat effectiveness of Grey Sword Workshop was not strong, so he was injured almost every time he went out to perform a mission. Over the past few months, large and small injuries have accumulated, and the whole body of Hudei-Feng has become what it is today, covered in bandages. Hudei-Feng has a feeling that if he is dominated by Inuyasha like this, he feels that he will be played to death by Inuyasha sooner or later. In order to get out of such a state, Hudei-Feng began to try his best to please Inuyasha. Watching Inuyasha impatiently appearing, Hudei-Feng smiled and said, "This knife is a semi-finished product, as long as the Jade of the Four Souls is inlaid on it and the corresponding magic circle is engraved on it. It's done." Zijian and Sesshomaru are also paying attention to Deodeji and making long swords. As Deodeji seals the Jade of the Four Souls into the groove of the knife handle, Zijian can't help but exclaim in surprise, with the blessing of Soul Jade, the power of this knife is unimaginable. Not bad. Taking the long sword from Beobage's hand, feeling the heavy feel of the long sword and the surging power inside the blade, Sesshomaru nodded in satisfaction. This time, due to the lack of time, Sesshomaru was in a hurry to build a long sword and directly took out a semi-finished treasured sword in the collection of the Western country. With the superb skills of Beobage, this sword was made available. Want to try it with my iron-broken teeth? Looking at Sesshomaru, who fell into contemplation while looking at the jade sword and blade with the 4 souls, Inuyasha jumped off the roof of the cabin, holding the broken teeth in his hand. Inuyasha's tone was full of provocation. I would rather look how powerful the long sword, with the blessing of the jade of 4 souls, can be exerted in your hand. As you wish. As soon as the long knife in his hand turned, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha distanced themselves, and the two walked to the square on one side in tacit understanding. Boom! The huge demon power was poured into the long sword by Sesshomaru. Sesshomaru was just a long sword in his hand. It didn't seem to be anything special, and the long sword suddenly stretched out a few meters long purple sword. The agitation of the sword like Pangay vibrated and made a sound of thunder, which made people feel like their scalp was numb. Shadow Assassin Chapter 145 Boom! Without any hesitation, Sesshomaru immediately swung a knife in the direction of Inuyasha. The square that was originally shrouded in fog suddenly crossed a purple sword light. This sword light divided the fog on the entire square in two. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was turned into 2 halves. On the other side, the iron-broken teeth in Inuyasha's hand was also inspired by him, and it was Inuyasha who started to realize the blasting burst that didn't take long. The blasting burst was shrouded in golden light and waved towards Sesshomaru with a violent wind attribute power. The knife bang struck away. In just an instant, the attacks of the two collided. At the moment when the purple and golden sword lights collided with each other, each formed a power barrier, and the 2 half-arc masks began to wrestle with each other. But soon Inuyasha's burst was completely swallowed up by the purple sword glow, inspired by Sesshomaru. After swallowing up the sword light inspired by Inuyasha, the purple sword light still did not stop, but continued to slash towards the place where Inuyasha was. Between the gaps, Inuyasha could feel that the threat of death was approaching, and the iron-broken teeth in his hand waved out again with all his might, and immediately triggered a blast burst again. Boom! After a huge explosion, the purple sword light that Sesshomaru waved over stopped. Inuyasha leaned on the broken teeth in his hand, gasping for breath. He could not help but sigh in relief when he saw the purple sword light disappearing in front of him. You used a few % of your strength just now. Standing up, Inuyasha let out a long sigh, and then walked towards Sesshomaru. He knew that he had lost, and the power of the long sword, blessed by the jade of 4 souls, far exceeded his expectations. In front of Sesshomaru, Inuyasha's expression was a little complicated. I have already exerted 100% of my power. Only 3%. Sesshomaru retracted the long knife in his hand and looked at Inuyasha in front of him lightly. Relying on the weapon in his hand to defeat Inuyasha, Sesshomaru has nothing to feel proud of. Even seeing that Inuyasha's strength has improved in a short period of time, Sesshomaru can't help but admire his younger brother, who he once looked down on. At my level, I must be able to cause damage to Lin Zhe, right? Sesshomaru looked at Inuyasha solemnly. Inuyasha knew better than him about Lin Zhe's strength. So Sesshomaru wanted to hear what Inuyasha had to say. Inuyasha fell into thinking. The question of Sesshomaru made him frown, and after thinking for a moment, Inuyasha gave his opinion. You can give it a try. As for the outcome, I don't know. In fact, Lin Zhe's strength has always been a mystery in the eyes of everyone. Although Inuyasha has been by Lin Zhe's side for more than 3 years, his understanding of Lin Zhe has always been limited. Over the years, Inuyasha has never guessed correctly about Lin Zhe's strength, so for Sesshomaru's question, Inuyasha can't actually give an accurate answer. He was just guessing. Is that so? Sesshomaru was not surprised by Inuyasha's answer. During the several meetings between Sesshomaru and Lin Zhe, every time they met, Sesshomaru could feel that Lin Zhe's strength had increased again. Moreover, Lin Zhe's strength level has never been clearly defined. This caused Lin Zhe to give Sesshomaru a very mysterious feeling. Every time he thought that Lin Zhe's strength was at a certain height, it didn't take long for this feeling to be raised again. Just when Sesshomaru was a little annoyed, the enchantment of Tianfu City suddenly lit up in the sky. Chapter 217. Because Lin Zhe went out to slay demons, the control of the enchantment was handed over to Inuyasha. As long as the monsters are malicious to Tianfu City, they will be detected by the enchantment. So seeing the barrier outside Tianfu City lit up, everyone subconsciously looked into the sky. Not bad enchantment. Suspended in midair, Shenjai in a purple gauze skirt looked at the light blue barrier in front of her, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Just now, she struck casually, but she was not able to penetrate the barrier. She was so powerful that she swallowed the goddess. An ordinary enchantment simply couldn't withstand her attack. Just when Shenjai was about to attack the enchantment again, two sword lights slashed from the ground at such a fast speed that they arrived in almost an instant. Feeling the chilling murderous aura in the knife light, Shenjai couldn't help frowning. Boom! The golden and purple knife light interweaved a huge fork-shaped net in the air. The huge energy fluctuations caused a violent hurricane. The air was split, and the thick fog rolled violently around the knife light. The thick fog that shrouded Tianfu City was torn apart instantly. Just when the knife light was about to cut to Shenjai, a quaint 06 mysterious mirror instantly appeared in front of Shenjai, and a white light flashed by. The blows that Inuyasha and Sesshomaru slashed toward Shenjai after contacting the mirror, there was almost no pause, and they were reflected from the mirror again, heading towards Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. The two people standing on the two-headed dragon beast monster saw the attack that was bounced back, and their faces suddenly became solemn. In a hurry, Inuyasha and Sesshomaru slashed again with their knives. The four-blade lights immediately collided with each other in midair, making a violent roar. Interesting. Looking at Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, who were hit by the attack, he bounced back. Shenjai's expressionless face showed a hint of surprise. The strength of the two made Shenjai slightly serious. The Jade of the Four Souls was actually embedded in the weapon. Suspended in midair, Shenjai looked at the long knife in Sesshomaru's hand, and a greedy look flashed in her eyes. After searching for the Four Soul Jade for so long, she finally saw the real thing. Although it was far away, Shenjai could still feel the power of Pangbei in the Four Soul Jade. Taking one step out, Shenjai looked down at Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, his tone extremely cold. Either hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, or die. The one named Lin Zhe doesn't seem to be here. It seems that we can't deal with him together. Who are you? Inuyasha looked at Shenjai, who was floating in the air, and he was holding iron-broken teeth tightly in his hand, his face full of vigilance. Just now, he and Sesshomaru each stimulated their own powerful blows, which were dismissed by Shenjai's understatement. Inuyasha thought about it for a while, and saw that the guy floating in front of them was not simple. Looking at Sesshomaru, Inuyasha took the lead in attacking Shenjai again. He stepped down heavily, and the huge demon power rushed out of Inuyasha's body, and the iron-broken teeth in his hand suddenly changed from an ordinary state to a dragon-scale state. Looking at Shenjai, Inuyasha said solemnly, "What are you doing in the Tianchi mansion?" "Who I am, you don't have to know." Shenjai looked at Inuyasha and Sesshomaru in front of her with interest. She didn't pay any attention to the two people with burning eyes. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised, and she said with a light smile, "Hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, or die." Blast burst. Without any hesitation, Inuyasha immediately swung his strongest blow. Since the woman on the opposite side was rude, he naturally wouldn't hold back anymore. He intuitively told Inuyasha that the opposite god Jai was a very dangerous character. As the guardian of Tianfu City, Inuyasha also needs to protect the security of Tianfu City, so at this moment he just wants to make a quick decision, solve the woman in front of him, and stifle more threats to the bud. When Inuyasha launched the attack, Kamukaya, who was suspended in midair, also began to move. The quaint divine mirror in her hand suddenly shot out dozens of purple beams of light, entwining towards Inuyasha and Sesshomaru. The purple beams of light surged frantically like vines. In an instant, the space where the three were located was filled, and a beam of light cage was formed above the heads of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru. Damn. Too many. Just as Inuyasha's blasting burst opened a hole, it was blocked again by the purple beam of light, and several beams of cold light were interspersed towards the position of the two, blocking all their retreats. Because of the fierce battle with Sesshomaru just now, Inuyasha then launched 2 rounds of attacks on Shinjiaya, and he was already out of breath at this moment. Feeling the dense attacks around him, Inuyasha couldn't help but feel tight. You get out of the way. Sesshomaru didn't hesitate. The long knife in his hand slashed out instantly, and a purple knife light, centered on the two of them, cut toward the purple vine beam net that filled the sky. The ferocious vine beams of light were immediately cut open, and the 2 people who were originally trapped escaped. It's daybreak. Sitting on the small stone mountain, with Chikyo and Shun looking at the rising sun in front of him, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth cocked slightly, looking at the 2 girls who were snuggling up to him who were already slightly asleep. Lin Zhe sat there, waiting for Shun wake up, with Chikyo. 000, because they woke up too early. Neither of them slept well, so with Lin Zhe around, the 2 relaxed after expressing their intentions to Lin Zhe. Fall asleep one after another. Feel the change from Taiyanshifu. There was no expression on Lin Zhe's face. In Lin Zhe's opinion, no matter how important something was, it was not worth mentioning in front of the people he cared about. For those who dare to provoke Taiyanshifu, Lin Zhe will naturally not let it go. Why don't you sleep again? Seeing the Chikyo standing upright against her, Lin Zhe's tone was soft. Chikyo smiled at Lin Zhe and whispered to Lin Zhe, I want to accompany brother Lin Zhe to watch the sunrise for a while. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 146. Hearing Chikyo's shy voice, Lin Zhe nodded lightly. You too, don't call me when you wake up. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, Shun on one side swelled her bun face and opened her eyes. Her eyes were not sleepy at all, revealing the fact that she just pretended to be asleep. Master, are you worried? Holding Lin Zhe's arm, Shun mischievously stuck out his tongue towards Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe's killing intent was extremely slight just now, Tsubaki sensed it. In fact, it was not only her, but Chikyo as well. Just a little trouble. Chapter 218. I saw the gazes from the 2 of them. Lin Zhe knew that the killing intent that he had just appeared was still sensed by the 2 of them. Now that both of them had woken up, it was time for him to deal with this matter. For the guy who disturbed him, Lin Zhe had already sentenced him to death. That mirror is so weird. On the ground, after Inuyasha and Sesshomaru fought against Shinjiaya several times to no avail, the 2 had to start slowing down their attack frequency to restore the demon power that was quickly consumed. Looking at the mirror in front of Shinjiaya in the sky, the panting Inuyasha looked extremely ugly. The 2 of them launched dozens of attacks on Shinjiaya just now, but to no avail. Feeling the severe pain coming from his tiger's mouth, Inuyasha subconsciously looked at Sesshomaru. How about it? Can you still attack? The last blow, don't keep your hands. Sesshomaru, who had just received the 4-soul jade blessing with a long sword, had a splitting headache at this moment. Although the long sword in his hand was powerful and consumed much less demon power than ordinary weapons, it was extremely mind-consuming. Holding the long sword in his hand, Sesshomaru felt uncontrollable. When he just launched an attack on Shinjiaya, he was still at ease, but after fighting with Shinjiaya several times, Sesshomaru started I feel my consciousness blurred. After realizing that he was approaching the limit, Sesshomaru's eyes flashed a hint of determination, and the demon power in his body began to surge wildly, and the long knife, with a purple sword glow in his hand, suddenly turned crimson. A huge energy storm rushed out everywhere, and Inuyasha, who was standing on the side, was almost blown to the ground under this violent storm. A large number of fallen leaves were blown flying on the ground. Under the high-speed flying, it seems to have become a piece of knives, making a sound of breaking through the air. The trees and boulders that touched the leaves were all smashed by the leaves. Inuyasha no longer held back. He stimulated all the spiritual power and demon power left in his body, and the two forces together drove the iron-broken teeth in his hand. Iron-broken teeth, which was originally dim, slowly turned crimson in Inuyasha's hand, and they looked at Sesshomaru on the side, and they both attacked in the direction of Shenjai. Don't give up yet. Looking at the two people charging towards him, a purple five-pointed star appeared in front of Shenjai. The attacks of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru in the distance were getting closer and closer, and the wind and waves caused by the energy storm tore apart everything along the way. Trees, boulders, and hills were all reduced to crumbs under this furious attack. Reduced to dust. After Shenjai inspired the five-pointed star aperture in front of his birth, a gray ray of light diffused towards the direction of the two of them. Everything along the road suddenly stopped completely. Time ends at this moment. The debris and dust that were flying in the sky also stopped in midair. Even the violent sword lights, inspired by Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, were frozen. Without waiting for Inuyasha and Sesshomaru to move, the two of them were also held in place. Wherever the gray light passed, everything turned into a dead silence. Being fixed in place by the gray light, Inuyasha and Sesshomaru felt a chill in their hearts. Unable to move, even time completely stopped. Shenjai's sky, defying ability to control time, made the two of them completely desperate. Originally, in the worst plan for the two of them, they could still fight against Shenjai with all their strength, but what Inuyasha and Sesshomaru did not expect was that their attacks did not even touch Shenjai. In a flash, it was frozen. It's over. Outside the battlefield, Giant hid behind a huge stone, watching the completely frozen Inuyasha and Sesshomaru in the small valley that was turned into purgatory by the battle of the three. Giant couldn't help sighing. This is the first time he has seen such a powerful guy. The existence of being able to control time represents invincibility in a sense. Giant couldn't think of any way to defeat the woman in the distance. In his opinion, even if Lin Zhe came, he might not be able to defeat Shenjai. Regardless of whether it can rebound attacks or freeze time, in front of these two powerful secret skills, all attacks seem to have become pale and powerless. Lin Zhe is powerful, and his evil view is very clear, but he can't think of any means for Lin Zhe to restrain Shenjai. Looks like there's a lot of trouble this time. Just when Giant was sweating profusely, he heard a clear female voice coming from behind him. Giant looked back and found that he didn't know when the reverse-haired Jiluo appeared behind him. Of course, he knew about the evil view of the reverse-haired Jiluo, one of the monsters that Lin Zhe sealed back then. Later, he became a monster that followed Lin Zhe, but what Giant was more curious about was that after becoming Lin Zhe's subordinate, reverse-haired Jiluo disappeared. Now that I suddenly see reverse-haired Jiluo, the wrong view is somewhat unsure whether it is an enemy or a friend. Therefore, when he saw reverse-haired Jiluo standing behind him, the evil view couldn't help but be vigilant. You don't need to be so timid. Reverse-haired Jiluo looked at her evil view while holding the ghost face staff tightly, and she couldn't help laughing. Since being sent by Lin Zhe to find the news of the Four-Soul Jade, Nifa Jiluo has been following the news of the Four-Soul Jade. Whenever the Jade of the Four Souls appeared in one place, Nifa Jiluo would pass on the information he had found to Lin Zhe, because the order given by Lin Zhe was to follow and not participate in the competition. All the way, Jiluo watched the Jade of Four Souls enter the exorcism village, and then fell into the hands of Sesshomaru. She did not choose to shoot. In fact, at the beginning, she couldn't understand why Lin Zhe didn't let herself participate in the competition for the Jade of the Four Souls, but at this moment, she completely understood. The danger level of the four-soul jade is far beyond her imagination. The monsters and human beings who died because of the four-soul jade alone have exceeded tens of thousands. And these monsters and humans do not lack the existence of those who are strong. Especially now, Sesshomaru, the current strongest player in the Western Kingdom, and the equally powerful half-demon Inuyasha are all folded on the top of the four-soul jade. As a Yake who is not very strong, if you get involved, the consequences are really unimaginable. Chapter 219. Thinking of this, Jiluo couldn't help but be grateful to Lin Zhe. In fact, after becoming Lin Zhe's subordinate, Nifa Jiluo no longer dared to report too much hope that she could survive, especially this time when she performed the task of tracking the news of the Jade of the Four Souls. It made Nifa Jiluo even more so. Another feeling that Lin Zhe would be used as cannon fodder at any time. However, things didn't go the way Reverse Air Jiro thought. During this time, apart from reporting her situation to Lin Zhe, she did not receive any other orders. Even Reverse Air Jiluo had a feeling of being forgotten by Lin Zhe. It seems that Lin Zhe doesn't care at all the Jade of Four Souls asking her to track the Jade of Four Souls, just wants to know whose hands the Jade of Four Souls is in. Are you still Lin Zhe's subordinate? Just when the reverse-haired Jiluo was thinking, the evil view holding the ghost-headed staff interrupted her thinking. Feeling that there is no hostility in Nifa Jiluo's body, the evil view is slightly relaxed. He looked at the situation in the distance and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now?" "The Jade of the Four Souls is about to be snatched by that guy. Probably all we can do is delay." Like Zijian, he hid behind the boulder and looked at Shenjai who had already fallen from the sky in the distance. Rama swept his hair backwards and quickly gave his own thoughts. "With our two people, can't stop it. I just hope that Tianchi Lin Zhe can come back sooner." After seeing Shenjai's ability, Nifa Jiluo completely gave up the idea of fighting against Shenjai. Now, apart from Lin Zhe, Nifa Jiluo could not think of anyone else who could pose a threat to Shenjai. Then, that's the only way if that guy doesn't come back. After listening to Reverse Air Jiluo's method, the evil view fell silent. He knew that even if it was delayed, it would be a very dangerous thing to face the invincible God Jai. It is very likely that there will be a price to pay in Life Shadow Assassin Chapter 147, but if he didn't delay Shenjai's pace, then his master Sesshomaru would surely die today. After struggling for a while, Zijian made his own choice. "If we don't come back, we're afraid we'll have to explain it here today." Facing Zijian with a slight smile, Jiluo jumped out from behind the boulder and ran toward Shenjai. She knew that Zijian said nothing wrong. Even if the position of the two of them is exposed, facing the mysterious and powerful Shenjai, it is entirely possible that the two of them will be killed. But after going through so many things, Nifa Jiluo realized that if he wanted to survive, he had to show his worth. During this period of time, he had not done anything for Lin Zhe at all. This made Reverse Air Jiro feel a sense of panic. It was a matter of course for a worthless subordinate to be abandoned by his master. What's more, Reverse Air Jiluo also longs that he can regain his freedom one day, so even if he knows that once he goes out, it will be very dangerous, but Reverse Air Jiluo doesn't want to give up this opportunity. She had a hunch that if she gave up the opportunity to reflect her own value today, she might not have the opportunity to gain freedom in the future. "Wait. Wait for me, I'll go too." Seeing the reverse-haired Jiluo jumping out from behind the boulder, Zijian rushed out after hesitating for a while, even though he was very afraid of death, but after realizing that if he didn't take action, he would have no chance to rescue Sesshomaru, he conquered his fear. "Stop!" Closing his eyes, the evil view charged toward Shenjai. He shouted loudly, trying to strengthen himself. Although his voice was loud, a tremor could be heard in his voice, and even his legs that ran toward Shenjai could be seen faintly trembling. In the battlefield, Shenjai, who had just fallen from the suspended air and walked toward Sesshomaru, heard the roar of evil views. The feathers of the sky on her body floated automatically on Shenjiai's body without wind. Shenjiai looked at the two monsters running towards her. She had no intention of stopping and was still walking forward. Call out. Just as Shenjiai walked to Sesshomaru's side and reached for the long sword and blade, with the jade of the four souls in Sesshomaru's hand, countless jet black hair shot out from a distance. He stopped Shenjiai's movements. Then a ghost-headed staff filled with green poisonous gas also blasted and soon created a large green poisonous gas in front of her door. Shenjiai looked at the long hair and the green ghost-headed staff in front of her. Her originally expressionless face slowly turned cold. The quaint mirror suspended in front of Shenjiai immediately shot out dozens of purple beams of light, rushing towards the evil view on the back, haired knot beside the evil view, making a sound of. Looking at the vine-like purple beams of light that surrounded her, reverse-haired Jera couldn't help but feel her heart sinking, but she still didn't stop her steps. As a monster turned into a cone, reverse-haired Jera also had her own stunts of. As long as her core is not hit, she is immortal, so even if she sees the purple beam of light charging towards her, she is not afraid at all. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, and the hair in her head pulled by her instantly. It's a little brainy, but what's wrong with this? Just as Shenjiai attacked the two of them, the black hair that was lying in front of her was wrapped in a long knife and blade with the jade of the four souls, and the long knife was thrown out. Without any hesitation, a five-pointed star with purple light appeared in front of Shenjiai and flew towards the direction of the two. In just an instant, the gray light covered the location of the wrong view on the black-haired kilo. The two suddenly stagnated in place, and like Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, they were reduced to sculptures. Looks like I'm here just in time. Just when the frozen reverse-haired Jiluo and the evil views were in complete despair, a light blue light flashed in the sky, and a gossip picture appeared in the air, and then Lin Zhe, Chikyo and Chen appeared at the same time. Looking at the messy ground and the frozen people, Lin Zhe slowly put the Chikyo and Tsubaki that he was holding on the ground. Lin Zhe, who owns a dimensional square, returning to the Tianchi mansion is just a matter of thought, so even before Lin Zhe noticed that the enchantment he had arranged around the Tianchi mansion had changed, and Lin Zhe was not too anxious. You are Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe walking out of the void, Shenjiai couldn't help frowning. She did not expect that Lin Zhe, who had been quiet all the time, would suddenly appear in front of her in such a way. Chapter 220. While Shenjiai was looking at Lin Zhe was also observing Shenjiai. Looking at Shenjiai, who was holding an artifact mirror in front of him and wearing the feathers of the sky, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Shenjiai Lin Zhe, of course, knows who it is. In the theatrical version, Dream City in the mirror, and in the original book, Shenjiai has appeared. Shenjiai's strength level after the bonus of Taiyan and Shenjiai said it is no exaggeration that it is the ceiling of the Inuyasha world at this time. After she devoured the goddess, she gained the ability to be immortal and indestructible. With her treasure, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha were defeated, and Lin Zhe was not surprised at all. Compared with the monsters on the side, Shenjiai is obviously much more difficult to deal with. I don't care who you are, since you choose to stand against me. Then please die. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was not concealing his killing intent, Shenjiai stretched out his fair hand and took off a golden harpoon from the top of his head. The harpoon turned into a golden longsword just after she took it off. Under the dazzling sun in the sky, the cold light on the golden longsword flashed away, giving people an extremely sharp feeling. Chang! Signaling Chikyo and Chen to stand where they were, Lin Zhe stepped out and walked in the direction of Shenjiai. With a crisp sword cry, a light blue light flashed, and 1,000 blades appeared in Lin Zhe's hands. The light blue kai also slowly emerged from Lin Zhe's palm, and the thunder in the palm of his hand emanated from Lin Zhe's palm, and then formed a white arc light shield outside the magic knife 1,000 blades. Din 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 din. From the sword to the two fighting together, it was just the blink of an eye. As the current period in Ayesha World's combat power ceiling, Shen Jiai's swordsmanship is naturally not bad. At the moment Lin Zhe shot, she also charged towards Lin Zhe. The long swords in the hands of the two were woven into a dense net of swords in midair, and the two people who were twisting and moving faster and faster became more and more difficult to see clearly. The only thing that can be clearly identified is probably the increasingly dense sound of fencing. The strength is good. After several hundred slashes, Shen Jiai used the power of Lin Zhe's long sword to withdraw from the close combat with Lin Zhe. Even if he only fought with Lin Zhe for a while, Shen Jiai also felt from Lin Zhe and Inuyasha. There is also a completely different feeling about Sesshomaru. That's the feeling of pressure, of being bound, of being blocked. Lin Zhe's swordsmanship made Shen Jiai feel invincible. After realizing that he could not cause any damage to Lin Zhe with his swordsmanship, Shen Jiai immediately chose to distance himself from Lin Zhe. Looking at Lin Zhe, whose face did not change at all, Shen Jiai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That guy doesn't seem to have used his full strength. Looks like it can't be delayed any longer. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was standing silently opposite her, Shen Jiai didn't hesitate. As she moved, a 5-pointed star pattern appeared immediately. The gray light suddenly shone towards Lin Zhe's location. Kaka. As if it were frozen, everything around Lin Zhe was completely frozen. Except for Lin Zhe. In the gray light, Lin Zhe, who was holding a 1,000-blade magic knife in his hand, walked in the direction of the Night of the Gods without rushing. Looking at the debris, dust, and leaves floating in the air in front of him, this was the first time Lin Zhe had seen such a scene. However, Lin Zhe didn't seem to stop at all. Naturally, Lin Zhe knew about Shen Jiai's power to freeze time, but Lin Zhe also knew that the weakness of this secret technique was that it couldn't freeze things that didn't belong to this world. Neither Lin Zhe himself nor the 1,000 blades of the magic knife in Lin Zhe's hand are actually things of this world. Therefore, Lin Zhe was not afraid of the secret skill that Shen Jiai relied on. How can that be? Looking at Lin Zhe, who was still walking towards him under the effect of his own mirror and stopped the water, Shen Jiai couldn't help but churned in a turbulent sea. This is the first time Shen Jiai has missed since he took control of the goddess body. However, after being stunned for a moment, Shen Jiai quickly reacted. The long sword in her hand immediately swung towards Lin Zhe, and as Shen Jiai swung the sword, a series of fireballs shot out from the long sword in Shen Jiai's hand. The originally cold space turned into a furnace in an instant, and the scorching fire waves swept away in all directions. 0. Flower 0. More than a dozen fireballs immediately poured down at Lin. Only to this extent. Lin Zhe was still walking slowly towards the god for a long night. He raised his left hand slightly, and the golden light mantra rose from Lin Zhe's body immediately. In hand. The fireball pouring down from the sky turned the space as far as the eye could see into a sea of fire, but it couldn't hurt Lin Zhe in the slightest. After Lin Zhe's template proficiency has been unlocked to more than 70%, Lin Zhe's golden light spell is no different from that of the old Tianqi's peak period, and the golden light spell can even be turned into a wall. Therefore, the current Lin Zhe's defensive power is no longer the same. Although Shen Jiai's fireball is also very powerful in front of Lin Zhe, it is no different from scratching a ticklin. 000. Sure enough. Shadow. Assassin VII Chapter 148. Shen Jiai was not surprised that Lin Zhe resisted his own attack so easily. If Lin Zhe couldn't resist such an attack, the existence of Lin Zhe, who is called the supreme power of the human race by the outside world, would be too much. False. When the blow failed, Shen Jiai's slender and fair legs lightly tapped the ground, and she suddenly leaped towards Lin Zhe. The feather of heaven, which was originally placed on Shen Jiai's fair neck, seemed to have come to life, and was bound towards Lin Zhe. The pink silk scarf was extremely fast, turning into a dragon in midair, and arrived in front of Lin Zhe in a blink of an eye. Just as the pink silk scarf was bound towards him, Lin Zhe still maintained the position he had just held the sword in, and the two long whips on his body, which had been transformed into golden light spells, immediately drew towards the silk scarf. Where the whip passed, there were repeated sonic booms, and the pink silk scarf was immediately pulled aside by the golden whip, and Lin Zhe, who was holding the magic knife and 1,000 blades in his hand, suddenly disappeared in place. Disappeared. Behind. Feeling that Lin Zhe's energy, which she had been locked on, disappeared, an ominous premonition emerged in Shen Zhai's heart, and she subconsciously blocked her divine mirror behind her. But at this moment, a sword light emitting a white arc suddenly appeared in front of Shen Zhai. 8. Chapter 221. This knife light appeared so suddenly, and its location was so unexpected, that Shen Zhai was stunned for a moment at such a critical moment. Before the stunned expression on Shen Zhai's face fully emerged, the light of the knife swept across her fair and beautiful face, dividing her whole body into two. At this moment, Lin Zhe's figure emerged from the position behind Shen Zhai. I see. Shen Zhai, who is an immortal body, naturally wouldn't be killed by Lin Zhe. After she was cut in half by Lin Zhe, she turned into pieces that filled the sky. Shen Zhai also knew what had just happened. What? Lin Zhe, just used his strange space movement ability, first appeared behind him, causing his own misjudgment, and then slashed a knife from the space in front of his body. When the divine mirror resisted behind Shen Zhai, there was a flaw in the position in front of her. Being able to understand why, Shen Zhai's fragmented body began to gather together and prepare to be reborn again. Seal up. How could Lin Zhe give Shen Zhai this chance? A large number of talismans flew out from Lin Zhe's sleeves and immediately sealed together the fragments that Shen Zhai had turned into. Shen Zhai just condensed a complete face and felt that her body lost touch with herself a little bit, and her whole person became extremely flustered. Where is the eye level look like before? Without any hesitation, Shen Zhai pleaded towards Lin Zhe's place. I'm willing to pay any price, and asked Tianchi Lin Zhe to let me go this time. Not interested. Lin Zhe didn't mean to listen to Shen Zhai's nonsense at all. He waved his hand directly, and a light blue ball appeared in Lin Zhe's hand, and Shen Zhai's sealed body was immediately wrapped by the ball. Turned into a blue glass ball. At this moment, the group of Inuyasha who had been turned into sculptures by Shen Zhai's time standstill, the gray light on their bodies disappeared, and several people soon returned to their appearance before being frozen. Boom! The attack from Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, which was frozen by Shen Zhai, was completely recovered after the power of the frozen time disappeared. The two attacks continued to move forward, and they immediately smashed into a low ground. On the top of the low hill. Is this the Jade of the Four Souls? As soon as Lin Zhe stretched out his hand, the long knife inlaid with the Jade of Four Souls that had fallen on the ground was immediately held in his hand by Lin Zhe's golden light curse. With little effort, Lin Zhe removed the Jade of Four Souls from the long sword. Holding the Jade of Four Souls, Lin Zhe could feel the huge demon power surging in the beads in his hand. Violence, greed, obsession, jealousy, etc. All kinds of negative emotions were attracted from Lin Zhe's body the moment Lin Zhe pinched the Jade of Four Souls. But just for a moment, with the sound of Lin Zhe King's heart spell, such emotions completely dissipated. A streak of white thunder light emerged from Lin Zhe's hand and immediately lingered on the Jade of the Four Souls. Lin Zhe prepares to purify the Jade of the Four Souls. Not long after, wisps of black smoke emerged from the Jade of the Four Souls. Let's go. The unsealed Sesshomaru looked at Lin Zhe, who was purifying the Jade of the Four Souls with complicated eyes. A bitter smile crept onto his face. He was released by Lin Zhe once, and saved by Lin Zhe again. Especially seeing Lin Zhe defeating Shen Zhai, who was helpless, Sesshomaru's fighting spirit against Lin Zhe suddenly disappeared. He knew he lost. When Lin Zhe defeated Shen Zhai, Sesshomaru completely gave up the idea of staying, and he also understood that even if he held a long sword and blade with the Jade of the Four Souls, he would not be able to match Lin Zhe. If the last time, when Sesshomaru left, he still had a bit of luck in his heart that he could defeat Lin Zhe, at this moment, he gave up completely. Therefore, Sesshomaru, who has always been arrogant, is now exuding a hint of depression. Your Highness, you. As Sesshomaru's closest servant, Zhe Jian naturally felt the loneliness of Sesshomaru. This bleak aura was also the first time Zhe Jian saw Sesshomaru's body. Looking at Lin Zhe's direction, Zhe Jian couldn't help sighing in his heart. I'm afraid everyone will be dull when they meet a genius like Lin Zhe. Zhe Jian has always admired the talent of his master. But compared to Lin Zhe, Sesshomaru's talents that should have been shining in this era were suddenly not enough. Therefore, wrong views can fully know the mood of their master at the moment. Hey, live well. Inuyasha looked at Sesshomaru, who was slowly leaving, with a lonely look. He glanced in Lin Zhe's direction and shook his head helplessly. As someone who has the same pride as Sesshomaru, Inuyasha can fully appreciate the feeling of despair suppressed by Lin Zhe's strength. Inuyasha still vividly remembers the memory of his inability to fight back in front of Lin Zhe 3 years ago. Sighing lightly, Inuyasha shouted towards the place where Sesshomaru left. When I complete the task given by Lin Zhe Tianchi, I will go back to the western country to find you. Understood. Feeling the kindness in Inuyasha's words, Sesshomaru rarely showed a smile. Sesshomaru strode forward and suddenly stopped halfway through, looking at Lin Zhe, who was standing calmly in the battlefield where the Jade of Four Souls was purified, and then solemnly bowed deeply in the direction of Lin Zhe. He wanted to fight against Lin Zhe several times, but Lin Zhe never humiliated him in the slightest. Such a character deeply impressed Sesshomaru. Moreover, Lin Zhe let him go once and saved him once. In Sesshomaru's heart, he owed Lin Zhe at least 2 lives. He had never vowed to anyone, but this time he was willing to vow to Lin Zhe to express his gratitude. That guy. The lightning flashed in his hand, and under Lin Zhe's purification, the Jade of the Four Souls, which was still demonic, slowly became pure, and the black smoke came out less and less. The vowed Sesshomaru, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Although Sesshomaru is aggressive, he is also a principled monster. This time, in order to protect Tianfu City, it can be regarded as a contribution. Lin Zhe is a person with clear grievances, so even if Sesshomaru wants to fight with himself many times, Lin Zhe didn't take it too seriously. This is for you. Seeing Tsuaki and Chikyo approaching, Lin Zhe handed the purified Four-Soul Jade in front of Tsuaki. After Lin Zhe's template progress reached more than 70%, his mind-purifying spell had already reached a very high level. It took almost no effort to purify the Four-Soul Jade, which had not been polluted much. Chapter 222. Tsuaki looked at the Jade of the Four Souls in front of him and was stunned for a while. As for the Jade of the Four Souls, Shun's feelings are actually very complicated. In the earliest days, the reason why Shun came to the Tianchi mansion was to get the Jade of the Four Souls. However, Tsuaki slowly realized that he had something more important than the Jade of the Four Souls. By now, Tsuaki had no desire for the Jade of the Four Souls. He looked at the softly radiant Four Souls handed by Lin Zhe. Soul Jade, Shun just smiled faintly. Waving his hand to Lin Zhe slightly, Shun refused in a light tone, Master, you should keep this thing. Although I used to want it very much, but now it looks like it's just a deed. Really not. Looking at Shun's action, Lin Zhe nodded slightly and then casually put away the Jade of the Four Souls. After dealing with Shen Jiai, getting the Jade of the Four Souls as well as the previous natural teeth, in fact, all the purposes of Lin Zhe's coming to this world have been completely completed. When Lin Zhe first entered the world of Inuyasha, the purpose was to collect ways to keep his family members young and eternal, and the only 2 things that matched his purpose were collected. Lin Zhe's original plan was completely completed. Today's Inuyasha world will not have much attraction to Lin Zhe. Apart from accumulating reputation points, what Lin Zhe thought about next was to spend time with Chikyo and Tsuaki. 06 Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 149 Spend the last time in the world of Inuyasha. 1 year later. In a blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. In the past year, Lin Zhe has done a lot of things. First of all, Lin Zhe's Tianchi mansion expanded rapidly in the world of Inuyasha and became the largest force in the human race. The Tianchi mansion has also become the manipulator behind various human race countries, and Lin Zhe has become the actual human race controller. Under the influence of the Tianchi, the monsters were completely driven out from the world where the human race lived. This year, the human race has ushered in a comprehensive development. 2 years later. After 2 years of rapid development, Lin Zhe led the human race under his control and completely controlled all the demon kingdoms. This year, Lin Zhe made frequent shots, destroying the demon kingdoms that refused to obey one after another. After Lin Zhe's vigorous bloodbath, the entire Inuyasha world was completely unified. The situation where the human race has been matched by the demon race for thousands of years has completely changed. This year was the first year after Lin Zhe unified the world of Inuyasha. Monsters from all over the world came out to resist, but without exception, they were all killed by Lin Zhe. This year, under the concept of preaching the Great Thousand that Lin Zhe has always adhered to, the overall strength of the human race has achieved an unprecedented development. The unified Inuyasha world has officially entered a period of rapid development. Peace, stability, and prosperity are slowly emerging in this cruel world. Spring. The scent of flowers fills the air, and there is a vibrant scene everywhere. The Tianchi mansion was surrounded by cherry blossoms in full bloom. Looking around, pink cherry blossom petals were flying everywhere, and even the ground was covered with petals. Today, Tianchi mansion is much more festive than usual. Because today is Lin Zhe and Capitulo and Tsubaki's wedding day. This wedding was originally going to be held 2 years ago, but in order to give the two a more perfect wedding, the wedding was not officially held until today. It's so lively. Of course it was lively. Hundreds of thousands of people came to this wedding. Miles Dio and Meng Xin were dressed in costumes, and they looked much more energetic than 2 years ago. Seeing the festival-like scene of Tianfu City, Miles Dio and Meng Xin couldn't help but sigh. From the establishment of Tianchi Mansion to the present, both of them have been involved in it, watching Tianchi Mansion slowly grow from a small backward village. Now that they have become the biggest forces in the world, their admiration for Lin Zhe cannot be expressed in words. Lin Zhe got married, and the two of them, as ceremony officials, were responsible for welcoming the people who came to the wedding at the door. Seeing the people who came to congratulate Miles Dio and Meng Xin, who couldn't see the end in front of the Tianchi mansion, they couldn't help but smile bitterly while feeling shocked. With so many people, even if they each had a reception team, it would be difficult for them to arrange everything properly and clearly within a few days. Soon the wedding officially began, and it lasted for 10 days, from the beginning of the wedding to the end of the wedding. For the past 10 days, the whole world has entered into a carnival. Time flies, another year has passed. This year, Lin Zhe, Capitulo and Shun's children were born, and Lin Zhe became a father again. This year, Master Lin Zhe's template proficiency reached 100%, but because the child was just born, Lin Zhe was not in a hurry to travel to the next world. Instead, he chose to stay in the world of Inuyasha to accompany Capitulo and Tsubaki, as well as his two newly born children. Capitulo gave birth to a daughter to Lin Zhe, named Lin Yu, and Shun gave birth to a son to Lin Zhe, named Lin Zhang. Early morning. The sun has just risen in the sky. It's daybreak. Lin Zhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the brightening sky outside the window. Instead of going back to sleep, he got up directly from the bed. He walked to the room of his two children and looked at the two children sleeping in the cradle. On the other hand, Capitulo and Tsubaki, who got up in the middle of the night to take care of the children, Lin Zhe's heart seemed to melt instantly. After covering the two of them with blankets, Lin Zhe walked to the side of the two little guys and gently kissed the foreheads of the two little guys. Lin Zhe slowly withdrew from the room. I'll prepare breakfast today. Walking to the kitchen and waving to the servant, Lin Zhe started to make breakfast for his family. Before the two children could walk, Lin Zhe wanted to do everything a father should do from today. In addition, I have to be a good husband, accompany Chikyo and Tsuaki, and get through this extremely difficult period, because the child is too young. Why did you get up? Not long after Lin Zhe entered the kitchen, Chikyo walked in from outside rubbing his eyes. Seeing Lin Zhe Chikyo busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, her heart warmed. She originally came over to talk to the kitchen and prepare some Lin Zhe favorite food for Lin Zhe. But I didn't expect that Lin Zhe would actually cook food in the kitchen. You go back to rest quickly. Lin Zhe smiled at Chikyo, wiped his hands, helped Chikyo to remove the petals from her hair, kissed her forehead lightly, and said in a very gentle tone, "When I'm done cooking, I'll call you. I also want." As soon as Lin Zhe's words fell, Shen's somewhat sleepy voice came in from the door. She pointed to her fair forehead. She seemed a little rich because of being a mother, and suddenly there was a cuteness. Good. With a slight smile, Lin Zhe came seriously. Another year has passed. This year, Lin Zhe's two children went from waiting to be fed to learning to walk, and finally they could call their father completely. Lin Zhe has been witnessing with Chikyo and Tsuaki. "Father, you were once that kite." Ginger too. On the grass, Lin Zhe brought the campanulaceae and Tsuaki with him. He was out in the spring. Hearing the milky cry of his two children, Lin Zhe couldn't help showing a very happy smile. Picking up his two children, Lin Zhe replied dotingly, "Okay, let's go buy it. You see, you spoiled the child." Hearing Lin Zhe's recovery for the two children, Chikyo and Tsuaki on one side gave Lin Zhe a blank look. Under the sky, Lin Zhe was sitting under a big tree. In the distance were Chikyo and Tsuaki, who were flying kites with their two children. Seeing the four of them turn their heads to greet him from time to time, they already looked happy. The smile never stopped. Ding! The countdown to the 5th time travel begins. Please make your choice. Just when Lin Zhe looked at the happy appearance of his family members in the distance, the system's voice rang. After hesitating for a while, Lin Zhe made his own choice: transmigration. The family who accompanied him in the world of Inuyasha experienced countless things, big and small. Lin Zhe watched the two children grow up slowly, and at this moment he was completely relieved. Therefore, Lin Zhe did not choose to refuse like the previous few times, but chose to travel. He wanted to go to the next world to find something that could keep his family alive forever. Lin Zhe's voice just fell, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The world of Inuyasha is being sealed. The countdown to the next world starts. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 223. There are stars in the sky. An owl squatted on a big tree, its head turned slowly, and its eyes looked at the ground under the big tree. On the ground there were a few mice that probed their brains and groped on the ground. Twitter. Suddenly, a wave of spatial ripples appeared in the void under the big tree. Shadow Assassin Chapter 150. The owl on the tree felt movement. It flapped its wings with a thump and flew out of the tree in a panic. Soon a figure appeared on the spot. Another uninhabited place? Looking up at the densely packed stars in the sky and looking around at random without seeing a single building, Lin Zhe couldn't help but frown slightly. Without any hesitation, Lin Zhe directly opened the system template. System, character template system. Host, Lin Zhe. Current world, life in a different world from zero. Current template, Shadow Assassin Kai, 100%. The strongest celestial master Zhang Ziyi, 100%. Reputation value, 10,000. Owned worlds, Scarlet Eyes, Inuyasha. System all omitted. Looking at the system panel slightly, Lin Zhe immediately understood which world he had come to. Life in a different world from scratch. As a senior anime fan, I naturally know very well about Lin Zhe from World Zero. This is a world of magic and swords of various species such as humans, demi-humans, and elves. Unlike the previous world, this world has a way for people to survive all the time. Although it is also flawed, it is stronger than the world of Inuyasha, at least, not like in the world of Inuyasha, Lin Zhe can only be used as a transition. And in this world, the reason why Leyu Subaru can read and respawn again and again is because he has acquired some of the abilities of the Lust Witch. However, the most important thing in the current situation is to figure out where you are. As for how to get what you want from this world, it is not the time to think about it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the new template. Just when Lin Zhe stopped to think and was about to find a way to determine his current position, the system's voice rang in Lin Zhe's mind. Template loading. Character template loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the template Hungry Wolf. Soon after a series of reminders sounded, Lin Zhe saw that he had obtained a new character template, a freak turned into a hungry wolf. He is also no stranger to the Hungry Wolf Forest Sting. Hungry Wolf is a weirdo who appeared in the One Punch Man anime. At his peak, his combat power was close to that of a god. He could even resist Saitama's ordinary punches, and Hungry Wolf's talent was also very powerful. Fist, whirlwind slashing Iron Fist, and also created a powerful monster-killing fist. Moreover, the Hungry Wolf has always been in constant evolution, from the human period to the semi-weird period, to the monster, the devil period. His strength is constantly improving. In the whole world of One Punch Man, he is considered to be the pinnacle of monsters. If it wasn't for Saitama, who could be considered a bug, Hungry Wolf would have wiped out the Hero Association long ago. Therefore, for Lin Zhe, the template of Hungry Wolf is a very good template. After loading the template, Lin Zhe once again put his eyes back on the forest in front of him. Is this an orchard? Before taking a few steps, Lin Zhe noticed a different place in the woods. The faint sweetness in the air and the obvious signs of human care allowed Lin Zhe to find a lot of useful information. After knowing that he was in an orchard, Lin Zhe's originally slightly frowned brow stretched. An orchard managed by humans means that Lin Zhe can quickly see the aborigines in this world, so that Lin Zhe can quickly determine his position and start a plan for his later plans. It's really hot. Inside a log cabin in the valley, a tall man was lying on an extremely simple wooden bed. Even though it was pitch dark outside now, the man could still feel the scorching heat in the air. If it weren't for those goddamn thieves, why would I be here guarding? After tossing and turning on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep. The man finally got up from the bed. Looking at the stars in the sky, he couldn't help sighing. His family's livelihood depended on this orchard and his own fruit shop. Surviving in this world is not an easy task, and because this orchard is not very far from the slums of Wansheng, he needs to be on guard against someone stealing the fruit from his orchard at all times. Just as the man looking outside wanted to retract his gaze and go back to sleep, he suddenly saw a figure in his orchard. Seeing someone entering his orchard, the man immediately burst into anger. Without any hesitation, he picked up the solid wooden stick that he had placed on the table and immediately walked in the direction of the shadow. You stopped for me. The middle-aged man who suffered huge losses because of the theft of his own fruit in the past few days saw the sneaky figure in the orchard. You bloody thief, I'm sending you to the patrol today. That depends on whether you can catch me or not. In the pitch-dark night, there was a naughty and crisp female voice, and then a black figure ran out of the orchard with a bamboo basket in his hand. She is extremely fast. Although it can be seen from her petite figure that she is not tall, but under the pursuit of tall men, good ones, her speed is getting faster and faster. There was a faint breeze. In the valley, Lin Zhe was looking for the way out of the orchard when suddenly a subtle voice from a distance made Lin Zhe stop. Lin Zhe let out his air machine and sensed it in the direction of the sound. It didn't take long for two figures, one big and one small, to appear in Lin Zhe's Kai induction. From the perception, Lin Zhe can feel that the petite figure seems to be blessed by the wind around the body. It is not the kind of blessing that actively releases the ability, but it is the power of heaven and earth that actively blessed the petite figure with a wind attribute. Strength. This allowed that petite figure to achieve a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, even though it did not run with much force. This strange energy made Lin Zhe quite curious. Interesting. His feet touched the ground, and the whole person disappeared in place. Chapter 224. Hurry up, that nasty guy is chasing after him. Not long after Lin Zhe stood on the edge of the orchard, a petite figure approached Lin Zhe's position very quickly from a distance, grabbing Lin Zhe's hand and running quickly outside. While running, he panted and talked to Lin Zhe, "We can't come here again in the next few days." The man has become vigilant. Lin Zhe didn't speak, just ran fast in the woods outside the orchard with a petite figure pulling him. From the voice Lin Zhe could tell it was obviously a young girl who was holding her hand, and the girl even regarded herself as a partner she came to steal with in the panic. The speed of the two was very fast, and they ran a long distance in no time, and the shouting voice of the middle-aged man who was still chasing behind also became smaller and smaller, and it was completely inaudible at the back. You are very fast today." When she stopped at a place where she could already see the lights of the city at night, the girl let go of Lin Zhe's hand, leaning on her knees and gasping for breath. But soon the girl noticed something was wrong. Seeing that her timid companion was silent, she couldn't help but raise her head slightly. Only then did the girl use the faint lights in the distant city to see the shadow beside her real face. After realizing that she had told the wrong person, the girl jumped aside like a frightened kitten. At the same time, the girl pulled out the knife that she had been hanging around her waist, and her tone suddenly became cold. "Who are you and why are you pretending to be my companion?" When the girl took Lin Zhe outside the city, Lin Zhe quickly recognized the girl's identity, Firat, with the help of the faint light. In the original book, Firat was first a thief, living in the slums of the kingdom of Lutenica, relying on stealing to make a living. Later, she was found by the sword Saint Reinhard to have the blood characteristics of the royal family. Under coercion, she had to become one of the kings. However, judging from the behavior of the girl stealing fruit now, Firat in this period is obviously still in a period before the beginning of the plot. It is a fortunate thing for Lin Zhe to be able to meet one of the key characters in the original book as soon as he enters this world. At least encountering Firat can let Lin Zhe know a lot of useful information, which is very helpful for Lin Zhe's next development. "You are the companion of the man just now." Firat's nervous voice interrupted Lin Zhe's thinking. Holding the dagger in his hand, Firat's brown pupils were filled with a dangerous light, and the two of them happened to be in an open area now. Based on the fact that Lin Zhe could run all the way with him without any signs of breathing, Firat could infer that Lin Zhe's strength could never be weaker. So she didn't just choose to run away, but gathered up her courage and started to look at Lin Zhe. "You better not stop me, or the knife in my hand will never be merciful. Believe it or not, I'm just a passerby." Lin Zhe stood quietly on the spot, not caring at all about Firat, who pointed a knife at him in front of him. Although the girl's skills were a lot more agile than the average person in front of Lin Zhe, at best, it was a little vigor of bugs. After possessing two templates, Lin Zhe's current strength has already reached a very powerful level. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.